What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes,
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.
Good afternoon, colleagues. We begin this afternoon's business with time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader is the Reverend Gary Noonan, the Minister of Houston and Killellenkirk in Renfrewshire. Good afternoon, Reverend Noonan.
Presiding Officer, members of the Scottish Parliament, thank you for affording me the privilege of joining you for time for reflection. It is indeed a time for us to reflect, as last week we passed a year since the first COVID case in Scotland. This coming Sunday will mark a year since we last held a Sunday service in Houston Kirk. As we closed our worship singing "Guide Me, O Thou Great Jehovah," little did we know what lay ahead. In the Bible, Jesus said, "They will know you're my disciples if you love one another," a theme that we are taking forward at Houston this year throughout Lent. And it's summed up beautifully in the final section of the poem, "The Hill We Climb," by Amanda Gorman, written for President Biden's inauguration, in which she says, "For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it." In those first few months of the pandemic, the light was visible as our communities, the length and breadth of the country, rallied. In Houston, the church coordinated a response to collect food and collect prescriptions for the vulnerable and the isolating, to have phone buddies to keep in touch with those who were socially isolated, separated from their families. And the whole community assisted. All faiths and none came together. And despite the dark times, there was light. We organised food bank collections for the most vulnerable in our society. In 9 months, we collected the equivalent of 25,000 meals. We adapted to online platforms for mental health support, musical events that were dementia inclusive and were joined by nursing homes from across the area. There was light to see. And people commented to me that as they stood out each Thursday evening clapping for the NHS and carers, they would end up chatting across the garden to neighbours that they had previously only said hello to or passed the time of day. They now invested time and community was growing. There was light to see. However, in these last few months, whether it be lockdown fatigue or a return to old ways, society again appears to be becoming more polarised. You're either in a group or you're out. There's no middle ground for disagreement, respectful dialogue or debate. This is a time like no other. And as a society, we need to be united and strive for something better and rebuild stronger in compassion, equality and love. And that comes down to all of us, faith leaders, politicians, society as a whole, to be brave enough to see the light, but more importantly, to be brave enough to be it. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Reverend Noonan. Thank you. Our next item of business is topical questions. We only have the one question today. Sandra White.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what discussions it has had with Police Scotland regarding incidents at George Square and Glasgow City Centre at the weekend, including what safeguards will be put in place to ensure that COVID-19 restrictions are followed and there is no repeat of such disgraceful behaviour.
Cabinet Secretary Hamza Youssef.
It is essential that people stick to the rules and stay at home if we are to continue to drive down infection numbers. Shameful scenes like those that we witnessed over the weekend in Glasgow and beyond risk spreading the virus and delaying the removal and easing of restrictions. They show no regard or respect at all for the millions of people across Scotland who have been sticking to the rules, who haven't been able to meet up with friends and family, who haven't been able to fully celebrate birthdays, or indeed in some cases attend funerals for their loved ones. The desecration of memorial benches in Glasgow and George Square is a particularly sickening sight, and I hope that those involved are thoroughly ashamed of themselves. I've spoken with the Chief Constable and senior officers in Police Scotland on a number of occasions over the weekend and over last week. I'll be continuing dialogue with both Police Scotland and Rangers Football Club to understand why these events took place, what actions are now being taken to identify those responsible, and what more can be done, as Sandra White rightly says, to avoid this reoccurring at upcoming events. I note the Chief Constable has asked human rights lawyer John Scott QC, the independent chair of the Independent Advisory Group, to look at the policing response at the weekend and help inform lessons to be learned for upcoming events. I welcome this decisive action and external review, and the First Minister will also be meeting with the Chief Constable later on today to discuss matters.
Sandra White.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I certainly heard from the Chief Constable about an hour ago, but it was passing it on to another sergeant for a meeting which I requested. But I'm pleased to see that Police Scotland have took on board what I and many, many others have been asking for. However, I would certainly go further and ask for an investigation into the operations on Saturday and Sunday in particular. Reverend Noonan, in his comments there, summed up all that was going on in local communities against the scenes that we witnessed here in Glasgow on Sunday. They were truly, truly shocking. And questions have to be asked, whether the review, which I think is going ahead on the 12th of March, has been said, which is Friday, but I would still call for a full investigation, an independent investigation. And the questions which have been asked to me, and I'm posing to the Cabinet Secretary and to Police Scotland and to Rangers Football Club, was why did the police escort thousands of fans, people, through the streets of Glasgow, openly breaking all the COVID regulations, drinking openly in the street, urinating in the street, causing mayhem in the streets of Glasgow and George Square? Why was that part of a so-called operation to march and escort them down to George Square? That's one of the first questions I'd like to ask. How can that be a safe operation, which the police have put out a press release saying it was to protect the public? Well, I can assure everyone and the police there was no protection of the public. The public couldn't even walk in the streets for people being drunk and knocking them over. I had nurses from Glasgow Royal Infirmary who couldn't get home, who had to get a taxi home because they couldn't go out on the streets or on public transport. So yes, whilst I do welcome what's happening, I want to see more done, and I hope that is raised at the meeting on Friday. I also wonder if Rangers Football Club could possibly be either involved in this or basically open up to their responsibilities in that respect. And I asked the Cabinet Secretary if he would agree with me and many, many others that football clubs should be also part of an investigation into what their responsibilities are to the general public in this particular situation.
Cabinet Secretary.
First and foremost, Sandra White is the local constituency MSP for the area that was affected in terms of George Square, has every right to ask those questions of Police Scotland, of government of course, of the football club, of Rangers Football Club involved. I have spoken to the Chief Constable who has said that for any elected member that wishes to have a debrief or briefing in relation to the weekend's events, then he will make sure that Police Scotland make themselves available to elected members. If they wish to go directly to Police Scotland, they can do that. If they wish to come to me, I'm happy to help facilitate that conversation. Sandra White asked a lot of questions, again, rightly so, around some of the operational decisions, but she will know, of course, that those operational matters are for Police Scotland to address. They are the experts when it comes to operational decisions, when it comes to crowd management, crowd control, the crowd dynamics involved in all of that. And they have put out statements to explain the decisions that they've taken. But again, it is right for Sandra White to ask further questions if she wishes. And again, I'm happy to make those arrangements if she wants. Otherwise, she can go to Police Scotland directly on those operational matters. She also mentions Rangers Football Club, and I think her suggestion is a good one. Just as Police Scotland are asking John Scott QC to take an independent look as a human rights lawyer and expert at the events of the weekend, I think it's no bad idea at all, and suggestion that Sandra White makes, and I'll raise that with Rangers when I am due to speak to them again in the very near future about whether they would subject themselves to independent scrutiny in that regard. The final thing I would say to Sandra White is, again, she has every right to raise these questions and expect answers. What I would say is that the police are also part of our local communities. They would also have been at risk. Of course, they have been on the front line throughout this pandemic, helping to keep us safe, often going into house parties at risk to their own health to ensure that we are kept safe. And those events that took place in George Square and Ibrox would have also, yes, put local communities at risk. I absolutely accept what Sandra White says, but also we should bear in mind the police officers themselves, because of those scenes, would have been put at risk as well. So there is an independent examination of the weekend's events by John Scott QC. I look forward to hearing what John Scott QC and his independent advisory group have to say about that. And if necessary, and if there is further action that is necessary in that respect, then I'm sure Police Scotland will take that on board.
Sandra White.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I completely understand the Cabinet Secretary's saying in regards to police officers. They're human beings as well, they're parts of the community. But what people can't understand is the operational matter, and I hope that this independent scrutiny will come up with something and with some answers. My other question is a huge worry, which I have and others have as well. We have another huge football fixture in Glasgow coming up in 2 weeks' time. And people are obviously quite concerned about that. And I'm sure I will speak to Police Scotland to see if we have answers after Friday's meeting. But can I ask the Scottish Government, the Cabinet Secretary, will there be a liaison with Police Scotland and also with the football clubs involved to ensure that the scenes that we witnessed at the weekend do not happen again and are not replicated?
Cabinet Secretary.
Again, to answer Sandra White's question directly, yes, I've reached out, my office is reaching out to the two clubs involved in that fixture, to Police Scotland, to Glasgow City Council, and I'm hoping to have that dialogue in the coming days. Nobody wants to see those scenes repeated in 2 weeks' time. In fact, it will be completely unacceptable if those scenes are replicated, and I will be making that very, very clear to the football clubs involved. I have to say I'm already quite dismayed by some social media posts that have been brought to my attention from rival supporters groups suggesting that they will be coming out on the 21st of March during that fixture. So frankly, if football and football clubs and supporters cannot get their act together, then we will have to consider what our future options are. But yes, I will be taking that conversation forward with Police Scotland, with the two football clubs involved and with Glasgow City Council in the coming days.
Thank you. And James Dornan. Now, Mr Dornan is online, but maybe we can't get him. Mr Dornan? I'm afraid Mr Dornan has dropped off blue jeans, so we'll be able to put his question. So we're going to move on to the next item of business at that stage. I'll just pause for a few moments just to allow the Minister to wipe that and change seats. Slight pause. Thank you, colleagues. We're going to move on to the next item of business, which is a statement by Nicola Sturgeon, the First Minister, on COVID-19. The First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement. I would encourage members who wish to ask a question to press their buttons, and I call on the First Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will update Parliament today on some changes to the lockdown restrictions currently in place across most of Scotland. These changes relate to outdoor meetings and activities. I'll also announce a change which I hope will be welcomed by Scotland's faith communities. Now, while the changes I set out today are relatively minor, they are important for our well-being, and they do represent gradual, but I hope steady steps out of lockdown and back towards a life where we can all interact much more freely with our loved ones. Next week, I will set out a firmer indicative timetable for reopening the economy, including shops, hospitality, hairdressers, gyms and parts of our tourism sector. Presiding Officer, the ability to announce even limited changes at this stage is possible only because of the hard sacrifices that the majority of people across the country continue to make each and every single day. So let me at the outset acknowledge and be clear that I share the anger and despair that the vast majority of people, including I'm sure the majority of football fans, felt at the weekend towards crowds of supporters flagrantly breaching rules that the rest of us are following every day at great personal cost. The behaviour witnessed at the weekend was disgraceful and it was selfish. Now, it's natural that some of the anger people feel is directed towards the government and the police. I absolutely understand that. All of us must reflect on what more could have been done and what more we need to do to avoid any repeat in the future. But those at fault are those who breached the rules. How the police manage situations like this is, of course, an operational matter. Government cannot and should not direct policing operations. I will, though, be speaking to the Chief Constable later this afternoon to consider what further action might be necessary to avoid any repeat of the unacceptable scenes we saw at the weekend. However, no one should doubt the deeply invidious situation that behaviour like this puts the police in as they discharge their responsibility to protect public order and public safety. We'll also be having further discussions this week with the football authorities and with certain football clubs who, in my view, do need to show much more leadership on occasions like this. Now, let me be clear, in making these comments, I really don't care about the colour of the shirt. My comments on these matters are in no way partisan. I said some harsh things about Celtic's decisions at the start of this year, and as far as I'm concerned, in this case, Rangers Football Club could have done more to help avoid this situation arising at the weekend. The fact is that elite sport is being allowed to continue just now so that fans, deprived like all of us of so much else in life right now, can continue to watch and support their teams. It would be deeply unfair if a minority spoil that for the majority, and I very much hope that will not be the case. But given the fragility of the situation we face right now, we cannot simply turn a blind eye to what happened at the weekend, and we won't. So we will report back in due course, and certainly ahead of the Old Firm match scheduled for the 21st of March, on the various discussions taking place this week. Now, finally, on this subject, I completely understand why people watching what unfolded at the weekend might wonder why they are bothering doing the right thing. But the fact is, the vast majority of us are doing the right thing because we know it really matters. It matters for our own health and for the health of our loved ones. It is about saving lives, and it is working. As I will set out shortly, we are firmly on the right path. So no matter how legitimately angry we feel, let's not allow the irresponsible behaviour of a minority to set us all back. Let's stick with it as we make our way, slowly but surely, back to normality. Let me turn then to the substance of today's statement with an overview of the latest statistics and the state of the epidemic, and then the detail of the initial changes that we are proposing. Firstly, today's statistics. The total number of positive cases reported yesterday was 466. That is 3.3% of all tests carried out, and takes the total number of cases now to 206,465. 614 people are in hospital, 40 fewer than yesterday, and 50 people are receiving intensive care, 9 fewer than yesterday. However, I regret to report that in the past 24 hours, a further 19 deaths have been registered of patients who first tested positive over the previous 28 days, and the total number of deaths under this measurement is therefore now 7,441. And yet again, I want to send my deepest condolences to all those who have lost a loved one. Now, a week ago, yesterday, was the anniversary of the first confirmed COVID case in Scotland. This Saturday coming will be the anniversary of the first confirmed death in Scotland of someone with COVID. And then in 2 weeks' time, on 23rd March, we will reach the first anniversary of lockdown. The Scottish Government has been in contact with a number of organisations to discuss how we can best mark that day. And on 22nd March, I will meet representatives of UK COVID Families for Justice. Current plans for the 23rd of March include a national silence. We're also discussing how communities can be supported to develop their own commemorative activities over the coming year as part of longer-term plans for remembrance. And I will set out more detail of all of this over the next fortnight. In addition, I know Parliament will wish to consider how it marks the occasion, and all of us, I'm sure, will want to remember all those who have been lost over the past year and to offer our continued thoughts, solidarity and support to the bereaved. Presiding Officer, the figures I've just reported for new cases, people in hospital and, of course, deaths are still higher than we would want them to be. But they are not as high as they were just a few weeks ago, and so I think it is worth reflecting on the positive trend that we are now seeing. 2 weeks ago, we were recording an average of 815 new cases a day across the country. Last week, that had fallen to 657 new cases a day, and this week it has fallen further to an average of 490 new cases a day. The average test positivity rate is now just above 3%. Admissions to hospitals and intensive care units are also falling, and the number of deaths, although still heartbreakingly high, has almost halved since the third week of January. We're also continuing to make excellent progress with the vaccination programme. As of 8:30 this morning, 1,789,377 people in Scotland have received the first dose of vaccine. That's an increase of 14,718 since yesterday. Now, the number of vaccines being administered each day has fallen during the last week or so. That's because of a dip in supply that I had spoken about previously and which we have been expecting and planning for. But from around the middle of this month onwards, we expect supplies to pick up again and for that to allow for a very significant acceleration in the vaccination programme. It is worth noting that some of these supplies will be of short-dated stock. In other words, they will be of vaccines that must be used very soon after they have been received. Now, at the moment, the vaccination programme is working through priority groups 6 and 7, which includes 60 to 64-year-olds, unpaid carers and people with particular underlying health conditions. For example, unpaid carers who are not registered with the Scottish Social Services Council will be able to self-register for vaccination from next Monday onwards. However, I can confirm that we are now in a position to start scheduling appointments for people in groups 8 and 9, that is people who are 55 to 59 years old and people who are 50 to 54 years old. I should point out, of course, that many in these age groups, 30% of 50 to 54-year-olds and 36% of 55 to 59-year-olds, have already had the first dose due to having an underlying health condition. However, by now scheduling appointments for these age groups, generally, we can ensure that no vaccine goes to waste and that we can meet our target of offering first doses to everyone on the initial JCVI priority list. That's everyone over 50, all unpaid carers and all adults with an underlying health condition by mid-April. Now, the good progress we are making on vaccination is, of course, important context for today's statement. Almost 40% of the entire adult population has now received a first dose of the vaccine. There's already strong evidence that the vaccination programme has significantly reduced deaths in care homes, and studies are also starting to show that vaccination, as well as reducing illness and death, can significantly reduce transmission of the virus. We therefore have not absolute confidence yet, but increasing confidence that as more and more people acquire some protection through vaccination, we will be able to ease restrictions while still keeping the R number below 1. In addition to vaccine protection, continued international travel restrictions and the work of Test and Protect will help us keep the virus under control as we hopefully return to much greater normality in our everyday lives. So the prospects are now very encouraging indeed. That said, though, getting the timing of all of this right remains essential. If our easing of restrictions gets ahead of our progress on vaccination, the virus will run out of control again. That's what we must avoid, and that is why, notwithstanding all the positive news, caution is still essential at this stage. Case numbers, while much lower than at the start of the year, are still high, and although we are confident that the R number is currently below 1, it's probably not very far below 1. We also know that the more transmissible variant of COVID, which was identified before Christmas, now accounts for almost 90% of all new cases in Scotland. And we have no real experience yet of just how far and fast that variant will spread as we start to emerge from lockdown. Indeed, it's possible that some of the very significant steps we're already taking to get children back to school could push the R number back above 1. And if that happens, as we know all too well, case numbers will start to grow again. And even though older people who are more likely to die from the virus now have stronger protection as a result of the vaccine, no vaccine will provide absolute protection for our most vulnerable citizens. In addition, we know the virus can cause significant long-term harm to people of all ages. People in their 30s, 40s and 50s make up a significant proportion of those who are currently in hospital with COVID. And of course, there are people who have never been in hospital, but who are still suffering from what is known as long COVID. In addition, if we allow more people to get the virus, we also increase the risk of new variants emerging. And finally, we also need to show continued caution about the risk of new variants entering the country. A possible, although still unconfirmed, further case of the P1 Brazil variant in Scotland has now been identified. It involves an individual who travelled to Scotland from Rio de Janeiro via Paris and arrived on the 19th of February. The individual followed all the procedures for managed self-isolation, and we currently have no reason to believe that this case presents any risk to the wider community. However, we are, of course, continuing to undertake all necessary follow-up work. The point I'm making, Presiding Officer, is that even though we are heading firmly in the right direction right now, and I firmly believe we are, we cannot afford to take our foot off the brake too soon. We still need to keep the virus under control if our hopes for a much more normal summer are not to suffer a setback. And if we continue to prioritise children's education, as I believe we should and indeed must, our scope to make further changes will be limited while we are still rolling out the vaccine. We do, of course, intend to ease restrictions as soon as we safely can, and we will do it quicker than previously anticipated if that proves to be possible. And as I indicated earlier, when I update Parliament next week, I will set out a firmer timeline for our exit from lockdown. Today, however, I want to set out some changes that we believe can be made safely more immediately. In considering this, we have very deliberately prioritised changes which might improve our general well-being and quality of life without having too big an impact on infection rates. And we focused in particular on restoring a bit more normality for children. The first set of changes relates to outdoor social interactions. We realise that meeting up, even outdoors, even in Scotland, can be hugely beneficial for our well-being. So from Friday, we intend to relax the law so that up to 4 adults from up to 2 households will be able to meet outdoors. And in addition, we will make clear in the guidance that this will allow for social and recreational purposes as well as essential exercise. Meeting will be possible in any outdoor space, including private gardens, but please do stick to the new rules. Gatherings must be a maximum of 4 people from 2 households, and you should only go indoors if that is essential in order to reach a back garden or to use a toilet. And for now, please stay as close to home as possible. We hope to be in a position to relax, at least to some extent, travel restrictions within Scotland in the weeks ahead, but our advice is that it would not be safe to do so quite yet. For young people aged 12 to 17, we want to be even more flexible to enable more interaction with friends. So for 12 to 17-year-olds, outdoor meetings will also be limited to a maximum of 4 people, but the 2 household limit won't apply. That means 4 friends from 4 different families will be able to get together outdoors, and this will hopefully allow young people to see more of their friends than is currently the case. We're also proposing some changes to the rules on outdoor exercise and activities. From Friday, outdoor non-contact sports and organised group exercise will be permitted for all adults in groups of up to 15 people. We will also ensure that there is some flexibility around the travel rules for young people so that children are not prevented from taking part in sport if, for example, they belong to a club that is a bit outside their own local authority area. Now, these are minor changes, I know that, but I do think they are important changes. They have also been made possible by the hard sacrifices the majority of people across the country have made, and we will seek to build on them as quickly as possible in the weeks ahead. The other careful change that we feel able to make at this stage relates to places of worship. I can confirm that, assuming no deterioration in the situation with the virus between now and then, we intend to allow communal worship to restart from Friday 26 March. This is in time for Passover, Easter, Ramadan and Vaccination. In addition, the limit on attendance at communal services will be increased from 20, which was the limit in place before lockdown, to 50, assuming, of course, that a place of worship is spacious enough to accommodate that many people with 2-metre physical distancing. Now, I know that the restrictions on communal worship have been really difficult for many people, despite the quite exceptional efforts made by faith groups to reach out to their communities. This change, again, is relatively minor, it is proportionate, and we believe that it can be achieved relatively safely, but it will hopefully enable more people to draw strength, comfort and inspiration from acts of collective worship. Presiding Officer, all of us, I think, can see that things are getting better just now. In recent weeks, we have seen a significant fall in new cases. Deaths and hospital admissions are thankfully now falling, and the vaccination programme is not just progressing well, it is progressing beyond our initial expectations. All of this is excellent news and it provides really strong grounds for hope. But that hope must also be balanced by caution. Because we have been in lockdown, it's easy to overlook the fact that the virus we are dealing with now is much more infectious than the one we were dealing with in the autumn. But we will be reminded of that very quickly if we try to do too much too soon. And since we are prioritising the reopening of schools, our scope for lifting other restrictions, certainly in the next few weeks, is extremely limited. That's why the changes I have set out today are modest, but they are also important. They will, I hope, help people's health and well-being by enabling group exercise and allowing for a bit more social interaction. And they will also, I hope, let children see more of their friends and exercise and play a bit more normally. And they should, I hope, provide some comfort for faith groups. I expect that further, more substantial changes will be possible in the weeks ahead, and I will set out as much detail as I can about that in next week's statement. And of course, as I've said before, if the data allows us to relax more restrictions more quickly than we have previously indicated, we will not hesitate to do that. I am very well aware of just how difficult continued restrictions are, and I know that they get harder rather than easier to bear as time goes on. I also know, because I very much feel this too, that the progress on vaccination makes us even more impatient to reach the end of this ordeal as quickly as possible. But I am certain, absolutely certain, that easing restrictions too quickly would be a mistake that we would regret. So do take advantage of the relaxations set out today, but please continue to do so within the rules. We must still stay at home except for specific purposes, which from Friday will include limited outdoor socialising and recreation on the basis that I have set out. We must not meet people from other households indoors yet. That is absolutely essential, and we should all follow the facts advice when we are out and about. By doing this, we can continue to look after each other and protect the NHS, and we will all play our part in keeping case numbers down while the vaccinators continue to do their work, children get back to school, and we all take tentative, but I hope very firm steps back to life as we once knew it. So for the moment, please continue to stick with it. Please stay at home to protect the NHS and save lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, First Minister. I would encourage all members who wish to ask a question to press their request to speak buttons, and I call on Ruth Davidson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank the First Minister for advance sight of her statement and echo her condolences to the families of those who have lost their lives. And I agree with her about the scenes in Glasgow at the weekend, when so many people have done so much over such a prolonged period of time. To see a tiny minority risk those efforts jeopardises the progress that we have made. And let's be clear, COVID is in retreat, and that is down to the perseverance of the public and the success of the vaccine rollout. And scenes like those at the weekend risks what has been achieved by the actions of all of us. Presiding Officer, as we relax restrictions, the Scottish Conservatives have always urged the First Minister to ensure that children's return to school was an absolute priority. The First Minister has claimed that too, and last week brought forward plans to get our pupils back into the classroom. She said then it was important for well-being as well as for education, and today she has referred to it as very significant steps. Because of the importance she gave it last week, parents who have spent months trying to homeschool and watching their children struggle away from their friends and from face-to-face teaching were expecting a significant change. It has therefore come as a shock to many to discover that when the letter came in, they were looking at something less than billed. Xanthi in Edinburgh says that for her family it is half a day per week, which she's called clearly ridiculous and a token gesture. Elaine in Aberdeen was devastated to be told that her son will have only 2 3-hour sessions this side of the Easter holiday. Alan in Fife says his daughter gets 1 day per week, but in return will now get no other live teaching time online, which he brands an absolute joke. Pupils and parents were promised a return to the classroom, but from the information they're now getting sent, it's clear that for many this will amount to only a few hours a week at best. Can the First Minister look those parents in the eye and say that this is the significant progress that she's claimed? And will she look again at these plans in order to increase the actual amount of teaching time that pupils will get?
First Minister.
I will always look parents in the eye and try to explain the difficult challenges that we're trying to balance. And I understand that few groups in society have found this more difficult than parents who have had to juggle childcare with working from home and all the other responsibilities that become our part of everyday life. So I understand how important this is. Let me be very clear. I set out clearly in Parliament last week that from the 15th of March, all primary school children will be back to full-time education in schools, and that is a significant change. And we will also seek to have some in-school learning for secondary school pupils in the period between now and Easter. It is the intention, assuming there is no deterioration in the position, that we will have full return after the Easter holidays. But instead of having some young people in secondary schools with no in-school contact at all, we've decided to try to do that, even if that is on a fairly minimal basis for the period between now and Easter, in order to try to reacquaint them with school, with their friends, and to prioritise their well-being. I don't stand here and say this is perfect, but we need to balance all of this to get schools back, and to get schools back in a way that doesn't then set back the progress of the country overall. And in terms of continuing to look at all of this, the Deputy First Minister does that on an ongoing basis with the partners in the Education Recovery Group to make sure we are striking the best balance and the right balance overall. But let me repeat again, the most important objective that we are seeking to fulfil right now is to get all young people back to school full-time after the Easter holidays. In the way that we did last August, that is what we are aiming for. And in terms of secondary school, to prioritise in-school contact between now and Easter for those in the senior phase, to make sure that national qualifications are being given the priority they deserve, but to get all young people in secondary schools with some contact back in school before the Easter holidays.
Thank you. And Sandra, to be followed by Willie Rennie.
I thank the First Minister for advance sight of her statement and join her in sending our condolences to all those who have lost a loved one. The decision to allow more social interactions is very welcome. It's important for people's mental health and well-being, and that is why we also need to make sure that this is our last lockdown. But that will rely on testing, contact tracing and a speedy vaccine programme. Can the First Minister confirm that every contact of the patient with the so-called Brazilian variant, including every passenger on the flight, has been traced, notified and informed of the need to isolate? She mentions the rate of the vaccines. It has dropped dramatically. Can the First Minister confirm when she expects it to reach and remain at the 400,000 doses per week target, something that we're now currently around half at? And I share with her the sadness and anger at the scenes we saw in Glasgow at the weekend, which emphasise the risk that COVID-19 poses to those who continue to work on the front line. Given this and the further phased return of schools next week, will the First Minister agree, alongside the JCVI recommendations, that there should be vaccine prioritisation for frontline workers, including teachers, school staff and police officers?
First Minister.
Firstly, on the new variant, of course, we had 3 cases previously identified, and all appropriate contact tracing in relation to them has been done. I set out some of the detail of this at the end of last week. There were a small number of passengers on that flight who weren't able to be traced, but there is no indication of any onward community transmission from these cases. Similarly, the case that I've mentioned today is not connected to those 3 cases, and all appropriate contact tracing is being done from the manifest data provided for this flight. There were 22 passengers on board, plus the cabin crew. Some 11 passengers, including the indexed case, went into managed quarantine. The remaining passengers were exempt from the need to quarantine. However, depending on the nature of their exemption, are likely to have been required to self-isolate at home and take tests on days 2 and 8. And all appropriate steps have been taken to follow up appropriately. Negative test results for both day 2 and 8 were recorded for 13 individuals, and the National Contact Tracing Centre are following up the other 8 passengers as well. So we will continue to make sure that everything appropriate there has been done. The most important thing to stress at this stage is there is no indication of onward community transmission of this variant, and that's what we need to work hard to continue to ensure. In terms of vaccination, I set out very clearly and very openly the issues around supply. We can only vaccinate as fast as we have supplies to vaccinate with. I have flagged up in advance that we were expecting a dip in supply, and indeed that materialised, and that is why we have seen a dip in the daily vaccination rate over the past period. If you look at the figures for other parts of the UK, you can see the same pattern reflected there. We are expecting now those supplies to pick up again from the middle of March, which will then allow us to work towards achieving that target of 400,000 vaccinations a week, and of course that overall target of completing the JCVI priority list by mid-April. That's priority groups 1 to 9, which, just to repeat, is the majority of the adult population. It's everybody over 50, all unpaid carers, all adults with an underlying health condition. And then, of course, we will move into the rest of the population. As we do that, we will follow JCVI advice. Their advice is that both in terms of clinical risk, but also in terms of the ability to work through this as quickly as possible, we should continue to prioritise by age cohort. And we will follow that advice, as we have always done with JCVI advice. Many teachers, many people in other key professional groups will already have been vaccinated as part of the priority groups so far, and of course they will progressively be done as we work down the age groups. If we were to depart from that JCVI advice, I think we would rightly stand accused of making political decisions in place of clinical decisions, and we're dealing with something as important and as sensitive as this. I don't think, while I understand the calls that are being made, I don't think that would be the right thing to do.
Thank you. Willie Rennie to be followed by Patrick Harvey.
The breach by Rangers fans at the weekend was the biggest gathering this country has seen for months, and the Chief Medical Officer said yesterday that it could result in an increase of the spread of the virus. But the First Minister makes no direct reference to that in her statement today, and is bringing forward the relaxation of the rules. So does that mean that the First Minister is now confident there won't be an increase in cases in Glasgow as a result of the weekend? Is she confident there won't be an outbreak in Glasgow?
First Minister.
If I was to stand here and say yes, then I think people would realise that I wasn't basing that on anything. I said at the weekend that I was concerned that what happened in Glasgow could set back our progress. I fervently hope that won't be the case. But as we know with this virus, it will be some time before we know that for sure. And of course, our test and protect teams, our contact tracing, all of the other steps that we take will be working very hard to ensure that any cases that do arise from that gathering at the weekend, or those gatherings at the weekend, are properly contained. But we've made the judgment, and as with all of these judgments, we've done it on the basis of clinical advice, that given the relatively minor nature of the changes that we are setting out today, given that they are focused very much on outdoor activity, it would be wrong at this stage to hold them back because of the behaviour of an irresponsible minority. But with all of this, we monitor on an ongoing basis. We are still monitoring closely the impact of getting schools back. It's why we have to get schools back cautiously and in a phased way. And it all comes back to personal responsibility. If all of us, desperate though we all are to do much more that we value doing in life, if we all take care to do that within the rules, then we can make sure that this journey out of lockdown takes no longer than it has to, and absolutely carries on with forward trajectory. But make no mistake, having crowds of people risks the spread of this virus. And that's why I say again, and I take no pleasure in saying this, people who gather in George Square or anywhere else in big crowds of people are putting their own health at risk, but they are also putting the risk of the health of their loved ones and the wider community at risk. And that's why I say very, very clearly, and again, I take no pleasure in saying this, that behaviour wasn't just irresponsible, it was deeply selfish behaviour. And when so many people across the country are having to make painful sacrifices, missing funerals of loved ones, not being able to get married, grandparents and grandkids not having seen each other for months, we all have to make sure that we are acting not just out of what we want to do, but out of what the whole country needs all of us to do. So I would appeal again to everybody, let's stick with this. We are so close to getting into a much, much better position. Let's not mess it up by any of us, for whatever reason and whatever circumstances, not sticking to these rules now.
Thank you. Patrick Harvey to be followed by Christine Graham.
Thank you. Like everyone else, as we approach this grim anniversary, my thoughts are with those who've lost a loved one and with those whose health is still suffering. And I welcome the gradual releasing of some of the rules on meeting outdoors. We all miss mass gatherings. People miss mass gatherings of all kinds, whether it's music events, going to the cinema. Some people even miss party conferences. Myself, I'd like nothing better to go to a beer festival, but we don't. And the organisations and businesses that run such events have all had to stop until it's safe. Why should a football club be any different? A football club which, let's be honest, seriously did nothing to prevent dangerous mass gatherings in its name, gatherings which trashed the public realm, risked the safety of frontline workers, as well as posing a public health threat. Surely it's not enough just to appeal to the good sense of those who've shown they don't care. Why are we even contemplating letting this business carry on in the weeks ahead when we know it's likely to generate a repeat of the scenes we saw at the weekend?
First Minister.
I was just trying to work out there whether the beer festival and Green Party conference were distinct events or one and the same. Patrick Harvey, I think, makes really important points. Everybody is missing something right now. Many of us are missing many different things, mass gatherings, or just simple ability to go and see loved ones. And it is really, really hard. It's heartbreaking and gets more so with every day that passes right now. And you know, I understand why for any football team winning the league, particularly after a long period of time, is a big occasion. I get that. But people are being asked to forego all sorts of things right now, and there can be no exceptions if we are, frankly, to get through this next phase as quickly as we want to and as safely as all of us want to. I have made very clear, Deputy First Minister did it yesterday, the Justice Secretary has done it again today. I think Rangers Football Club could have done more to help avoid this happening, just as I thought Celtic Football Club should have made different decisions about certain things they did earlier in the year. I am not partisan. Half of Glasgow think I'm partisan in one direction, the other half think it's in the other. I'm not at all. I don't care about the colour of the shirt. I care about the safety of the citizens of Glasgow, and indeed I care about the safety of people across Scotland. Rangers, I've had a 3-page letter from Rangers which doesn't even just reflect the fact that what happened at the weekend was deeply regrettable and that we all have to reflect on how we avoid that happening in future. At no point, unless I missed it, in which case I will have it pointed out to me and I will stand corrected, at no point did Rangers simply and unequivocally say to their fans, stay at home. Or when they were gathering, say, go home. So these are things all of us have to take responsibility for. I take responsibility for reflecting on whether the government could have done more, and I know the Chief Constable will be doing the same with the police. We all have a responsibility to get the country through this. In terms of future fixtures, I said in my opening remarks that there are a variety of discussions happening over the course of this week, including one between myself and the Chief Constable later today. We will report back on those in due course, certainly before the scheduled Old Firm match on the 21st of March. The reason we've tried to keep football and elite sport generally going is it's not for the benefit really of the elite sports people, but for the fans. Everybody's been deprived of so much right now that the ability to watch a football match and cheer on your team on the television should be something that people have the ability to do. But a minority can't be allowed to act irresponsibly. So I hope we don't have to spoil that for the majority, but we will have to assure ourselves that there will be no repeat of the kind of scenes we saw at the weekend. And that, frankly, is still very much work in progress.
Thank you. Christine Graham, to be followed by Maurice Golden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, we all welcome the phased return of pupils to school. However, in your statement, it is acknowledged that steps being taken to get pupils back may well lead to the R number being pushed above 1. Would this impact on the timetable for return to full-time education? And if so, would any changes be national, or could they be varied according to the R number either in a health board or a local authority area?
Firstly, what I said is the case that every change we make right now, there is no change we make coming out of lockdown that has a neutral effect. Every change as we ease up potentially increases the risk of transmission. What we have to do is behave in a way that minimises that, which is why when we had the first phase of school return, I said openly to parents, don't use that as an excuse to interact with other adults more than you are already. So if we limit these changes to what the purpose of them is, then we can reduce that risk. And while it is possible that the changes we're making right now will take R above 1, it is not inevitable, and we'll be working really hard to try to avoid that happening. In terms of if the virus starts to run out of control again, which I hope it won't, of course we would then have to review the pace of coming out of lockdown, and we will do that appropriately, whether that's national or local, depending on the circumstances we face. It becomes much more difficult to accurately assess the R number on a regional basis for methodological reasons. So we want to, at this stage, focus on having these changes happen in a way that stops the R number going above 1. And that is, so the outdoor changes, these are the least risky, and they hopefully will not have that impact if everybody enjoys them but stays within the rules. And that really is the message on all of this. If we all stay within the rules, even as we come out of lockdown, then we increase our chances of doing this safely, sustainably, without suffering setbacks along the way. But with an infectious virus, there's no guarantees. We just all have to stick with it and show the discipline that is required.
Maurice Golden, followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Hospitality is one of the hardest hit sectors in our economy. Will the First Minister listen to the Scottish hospitality and licensed leisure sector's proposals for reopening? And will the First Minister publish the evidence on the impact on coronavirus transmissions of restrictions within the sector?
First Minister.
I'll listen to the representations of all sectors. Hospitality has been hardest hit. They make and have made and will continue to make representations about how they can reopen in a way that is safe but allows them to trade more normally, and we will listen to that. But we have to make sure that any changes we make are not going to risk increasing transmission to the point where it sets us all back, and that is not an easy balance to strike. In terms of the evidence, I come back to the debates we were having before Christmas, before we went back into lockdown. The evidence can be made to sound really, really complicated here, but it's not. This virus spreads when people come together, and that's why it is places where people come together most and are more likely to interact without social distancing, or in places where ventilation is maybe not great, and unfortunately that includes a lot of hospitality premises. But we want to get hospitality open safely as quickly as possible, just as we do the rest of the economy.
Thank you. Kenneth Gibson, to be followed by Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, in my constituency, luxury specialist food and drink shops rely on the passing tourist trade not just to thrive but survive. This all but vanished during lockdown, and North Ayrshire councils denied grants vital to such business survival, saying that Scottish Government guidance deems specialist food and drink retailers essential and therefore not required to close. However, other local authorities have taken a completely different view of this guidance. So can the First Minister clarify if luxury food and drink specialist shops are essential, or can they close and therefore access the vital grants they need to survive?
First Minister.
Well, all of these restrictions are really challenging for businesses, as the legislation allows for shops that sell food and drink to be able to open, but not the types of food and drink. It may be that some specialist shops are not experiencing the same footfall as they were before COVID. So the Local Authority Discretionary Fund, which the Scottish Government is supporting through £120 million of funding, was set up to help local authorities respond to local economic pressures in their areas. And I would encourage any businesses in that category to contact the local authority on this.
Thank you, Jackie Bailey, to be followed by Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Two concerns have been raised with me in recent days. Firstly, that 60-year-olds in my constituency haven't been called forward for a vaccination appointment, whilst 50-year-olds have, and it's of course the same local authority and the same health board area. But secondly, and worryingly, a large number of people have missed their vaccination appointments, 70 people in one local centre in one day. And given the high rates of uptake, this does seem slightly strange. There were issues last year in the flu vaccination programme when people were notified too late, in some areas after the date of the appointment. So could I ask the First Minister to investigate to what extent this is an issue with the vaccination programme and ensure that people are notified in adequate time?
First Minister.
If Jackie Bailey wants to send me particular examples of that, of course I will look into that. Since I gave an open invitation to people to email me directly on vaccination issues, then I can assure Jackie Bailey that many people are, and that option of course remains open. But the most important source of help and advice in these situations is the helpline, which I would encourage people to contact. On the issue about people 50 or over being called before people 60 or over, of course, if somebody in the 50 to 55 age group has been called right now, it is likely to be because they've got an underlying health condition and they have the same priority right now as people in the 60 to 64-year-old age group, and both of those groups are in progress in terms of the vaccination. Nobody's going to be missed. Everybody is going to be reached. By mid-April, everybody over the age of 50, which includes myself, will, unfortunately, I still struggle to come to terms with that, but will have been vaccinated, as every adult with an underlying health condition. That is the vast majority of the adult population, and then as quickly as possible we'll get to the rest of the adult population.
Thank you. Claire Adamson, to be followed by Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, I've been contacted by residents in Motherwell Wishaw with concerns about the lack of public transport to the Ravenscraig Mass Vaccination Centre. Indeed, it's something I raised with the Health Board a couple of weeks ago. Can I ask the First Minister what support has been given and provided by NHS Lanarkshire to facilitate transport and support those who may have difficulty accessing the centre?
First Minister.
Well, I've also had a number of emails on this issue in the last few days, so we've picked this issue up with Lanarkshire. The board is expanding its communications plan over the coming days to ensure that residents in Lanarkshire are aware of the rebooking options that are available to them. They're also currently working with Strathclyde Passenger Transport on improving transport connections with Ravenscraig. We recognise that not all vaccine slots are going to be suitable, which is why it is important that there is that option to reschedule appointments to a location closer to home or for a different time if that is more convenient.
Jamie Green, to be followed by Bob Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Further to the various exchanges on schools, can I ask for clear confirmation that to facilitate the First Minister's promise of a meaningful full-time return to all school pupils after Easter, the guidance on social distancing in the classroom will also be altered to enable it to happen?
First Minister.
In order to get all young people back to school, then of course we have to make sure that the restrictions that are required are proportionate, and that includes social distancing. But these are the issues that we continue to take advice from our expert advisory subgroup on. We did, and people should remember this, we got schools successfully back full-time in August, and it wasn't school return that then sent us back into a deteriorating position and back into lockdown. So we know we can get schools back successfully, and that's what we're focused on doing again.
Bob Doris, to be followed by Daniel Johnson.
Presiding Officer, it's to be welcome that dates for easing some restrictions have been brought forward, and I particularly welcome the return of congregational worship in time for religious festivals such as Holy Week. But can I ask the First Minister, if the data continues to go in the right direction, could we see even more dates being brought forward? For instance, First Minister, with gyms reopening sooner than anticipated, perhaps in level 4, something I know my constituents would greatly value, as we'd all like to see more things go back to normal as soon as possible, but of course, as soon as it's safe to do so.
First Minister.
Well, in general, yes, as the data allows and as our confidence increases that we can ease up without risking greater transmission, the vaccine rollout has a big part to play in that, then we will accelerate exit from lockdown if we possibly can. And in fact, what we've announced today is an acceleration beyond what we anticipated just a couple of weeks ago. I don't want to give people false assurances. We will set out next week a firmer indicative timetable for further moves out of lockdown, including the reopening of the economy, and gyms and hairdressers, shops, hospitality will be included in that. Certainly I recognise the importance of gyms to people's physical and mental health, and I think that's reflected in the opening up of outdoor group exercise for adults today. So these things all really matter, and we want to get them done as quickly as possible, but as I keep saying, we will all regret it if we decide to run before we can walk and end up having to go back the way. So frustrating and difficult though it is, let's keep with this slow, careful, cautious but steady pathway forward. And I think we'll find that we get to the end destination a lot more quickly than would otherwise be the case.
Thank you. Daniel Johnson, to be followed by Annabel Ewing.
NHS Lothian and the City of Edinburgh Council in particular continue to have amongst the lowest rates of vaccination in the country at 33.4% and 30.1% respectively, in comparison to the 40% figure that the First Minister quoted in her statement. It's several weeks since I first raised this issue in Edinburgh and the Lothians. So can I ask First Minister what steps she is taking to identifying this continuing lag in Edinburgh and the Lothians, or indeed whether she has any insights on this matter? Certainly it's of great importance to my constituents and the citizens of Edinburgh.
First Minister.
Well, when I give average figures in the Chamber, by definition, some health boards will be above that, some will be below that. All health boards are progressing with vaccination better and more quickly than we would have dared hope for back at the start of the year. So I think it's really important to give that context. I will ask NHS Lothian to engage with the member. I'm sure he's already in touch with them to set out whether they have any particular issues that they are dealing with. But all health boards are moving forward well and quickly with this, and all health boards are working to the same targets of having offered the first dose to everybody in the JCVI priority groups by mid-April, and of course then having given first doses to the whole adult population by the end of July. These are both target dates that are earlier than we anticipated at the start of the year. So I think it's really important to keep hold of that context.
Annabel Ewing, to be followed by Annie Wills.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My Cowdenbeath constituents and indeed people across Scotland will be keen to better understand what may lie ahead in the months to come. So could the First Minister provide some information at least as to what the new criteria will be for the strategic framework levels approach, and also advise as to the planned frequency of the review of the levels decisions going forward? Thank you.
First Minister.
Well, I'll say more about this next week, and I don't want to get ahead of the decisions that we will take that will inform the statement I make next week. But when I made the statement 2 or 3 weeks ago, I set out the intention to realign some of the indicators we were using previously to inform decision making to be more in line with the current WHO guidance, to ensure that as we do open up, we have confidence that we're continuing to suppress the virus. We will review all of this on an ongoing basis, probably 3 weekly rather than weekly. And although we will have the ability to apply, should it be appropriate, different levels of restriction to different levels of the country, so that we're not forced into a one-size-fits-all approach in future, it is my hope that we can start to move down levels of restriction as a country, and that we make that progress overall. And that is why I think it's really important that we continue to stick to the guidance and the rules right now, so that that progress enables the whole country, all being well, to start to come out of lockdown together. As we look further ahead, if we have outbreaks, if we have localised flare-ups that we need to control, then the level system allows us to do that in a much more targeted way than if we simply had a one-size-fits-all approach for the whole country.
Thank you. Annie Wells, to be followed by Joan McAlpine.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, this is a critical time for hospices, with charity shops shut and fundraising events cancelled. Yet only £10 million of the £24 million made available by the UK Government has been passed on to hospices. This is despite promises that all funding would. Can I therefore ask the First Minister, when will this full funding allocation be passed on to hospices?
First Minister.
All of the funding that has been made available for hospices will be passed on to hospices. The balance of that will be confirmed soon. The reason for the delay in that is that we have found it challenging to obtain clarity as to the final consequential figure for hospices. In fact, the Department of Health and Social Care shared information with officials only at the end of February, which indicated that it is now estimated that £24 million has been provided for hospices, but we have not yet still had final confirmation of that from the UK Treasury. But let me be very clear to the hospice sector, every single penny of consequential funding that comes because of funding decisions for hospices elsewhere will be passed on to hospices here in Scotland.
Thank you. Joan McAlpine, to be followed by Liam MacArthur.
Thank you very much. I recently met with the Scottish Wedding Industry Alliance, an industry particularly important to Dumfries and Galloway. While they are grateful for the Scottish Government's support they have received, they ask for guidance on whether they can safely operate this summer. Many already have bookings. However, guidance by the Competitions and Markets Authority means that the cost of cancellation falls on the venue. They also point out that weddings of 20 people or less are not viable. So can the government offer guidance, and if it is not safe to reopen, is more support likely to be available?
First Minister.
Well, I hope it will be safe to reopen. As with anything else, we have a difficult balance to strike between economic viability and public safety, and obviously public safety has to take priority, but we do want to see marriage ceremonies with more guests and wedding receptions happen as soon as possible, and we will facilitate that in line with the public health advice that we have available. And of course, in the meantime, we'll continue to work closely with the Scottish Wedding Industry Alliance about as and when restrictions on ceremonies and receptions can be relaxed. We introduced a specific £25 million fund for the wedding sector. That closed at the end of February. It provided grants of up to £25,000 to businesses and self-employed people who operate in this sector, and we will set out more detail on future business support later this month. But our focus now, as far as we possibly can and as quickly as we possibly can, is to get businesses trading again. But that requires all of us to continue to play our part in suppressing the virus.
Thank you. Liam MacArthur, to be followed by Alistair Allen.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, I've been contacted by a constituent whose parents are in a care home in Orkney. She and her brother have had weekly indoor visits and been told outdoor visits for up to 6 people from 2 households would start this month. When my constituent asked if her daughter and granddaughter could visit, they were told no, as they were from a 3rd household. My parents feel imprisoned, said my constituent, who adds, all they want is to see their grandchildren before passing away, and they are losing the will to live because of these rules. First Minister, why in a community with such a low prevalence of COVID can visits like this not be permitted? And when does she expect further relaxation of rules so that care home residents in Orkney who are desperate to see their family members can have that contact?
First Minister.
Well, nobody, absolutely nobody wants to keep families apart for any longer than is necessary, and certainly we don't want to do that for no reason. I'm happy if Liam MacArthur wants to send me details of the constituents to ask the local health board to respond directly on the particular circumstances, and I understand absolutely the stress and the anxiety and the distress that is caused in these situations. The one point I would make, of course, and it is a general point, is that it has always been the case under the very difficult restrictions that have applied to care home visiting that end-of-life visiting has been allowed, as has certain other visiting in exceptional circumstances, which can and has included distress on the part of residents. So there may already be a conversation that should be had with the local health board and indeed the care home provider about whether or not that can be facilitated.
Thank you. Alistair Allen, to be followed by Oliver Mundell.
Thank you. The Western Isles has reached a significant milestone last week, with more than half of the adult population having had their first vaccination. NHS Western Isles staff and all who've helped them have done a fantastic job. We're also, however, in the midst of 2 significant outbreaks locally. All bus services were suspended in Lewis and Harris on Saturday, and there was some disruption to the Stornoway Allpool ferry due to a positive test. So can I ask the First Minister, what steps are being taken to ensure the safety of key transport workers in similar situations around the country?
Minister.
Well, there are and should continue to be a range of mitigations in place on public transport, and it's very important that those are robustly applied and monitored. In terms of vaccination, once we've offered vaccination to the priority groups 1 to 9, we will then continue to follow JCVI advice by inviting adults under 50 to come forward in age cohorts. That's supported by evidence that the risk of hospitalisation and critical care admission with COVID increases with age. So those at highest risk of hospitalisation outside of cohorts 1 to 9 will be those in the 40 to 49-year-old age groups. The other point here that I think it is important to make is that this is also the approach to vaccination that will allow us to vaccinate everybody most quickly. Logistically, if we were to take an approach that had to then try to identify people within different professions and occupations as opposed to identifying people on the basis of age, it would take longer to do that. So we will get through the whole adult population if we do it methodically by age cohort, and we will also have the biggest impact on illness and hospitalisations and death if we do it that way too.
Thank you. Oliver Mundell to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I have had concerns raised with me that vaccination teams in Dumfries and Galloway have been asked to slow down in order to let other areas of Scotland catch up. Can the First Minister confirm if the Scottish Government approved this request, and can she explain why vaccination rates could vary so significantly as to require this?
First Minister.
I am certainly not aware of that, and I'd be astonished if that was the case. I mean, you know, I know there's political divisions between different parties, but what possible interest do I or anybody else in the Scottish Government have in slowing down vaccination in any part of the country? I mean, it really doesn't make any sense. The rate, if there has been a slowing down, which there will have been in the past couple of weeks, if Oliver Mundell has been listening, he will know the answer to that. That has been because supplies have dipped. So that slowdown has happened across the country as supplies increase. In fact, it's happened across the whole UK. As that supply increases again from the middle of this month onwards, the daily rate of vaccination will increase as well. And as I said to Daniel Johnson, I think a moment or two ago, there will be geographic variations and that will sometimes be geographic. There are parts of the country, of course, that a few weeks ago were hit more than others with severe weather. So there will be some reasons why some parts of the country are slightly above average, some parts are slightly below average, but all parts of the country are ahead of where we, in our wildest dreams, would have hoped to be at this stage. This vaccination programme is going really well in all parts of the country, and we should be thankful to vaccinators across the length and breadth of Scotland for that.
Thank you, Stuart McMillan to be followed by Pauline McNeill.
Finance Secretary's recent announcement that hospitality businesses will pay no rates for 12 months, whilst the UK Government only committed to 3 months. Can the First Minister confirm that this SNP Government will honour that commitment to those hospitality and tourism businesses, so they will pay no rates for 12 months?
First Minister.
Yes, I can confirm that, assuming, of course, the Parliament votes for the budget later this afternoon. But the budget will ensure that retail, hospitality, leisure and aviation businesses will pay no rates, at least those businesses in Scotland will pay no rates during 2021-22. That will save ratepayers an estimated £719 million, and it responds to the key request that was made by the business community. In addition to that, of course, we have the lowest poundage in the UK, including an unprecedented reduction in the poundage mid-revaluation, returning it to pre-COVID levels, which will save Scottish businesses over £120 million compared with our previously published plans.
Thank you. Pauline McNeill to be followed by John Scott.
Further to the question asked by Joan McAlpine, MSPs heard on Friday that 20% of wedding venue owners had suicidal thoughts at the situation that they faced when they were surveyed. The industry outlined they had real concerns of the thousands of cancellations in the last few weeks. But they did say that the industry could bounce back quickly if they got the right help. Could I ask First Minister, in your discussions with the industry about a recovery plan, could the recovery plan focus on specifically saving those venues from going bust? Because if we don't do that, then the many couples who've cancelled their weddings would not be able to rebook. And I think it's really important for the industry going forward.
First Minister.
Well, that will be a focus of ongoing support in different sectors for as long as that is needed, and I will make sure that is fed into the discussions that are ongoing with the wedding sector. But the most important thing we're trying to do is get businesses back trading, and that includes weddings with wedding receptions. It may be that for a period there are still some limitations on numbers, but we want to try to get back to normality there, just as we do everywhere else, as quickly as possible. Obviously for the benefit of the wedding sector, but also for the benefit of all these people across the country who want to get married and haven't been able to do so so far because of COVID.
Thank you. John Scott, to be followed by Neil Findlay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, long COVID appears to be an emerging and growing problem, and perhaps the First Minister could tell us how many cases there are in Scotland. Could the First Minister also tell us what measures the Scottish Government put in place to deal with long COVID, both in hospitals and in the community? And will additional financial resources be made available to both health boards and local authorities to support those unfortunate enough to have contracted long COVID if required?
First Minister.
Well, I can't answer definitively. I'll check whether we do have an estimated number of this for this, but I can't answer right now definitively how many people have long COVID, partly because we don't yet fully understand what it is, how it manifests, and how long long COVID turns out to be. The key thing that the Scottish Government is doing, as well as supporting health boards to make sure that there are services available for people presenting with the symptoms that appear to be indicative of long COVID, is investing in a lot of research work to try to better understand what it is, how it affects patients, and therefore what kind of specialisms might be required longer term to deal with it. So this is an extensive programme of work, and one that I expect we will be committed to for some time to come.
Thank you. And Neil Findlay.
West Lothian is consistently behind in vaccination rates, has been from the very beginning. Can I ask the First Minister what additional resources are being put in to try and increase the levels of vaccination in the area?
First Minister.
Well, all health boards have access to the same resources to get on with vaccination. I repeat the answer I've given before. I'm not aware of particular issues in West Lothian. I'll happily ask the Health Secretary to look into that. But all health boards are progressing well with vaccination, and the progress of the vaccination programme is beyond what we anticipated earlier this year. And there is a lot of focus from government, from health boards, local authorities and vaccination teams across the country to make sure that that progress continues.
Thank you very much. And that concludes that item of business. There will be a short pause before we move on. Short pause.
Thank you very much. The next item of business is a debate on motion 24300 in the name of Gillian Martin on the climate change plan. Can I invite members who wish to speak in this debate to press the request to speak buttons now? And I call on Gillian Martin to speak to and move the motion on behalf of the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I move the motion in my name. As convener of the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee, I welcome the opportunity to highlight the committee's recent report on the updated climate change plan and move the motion on behalf of the 4 committees that have jointly considered the plan. This collaborative scrutiny and the need for immediate action across a broad range of Cabinet Secretary and committee remits demonstrates the cross-cutting and integrated nature of effective climate policy action and scrutiny. It's an approach that must continue if we are to realise our ambitions. That scrutiny process has been informed by the invaluable contributions of experts, stakeholders and communities from across Scotland, and has been underpinned by our committee's work on a green recovery, and I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to our inquiry. Today represents an important opportunity to reflect on the strengths of the updated plan and to highlight some improvements needed to turn it into a credible and ambitious blueprint for Scotland's future. Our unanimously agreed report contains several action-focused recommendations, and we expect the Scottish Government to take these forward, together with those of the other committees, to deliver a final plan that we can all have confidence in. Sir David Attenborough recently told a virtual gathering of the UN Security Council that, and I quote, "Climate change is the biggest threat modern humans have ever faced." How we respond now will determine the world that our children and our grandchildren inherit. Parliament recognised the urgency of the situation in approving legislation that set new and ambitious targets, and it's clear that we need to increase and accelerate our action in the near term to meet them. Doing so offers clear potential for innovation, jobs, the economy, the environment, and for the well-being of the people of Scotland and beyond. We want to see Scotland at the forefront in exploring, developing and investing in these opportunities and in the technology that will help us reach our ambitious targets. That's why the updated plan must set the foundation and pathways for increased action across society. The committee recognises that we have very challenging targets and that the plan update has been prepared in challenging times. There's a significant level of support for the scale of the proposed emissions reductions and the overall ambition set out in the updated plan. In particular, we welcome the strengthened focus on cross-sectoral working and the inclusion of the coordinated approach, an approach that our committee has called for many years. However, we heard from our correspondents that detail on how to reach that ambition was lacking, and that concerns were raised over the achievability of the plan as set out. Major action and transformational change across all sectors and all parts of society is now urgently required to reflect the nature of the climate emergency, meet our Climate Change Act ambition, and to capture the immediate opportunities of a green recovery. We need to tackle the implementation gap, where solutions have already been identified but not so far applied. And we must capture and lock in positive behaviours and to build resilience through valuing nature more. Underpinning this all, we must focus on people, innovation, skills and jobs. The pandemic has shown that we can act boldly and quickly in the face of a crisis. But, as David Attenborough says, climate change is the biggest crisis facing humanity today, and our response must reflect that. Let me now move on to our recommendations, including those on the modelling and evidence used, the balance of effort across sectors, sectoral plans and governance arrangements, and on behaviour change. The committee has called on the Scottish Government to demonstrate how the policies and proposals deliver the envelopes presented for each sector. Understanding the relative emissions abatement significance of the policies and proposals is key to supporting the implementation of the plan, and this enables potential risks and deficiencies to be identified and corrected. We've also called for better clarity on the timescales associated with policy and proposal commitments in the plan to develop, consult, research or explore particular measures. The timescales should reflect the urgent nature of the climate emergency and the immediate opportunities to progress our green recovery. We would also like a review on the assumptions underpinning the plan, particularly the abatement attributed to negative emission technologies, or NETs. Given the uncertainties associated with this, we've called on the Scottish Government to set out an alternative plan for how equivalent abatement could be achieved. And we've also asked for greater detail on how the policies and proposals across all sectors reflect the opportunities and implications associated with just transition and green recovery, taking into account regional considerations. We've also recommended that the final updated plan must take a more integrated approach to cutting emissions across agriculture and land use, recognising that both depend on the management of a single resource, and that these sectors are expected to become more closely aligned in policy and practice. The detail of our report makes clear and detailed recommendations across a range of other areas, including in waste and the circular economy, nature-based solutions and blue carbon. Now, the committee recognises that what we're debating today is an updated plan, and time for scrutiny has been tight, and updates are never going to be as comprehensive or detailed as a complete new plan. But I'd like to now look forward to the fourth climate change plan. First of all, stakeholders and the Parliament do need ample time to consider the detail contained in a new climate change plan, and the committee therefore calls on the Government to lay the next full climate change plan in Parliament by the end of 2023. And that will ensure that there is sufficient time for full stakeholder and parliamentary consideration before finalisation and publication of the fourth climate change plan in 2024. Now, this will be the last debate led by the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform in this parliamentary session, and it's fair to say that's the culmination of a very heavy work schedule in this session. It's been a privilege to convene a committee dealing with such vital work, and I'd like to pay tribute to the extremely hard work of the committee clerks and our Spice Research colleagues. And we also have two long-serving members of the committee retiring and making their last speeches today. That's Stuart Stevenson and Angus MacDonald. And I'd like to put on record my best wishes and thanks to them, as well as all the members who have served with such dedication on the committee throughout this session. And it's sad today that today was potentially the Cabinet Secretary's last debate as well, and she's unable to be here, but I wish her a speedy recovery and thank her for the constructive way she's worked with our committee and for her many years of public service, not least in her stewardship in protecting the environment and tackling climate change. Both our committee members and the Cabinet Secretary know that there is no precedent in human history for the speed and scale of change needed to tackle climate change and reduce harmful emissions. The changes highlighted across 4 parliamentary committees who have come together today will help to ensure that the final updated climate change plan proves an effective response to the current challenges, and our recommendations should help provide a springboard for the swift action needed to tackle climate change and to deliver a truly green recovery for Scotland, a recovery where no one is left behind, and it's only by committing to significant action today that we can build a better Scotland for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Edward Mountain to speak on behalf of the Rural Economy and Connectivity Committee. 6 minutes, Mr Mountain, to be followed by James Dornan.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer. As convener of the Rural Economy and Connectivity Committee, I'm pleased to contribute to this debate. We took evidence for the climate change plan during January and February of this year, and the committee's call for written evidence produced a good level of responses. I'm grateful to all those who contributed to the scrutiny process. Now, we wrote to the Scottish Ministers on the 4th of March, setting out a series of specific recommendations for improvement of the plan in areas covered by the committee's remit. Our work has been particularly important given that transport and agriculture sectors are the highest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions in Scotland. On transport emissions, the objective of reducing transport emissions by 41% between 2020 and 2023 is certainly ambitious, particularly since these have not fallen over the last decade. Indeed, many stakeholders expressed doubt that this objective was achievable. To address these concerns, the committee has called on the Scottish Government to introduce enhanced monitoring, increased interim targets, and much greater clarity regarding the alignment of specific transport policy measures with the timescale for achieving the reduction in transport emissions. Probably the most significant transport-related element of the CCPU is the target to reduce car kilometres by 20% by 2030. The UK Climate Change Committee told us that even in its most ambitious assessment, it could not identify a set of policy measures that would achieve this level of reduction. Furthermore, the REC Committee has emphasised that particular challenges faced by remote and rural areas of Scotland in reducing car kilometres, given the limited availability of public transport and the slow rollout of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in these areas. Policy measures in the forthcoming route map for meeting this target will therefore need to be extremely ambitious and realistic in addressing these specific challenges. On electric vehicles, the planned phase out of new petrol and diesel vehicles, cars and vans, to be achieved. It is critically important to address the current grid capacity constraints. The committee is urging the Scottish Government to set out a timescale for the complete phase-out of hybrid vehicles as well. On freight transport, we have heard evidence of the huge opportunity for reducing carbon emissions in freight transport by shifting from road to rail. We're therefore disappointed by a lack of emphasis on this in the plan and of addressing freight transport and harnessing that opportunity. On active travel, the increasing need to encourage active travel must be a key future priority, although I note that certain previous targets on active travel have been missed by a significant amount. We must therefore ensure that growth in active travel during the COVID-19 pandemic is embedded in the long-term psyche of the people of Scotland. On new rural policy, agricultural stakeholders have highlighted the lack of urgency in the timetable for bringing forward a new rural policy for Scotland and in rolling out regional land use partnerships. For planned reductions in carbon emissions from the agricultural sector to be achieved, these timescales must be significantly accelerated. On data research, training and advice, many... Yes, I will.
John Scott.
I thank Edward Mountain for taking an intervention and declaring an interest as a farmer. Would Edward Mountain agree with me that there's a huge willingness across Scotland in both the transport and agricultural sector to meet these challenges? However, would he also agree with me that there's a huge need for knowledge transfer for those who know how to make this work to those who will have to make this work? And that is a gap in the provision at the moment that needs to be filled.
Edward Mountain.
I thank Mr Scott for that intervention and timely reminding me as a farmer I should also declare my interest in the fact that I want to see farming move forward. And I would like to say that Mr Scott is entirely right, because farmers need to be supported through the appropriately funded expansion of the Farm Advisory Service. In particular, we need to look at how we can increase the take-up of carbon audits quickly and significantly. On forestry, the UK Climate Change Committee gave notable praise to the targets and accompanying action plan for forestry. Our committee has concluded to maximise the environmental benefits of planting new woodlands. A 50-50 split between native and commercial species must be sustained in the long term. Beyond the current target of planting 18,000 hectares of new woodland annually by 2025, there is scope to achieve a longer-term target of 24,000 hectares per year, and the Scottish Government should develop a workable plan to achieve that goal. Sorry, Mr Lyle, did you want to interrupt?
Yes, Richard Lyle.
I actually wonder what England is doing, because I noticed that Scotland planted 80% of the total and England only planted 20% of the total.
Edward Mountain.
And Mr Lyle makes an important intervention if he was in the UK Parliament. We are in the Scottish Parliament and I will concentrate on the Scottish Climate Plan. So turning to food, stakeholders emphasise the importance of taking a whole food system approach to cutting emissions in the agriculture sector. The delayed Good Food Nation Bill would have provided an important framework for such an integrated approach, and this bill now needs to be brought forward urgently and no later than before the end of 2021. Now, Presiding Officer, in this brief summary, some of the key recommendations from the Rural Economy and Connectivity Committee, and I hope the Scottish Government will give careful consideration to all the committee's recommendations. Presiding Officer, before I go, I will finish on this particular subject. The convener of the Eclair Committee mentioned that she was losing some members from her committee who had contributed. I too share losing Angus MacDonald and Stuart Stevenson, but I also will be sad to see Maureen Watt, Richard Lyle and John Finney go. as well as Peter Chapman. So I have perhaps been more remiss than the convener of the REC committee, the Clare committee, because I have lost more members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on James Dornan to speak on behalf of the Local Government and Communities Committee, to be followed by Willie Coffey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I welcome the opportunity to talk on behalf of the Local Government and Communities Committee about the draft Climate Change Plan update. Initially, we agreed to focus on the buildings chapter within the updated plan, and this centred around planning and building. Our scrutiny also looked at how local government plays a role in helping achieve the target. I'd like to take this opportunity to give my thanks to the committee's clerking team and to those who have given us written and oral evidence. And I also pay my tribute to the work of the fellow committees that scrutinised the updated plan who we are hearing from today. And I hope that there's none of my committee members that are leaving that I've forgotten to wish well in the future. I will point out that the committee took evidence before the Scottish Government released their draft heat and building strategy published in February. The strategy does shed light on some of the issues raised by the updated plan. I also note the ongoing pandemic contributed to the delay in its publication. The breadth of ambition set out in the proposals, whilst recognised as challenging, is also one of the main strengths of the update. The proposals were well received and supported by our witnesses. However, we did hear that the updated plan lacked detail. Stakeholders and the public need to understand the stepping stones required to guide them towards the outcomes. Bringing down heat emissions from building is a challenging task, and the public play a vital role in tackling this. Clear, effective communication will help drive the behavioural change we need to see home by home. The committee welcomes the government's commitment to implement a public engagement strategy for heat decarbonisation. We believe people should feel informed and empowered, and that they can be part of the solution. The update states that the Scottish Government will introduce a standard requiring all new homes rented from 2024 to use zero emissions heating. But we hear of a time lag existing from when new regulations are introduced to when they start to have the effect on the ground. We've asked the Scottish Government to respond to views we heard that the date of the implementation of this standard should be brought forward to 2022. We understand a high percentage of modern buildings are failing to meet the minimum building standards regulations, and the current design life of a new home build is approximately 60 years. For past generations built home to last 100 and 200 years. We heard a proposal for a building's MOT for new builds, with emissions monitored at least every 5 years. The committee asked the Scottish Government to clarify what other opportunities are available to tighten up building standards and to ensure we build durable buildings. We understand the updated plan does not consider embodied energy. This is the total carbon footprint involved in construction or refurbishment, adding up the impact of labour, cement, steel, wood or other materials used, and all related transport impacts measured in carbon. The committee would be interested to know if the updated plan takes account of embodied energy costs. Once it is agreed that reducing the carbon footprint of existing homes is one of the biggest challenges under the plan. Scotland has a diverse range of homes, and much of this is older housing stock. Houses in rural areas bring particular challenges. We heard rural buildings are often seen as too difficult, too expensive, too hard or too complicated. With this comes the need for increased financial support, and we therefore welcome proposals to extend financial support in rural areas. We ask for more details on how homeowners will be incentivised and persuaded that improvements are in their interest. The committee also believes more detail is needed in the practicalities of rolling out improvements across Scotland's diverse housing stock. We heard evidence of improvements to homes which in fact made living conditions worse. We recognise introducing improvements as a developing discipline. However, witnesses welcome the emphasis on training and upskilling in the updated plan. The committee believes sharing good practice is essential to progress in this area. Scotland has around 800,000 tenement buildings, and we've noted the Scottish Government is committed to these tenements reaching a good level of energy efficiency. However, we believe law on common repairs in tenements must be reformed to help expedite interventions that will improve energy efficiency. We were disappointed to note that the 255-page plan has only one page expressly dedicated to planning. We were told the plan misses the point about the role of place. how people travel between and use those building accounts for a larger amount of green gas emissions than the buildings themselves. The committee therefore supports calls for a national policy focus on place, well-being and the delivery of related policy goods. We heard the current planning system must be adapted for it to become more reactive and a mechanism for flexible dialogue between the people, the developers and government. We recommend local authorities must be supported to provide effective public engagement and planning. As the nation moves towards a net zero society, the crucial role of local government in coordinating communities and public life must be recognised. We heard there's a need to upskill staff across all local authorities. This means not only funding, but also increased organisational capacity to meet this challenge. We've asked for a local government training strategy to upskill the workforce. And we welcome the commitment to work with local government to design solutions tailored to their circumstances. However, we also ask the government to consider increased flexibility of funding to also allow each local authority to meet the needs unique to their area in relation to decarbonisation. And finally, Presiding Officer, I look forward now to hearing the Ministers and the Cabinet Secretaries respond to the points raised by all committees and hope that many of these challenges will be addressed in the next parliamentary session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Willie Coffey to speak on behalf of the Economy, Energy and Fair Work Committee, to be followed by Ben McPherson.
Thanks very much, Presiding Officer, and I'm pleased to be speaking today on behalf of my committee. We considered three aspects of the climate change plan update: electricity, industry and nets. That's the negative emissions technologies that have been mentioned earlier. I'd like to highlight a handful of points under each of these headings, if I may. First of all, I want to say something about an earlier piece of work that we did, because we reported on the findings of our energy inquiry last summer, and I believe the idea of the energy quadrilemma warrants repeating in this debate. It's crucial, we were told, to strike a balance between a quartet of potentially competing factors, those being climate change, security of supply, affordability and public acceptability, which basically means we should be asking ourselves where our energy comes from, how we use it, how responsible we are for what we consume. The aim here, of course, is to reduce carbon emissions and choose the best options available for us to achieve that. Scotland has almost halved its greenhouse gas emissions in 30 years, and that's really pretty good going. Now we just need to do it again in the next 11. That comes with challenges, Presiding Officer, but it brings opportunities too. The challenges for electricity take the form of planning, grid connection and charging. However, we have a number of comparative advantages as well. We have the workforce with oil and gas and renewables. We have natural assets, wind, hydroelectric, wave and tidal power. And we also have policy momentum with COP26 taking place in Glasgow later in the year. Key point from our evidence was the importance of alignment. Otherwise, we reduce the chances of renewable energy contributing to a green recovery. Now, a year ago, 3 of our committee members visited Orkney for our energy inquiry and witnessed the integration of generation, use and storage in the form of the Reflex project. What we would like to see now in terms of monitoring is a tool within the annual energy statement. And we suggest that statement could be a standalone document, one that can show progress made in a meaningful, prominent and accessible way for policymakers, parliamentarians and the public too. When it came to industry, Presiding Officer, it was disappointing not to hear directly from INEOS. The company is such a significant player in the sector. That was not to be, but we did hear on its behalf from the Chemical Industries Association. Now, they told us about the high operational costs of decarbonising, and they were blunt about the risks of carbon leakage. Leakage not in the technical sense, but the potential economic loss if businesses and jobs or to move elsewhere. That is just the economics of it, they reminded us. We recommend, therefore, that the Scottish Government prioritise this aspect of its policy around incentive, support and competitiveness, and that it continues to work in partnership with the industry. We also encourage our successor committee next session focus on industrial decarbonisation. Third and final strand of our work, Presiding Officer, was on negative emissions technologies. These are technologies that can permanently remove carbon from the atmosphere, and it's fair to say expectations on this front are ambitious. Chris Stark reckoned what was being set out by the Scottish Government was entirely feasible, but subject to there being significant investment and political and commercial willpower. He said that developments would have to happen at scale and a Scottish site needed to be established by 2029. We were told Scotland has the geology, the skills and the infrastructure, and so we're well placed to lead on this. However, some of our evidence voiced concern at what was seen as the lack of an alternative strategy. Our Minister, Mr Wheelhouse, sought to balance risks and rewards between government, industry and consumers, and he spoke of a place-based approach. A number of witnesses said the cost of decarbonisation should be spread fairly across society, and Mr Wheelhouse stressed the importance of partnership working. He praised initiatives such as the Grangemouth Future Industry Board, the Scottish Industrial Decarbonisation Partnership, and the North East Carbon Capture, Usage and Storage Initiative, or NECUS to its friends. But our committee welcomes the importance placed upon these partnerships. Business and community buy-in must be an essential part of our plans, but we would like to see a little more detail on the 2032 target for gross emissions. And we recommend the Scottish Government prepare and publish an industrial roadmap that will take us there. So these were just a few of our own findings, Presiding Officer, and I hope they chime with the findings of our other committees, and I look forward to hearing more later this afternoon, and of course hearing from the Government as the debate winds up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Ben McPherson on behalf of the Scottish Government, to be followed by Liz Smith.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer, and I am also glad to speak in this important debate on the Climate Change Plan update, and also thank the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee for sponsoring today's debate, and for all the committees that have been involved in the scrutiny process, and indeed for 4 important speeches from the conveners this afternoon. Firstly, as Gillian Martin alluded to, I would like to start by acknowledging that the Cabinet Secretary is unfortunately unable to be here, having been unwell recently. But don't worry, for clarity, it's not COVID. Rosanna, more than anyone, will be suitably annoyed at having to miss Parliament, not just because this might well have been her final debate and speeches before her retirement, but because the Climate Change Plan update is something she has championed for the last few years. Her commitment to delivering on our ambitious targets is second to none, and so, although she cannot be here today, I think the whole chamber would acknowledge the contribution she has made to getting us this far. Presiding Officer, Scotland has made great progress in reducing our emissions. The Committee on Climate Change recently highlighted that we have decarbonised faster than the rest of the UK and any G20 economy since 2008. In 2019, we enshrined in law world-leading targets, including net zero emissions by 2045, and committed to update the 2018 Climate Change Plan. However, none of us could have imagined back then the circumstances in which this update would be published. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on lives and livelihoods across Scotland, as we know. However, there are brighter times ahead. And out of the pandemic, we must secure a green recovery and a just transition to net zero. Because, of course, the global climate emergency has not gone away. If anything, it has become an even more pressing issue. And it reminds me of when I was in China in 2003, when the first SARS pandemic hit. And I heard a saying that was, the virus is the greatest concern to humankind, except for humankind itself. And I think that really epitomises the situation that we're in now with regard to our focus on the climate emergency as well as the pandemic. The plan we're considering today, the plan update, sets an ambitious path to meet Scotland's targets up to 2032, including 100 new policies, in line with the requirements of Section 36 of the Climate Change Act. The policy package was also designed to make up for the excess emissions that arose from the missed 2017 and 2018 annual targets. The plan update was signed by all Cabinet Secretaries, the whole of the Cabinet, reflecting the cross-government approach recommended by the ECCLR Committee. Furthermore, our new coordinated approach chapter accounts for the interlinkages between sectors. And given the complexities involved, the plan update commits to learning by doing, as recommended by our stakeholders. It refreshes the monitoring framework from the 2018 plan, and annual reporting to Parliament on progress will begin in May. We have also included an additional sector chapter for negative emissions technologies, which reflects our recognition, in line with the advice of the CCC, that these technologies will be essential. Most importantly, though, our new and boosted policies and proposals will reduce emissions across all sectors. Indeed, while giving evidence at committee, Chris Stark of the CCC said that the plan update is really impressive in breadth, noting there is no UK equivalent. The transition to net zero will require many transformational shifts that need to take place in the next decade. Therefore, the plan update commits us to significant immediate action. For example, our farmer-led groups will secure uptake of low-emissions farming measures. We are rapidly implementing the beef sector group's recommendations, and the groups on arable, dairy and hill, upland and crofting are aiming to report in the spring. Last month, we announced our regional land use partnership pilot regions to optimise land use in a fair and inclusive way, and we have also increased our ambition with regards to nature-based solutions, with targets to restore 20,000 hectares of peatland per annum and increase new woodland creation by 50% by 2025. Furthermore, we will reduce car kilometres by 20% by 2030 and will seek to publish a strategy on this later this year. We will also ensure that by 2030, half of our homes have transitioned to low and zero carbon heating systems, with the recent Heat and Buildings strategy laying out our delivery plans in more detail. And in the waste sector, we will reduce food waste by 33% by 2025. The commitments in the plan update are backed up by record levels of funding, including £1.9 billion announced in the budget. This includes the first £165 million of our low-carbon fund, with £14 million for the Green Jobs Fund, £25 million for bus priority infrastructure and £15 million for zero-emissions buses. We also recently published our infrastructure investment plan, supporting an inclusive net zero carbon economy and detailing over £26 billion of major projects and large programmes. And the publication of the plan update, of course, comes at a timely moment for climate action worldwide. Ahead of COP26 in Glasgow, we have the opportunity to showcase Scotland's world-leading approach to climate change, and we will use COP26 to help drive tangible international climate action. Presiding Officer, colleagues, though there will undoubtedly be uncertainties as we transition to net zero, technological advances, the limits of devolution, and the need to ensure a just transition, we are confident that the plan update provides a credible pathway to meeting our targets. It sends out a clear statement of intent, providing greater certainty for all parts of society to contribute further to mitigating climate change. I want to thank the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform Committee for their report and recommendations, alongside those of the Rural Economy and Connectivity Committee, the Economy, Energy and Fair Work Committee and the Local Government and Communities Committee. This progress is invaluable. We, the Scottish Government, will consider this advice and respond in due course, bearing in mind that there is an urgent need to finalise the plan update so that we can focus on the implementation of its policies and deliver our targets, including reducing emissions by 75% by 2030. We therefore plan to finalise the current plan update before recess. We will then look for opportunities to integrate additional policies into our overall package in due course, and this includes any new policies in response to our full consideration of the committee's recommendations, as well as the outcome of our review into the impact of technological updates to the measurement of emissions from wetlands. And ministers will make a statement in June following the publication of the next set of greenhouse gas emission statistics, and we will look for other opportunities to keep Parliament informed of our approach. So, Presiding Officer, I hope what I've said is useful in setting out the Scottish Government's positions and approach, and we look forward to continuing to work with fellow MSPs and others, and I look forward to the rest of today's debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Liz Smith to be followed by Claudia Beaming.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I begin by offering the good wishes from the Conservatives for a very speedy recovery to Rosanna Cunningham. But can I also say, given that this would have been her last debate, that I also would like to pay tribute to her over a long period of time. We come from extremely different political stables, as I think everybody knows, but we've been adversaries in Perthshire for quite some time. She is a formidable politician, and I think she's given great service to both Westminster and to Holyrood over the time. So I wish her a very happy retirement. Deputy Presiding Officer, I think we would all accept that this has been all too easy during the pandemic to forget about the enormity of the challenge which we face when it comes to tackling climate change. And it is the scale of that challenge, together with the worryingly short timescales, which has focused the minds of several committees in this chamber over recent months. And it is also why the report is fairly blunt from the Eclair Committee in its analysis of the work that the next Parliament will have to do. Chris Stark, who's already been mentioned, is definitely one of the most respected advisers on climate change, and he described the Scottish Government's ambitions as being on, and I quote, the fringes of credibility. And I agree with Chris Stark on that point, but that's not to say that the Scottish Government's ambitions are wrong. Far from it. But there are serious question marks over the deliverability of certain key targets, most especially if we look at some of the SNP's most recent record. So it is that question over deliverability which we will be concentrating on in this debate. There are key issues which need to be addressed if Scotland, when it comes to COP26 in a few months' time, is going to be able to demonstrate that she is a world leader when it comes to addressing climate change. Firstly, the strong message coming from many of the witnesses that we heard, and which is highlighted by the Eclair Committee, is that much more has to be done to drive a holistic policy approach, the one that was described by the Minister. Too much of the climate change debate has been taking place within different silos, perhaps that's understandable, and I provide just 3 examples of that. Firstly, we know that there have been very significant differences in progress to net zero within the 8 sectors. For example, the water industry and domestic heat and buildings have been doing very well, but transport much less so. Has enough been done to ascertain why certain sectors have been making more progress than others? Probably not, although I do accept the Cabinet Secretary's recent remarks that some of the difference was down to the different pace of technological change. That's a fair comment, but it is not the whole story. For example, if we accept that green transport is a key priority, and I've heard the Cabinet Secretary say this many times, particularly in relation to buses, then I do question why the SNP would decide to cut 33 million out of this year's rail infrastructure budget. That doesn't make sense to me. Secondly, we heard quite a lot of criticism at committee about the absence of a universal approach to regional land partnerships, something which has consistently been raised by the NFUS. They felt that there was too much of a disjointed approach to agriculture and forestry and questioned why the regional land partnerships policy had to be on a pilot basis only, when it's quite clear that there has been very successful elsewhere, delivering substantial improvements in biodiversity and financial economies of scale. And thirdly, concerns have been raised about the ability to link urban and rural policy. Several witnesses made the point that they felt climate change plan did not reflect the needs of different regions sufficiently well, and I think that's something we need to address as soon as possible. Without any question, priority has to be placed on the introduction of the Circular Economy Bill promised by the SNP as a flagship piece of legislation. That bill is absolutely critical to the climate change plan, so it was disappointing that it had to be delayed, and I'm sure my colleague Maurice Golden will say a bit more about this in his summing up. Let me turn now to what I see as some of the more difficult and pressing challenges we face, challenges with which the Eclair Committee has been wrestling over recent weeks. Firstly, there is the issue of behaviour change and how easy it will be to deliver this change with the encouragement and incentives rather than by more punitive measures. We all know that consumer behaviour has to change if we are to hit more climate change targets. And we may already, but there is an awful lot more to be done. And that's where I think things get difficult. To what extent, for example, should we be taxing consumers in order to effect the changes that we want to see? To what extent should government dictate to us what expectations there are on consumer behaviour? And to what extent should economic policy become more statist in its approach? Should there be continuing conflicts between the private and public sectors? These are all very complex issues, raising questions about tax revenues, procurement, indeed the role of government in society, and we can't run away from them. The committee has touched on most of these issues, but I do think that the next Parliament is going to have to take this forward. Secondly, there is the issue of striking a balance, and nowhere is this more important in our approach to nature. We should acknowledge the huge progress that has been made in many respects, and I pay tribute to the Cabinet Secretary again for her own efforts, particularly with peatlands. But there are some very worrying features of this debate too, and I will put on record here my very deep-seated concern at the way that a small minority of so-called environmentalists have attacked many whose lifeblood is the countryside. The recent attacks on gamekeepers, on gillies, on stalkers, for doing their job in maintaining and enhancing our countryside have been reprehensible, just as have been the comments from a small minority who quite clearly ignore our responsibility to outlaw raptor crime. The approaches of these small but nonetheless very vocal minorities are born out of prejudice and ignorance, and I deplore the lack of reasoned debate, often flouting the available evidence about the activities they undertake, most especially those when they have done so much to improve biodiversity. The same is true for the stewardship of our beauty spots. Scotland is so rich in its natural assets, and if there has been any silver lining within the very dark COVID cloud, it is that many people want to enjoy them. But that comes with responsibility, and that means much tougher action to weed out the fly tippers, the litter louts and the antisocial campers. Presiding Officer, the scale of the climate change challenge we face is immense. And I wonder sometimes if this Parliament, if we've been devoting enough time in the Chamber to debating climate change policy. I appreciate that the pandemic has made similar demands on debating time, but I look at some of the debates that we've had and I wonder just if we've got our priorities right. A debate about which flags we fly outside this building would surely have been one of them that we could have done without. And so I hope in the next Parliament we will be able to prioritise much more on climate change, far more than has been the case in this Parliament.
Thank you very much. I now call Claudia Beamish to be followed by Liam MacArthur.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I start by wishing the Cabinet Secretary well, as others have already, in every sense of the word. It is indeed unfortunate that she cannot be here to take part in today's debate, it possibly being her last, and I pay Scottish Labour's respects to her long-standing contribution to this brief. I also want to wish Sarah Boyack well in her new post as our spokesperson for climate change, environment and land reform. May I say that her acumen and experience, in my view, on all these fundamentally significant issues will serve Scotland well. Today she will be focusing on the role of local government leadership and funding. Richard Leonard will tackle the issue of just transition and jobs, and probably, I hope as well, how the skills strategy is vital. We must not miss the opportunities as we slowly move out of COVID. We are indeed in a declared climate emergency and a nature emergency which is inextricably linked to this. There is an urgent need for rapid, clearly planned action across all sectors to meet the 2030 targets fairly, but the Scottish Government simply is not clear enough on the detail of many of its policies. I and other members will come to this from both committee and party perspectives, and indeed some have already. However, I want to start by focusing on the global imperative. Today, at the Eclair Committee, of which I'm a member, we took evidence from the Scottish Government team working on Scotland's involvement in the Glasgow Summit, COP26. I want to make some brief comments about this opportunity and stress how fundamentally important the framing is. This is fundamentally our collective deliberations about the climate change plan. But I have to say that the Climate Change Act of 2019 was strengthened by some of Scottish Labour's amendments and those of others in relation to the Global South and our responsibility as a developed nation to pay our fair share. And also there was an expectation in the Act that how to reference the regard to the climate justice principle. And vitally, I quote from the Act, proposals and policies for supporting, including by sharing of expertise and technology, action in developing countries to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases and adapt to the effect of climate change. And I'm going to quote from one of our comments from the Eclair Committee, of which I'm a member. While the committee recognises it is an update to the 2018 climate change plan and therefore we're not legally bound to incorporate the requirements set out in the Act, the committee expected the Scottish Government would seek to reflect these provisions as far as it was possible to do so. The committee is concerned that the draft climate change plan update does not include a number of these actions as identified in the 2019 Act. I hope the Minister will take note of this today and these concerns will be expressed in the final updated plan. I now turn to our recommendations on blue carbon. Our convener, Gillian Martin, in her letter to the Cabinet Secretary on the 4th of March on publication of our report, pointed out, and I quote, "The committee notes that the plan is now being prepared in the run-up to COP26 in November, where international emissions targets will be reviewed. Prior to this, I strongly ask that the Scottish Government push the case with the UK Government for the inclusion of blue carbon in the inventory, as per our recommendation from the committee 192. And I quote, it would appear to the committee that acting on the basis of the precautionary principle, taking a proactive approach to blue carbon and including it as part of the the climate change plan update would ensure that, Scotland makes early advances and secures multiple benefits in terms of carbon storage, securing biodiversity and supporting adaptation and resilience in many areas that are relatively simple, low-cost actions. And I hope the Minister and indeed the Cabinet Secretary will take this on board. She has shown robust leadership in the development of peatland action, and I hope that this will be the case with blue carbon as well. We don't have to wait. And a brief comment on peat to pass to the Cabinet Secretary, please. That our recommendation 162 provides further detail on the mechanisms that should be used to phase out the use of horticultural peat, on the assessment of how existing sites for peat extraction will impact on land use and that envelope, and emphasises a presumption against extensions to existing sites. I turn now to the issue of incineration and energy from waste, and I ask the Scottish Government to explore this issue with great care, as is highlighted by the committee. Our recommendation 129 states, review and coordinate the planning and procurement of incineration capacity to avoid lock-in. And I stress, it is, at its most simple, no more capacity, no more demand. And in a more positive vein, I turn to the circular economy, so important in the future of our jobs for Scotland and the climate change plan. And our 128 recommendation include a recommitment to the Circular Economy Bill to set out a framework for a transition to a circular economy. So, finally, Chris Stark, who I also refer to and greatly respect, suggested that while the Scottish ministers have responded to the principles the Climate Change Committee set out and to their recommendations. This does not go far enough, and the response needs to be framed to the economic crisis we are facing as we come out of the pandemic to ensure that we achieve a green recovery. So to this I would simply add, finally, the evidence of the global threat is stark. Let's do all we can here in Scotland to help keep temperatures below 1.5 degrees and lead by example in the run-up to COP26. A really robust climate change plan update with route maps in all sectors, underpinned by a just transition, could do just this. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Liam MacArthur to be followed by Mark Ruskell.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I offer my good wishes to all those members for whom this is their final parliamentary debate and share the disappointment that the Cabinet Secretary cannot be with us participating this afternoon. She has not only shown a commitment to the climate change, but as Liz Smith reminded us, has always been a minister who has been approachable and collaborative in her approach. And while I learnt the hard way the risks of taking an intervention from Stuart Stevenson, and I've not entirely forgiven him for redirecting one of Orkney's lifeline ferries off to Norway. I feel strangely privileged to be here for his final contribution and look forward to the remarkable word count that I'm sure he will appraise us of later on this afternoon. Deputy Presiding Officer, can I also offer thanks to all 4 committees for their diligence in robustly scrutinising this updated plan. The reports capture a vast amount of knowledge, expertise and experience from a wide range of witnesses, to whom I also offer thanks. As a result, today's debate, I think, can only really aspire to being a whistle-stop tour, but hopefully these reports provide reassurance that this Parliament recognises the importance, the urgency and the scale of the challenge at hand. Indeed, as the Local Government Committee observed, the word challenge hardly seems sufficient. I also find myself in agreement with the Eclair Committee colleagues in welcoming the greater emphasis in the updated plan of the role for nature-based solutions. This is something Scottish Liberal Democrats strongly support. For all the innovative technologies we must and will invest in, a diverse ecosystem offers the surest means of storing carbon and reducing emissions. Moreover, the potential for green job creation through restoration and management work is significant. RSPB estimate around 8,500 full-time equivalent jobs could be created, and this is an opportunity, therefore, that cannot be passed up. But the Eclair Committee also warned that 1 million hectares of peatland are degraded in some form or other. The committee goes on to express concern, quite rightly, that historically the Scottish Government has had greater success in reaching tree planting targets than reaching peatland restoration targets. I'm sure Mr Lyle will update us on the UK Government's performance there, but for obvious reasons, Presiding Officer, that needs to change. The lack of multi-year funding is perhaps a more recognised and well-established problem, and in the face of a climate emergency, we cannot miss targets and opportunities through an inability to plan, a lack of certainty and an overabundance of bureaucracy. Can I also associate myself with the important points made by the Local Government Committee colleagues about linking work to eradicate fuel poverty with efforts to reduce the carbon footprint of housing and buildings. This was a theme, of course, that was picked up during the passage recently of the Heat Networks Bill. Orkney is one of 7 local authorities with significantly higher fuel poverty and extreme fuel poverty rates well beyond the national average. Despite the government declaring energy efficiency a national priority before the last election, we seem no closer to addressing this persistent scar on so many of our communities. I'm pleased the committee underlined that retrofitting existing housing to reduce overall emissions would be one of the biggest challenges. It will be difficult in Orkney and other rural and island areas. For different reasons, it will be a tall order in our cities too. There are 800,000 tenement households across Scotland. Coordinating work to reduce emissions in this part of the housing stock will be, bluntly, a logistical nightmare. It will require clear communication from the government and accessible support services to help people make informed choices about the options available and how best to act. Unfortunately, as the Energy Saving Trust observed, quote, there is low general awareness among the population of the need to improve the energy efficiency of their homes and to switch away from conventional heating, as well as very low awareness of how people can take action. Without improving public awareness, the ambitions contained in the plan are at risk of just being a pipe dream. Indeed, Sam Foster told the committee that 95% of modern buildings fail to satisfy current minimum building standard regulations on energy efficiency. If anywhere close to accurate, this is a truly alarming statistic. The need for coherent, coordinated and focused change was a theme throughout each committee's work. This was perhaps exemplified during the Energy Committee's visit to Orkney, where members saw firsthand the value of taking a whole systems approach. I've spoken before about the impressive forward-thinking Reflex project underway in Orkney and of which I am now a member. Reflex will match what we can sustainably produce with what consumers actually need, and I wholeheartedly agree with the Energy Committee's call, and indeed Willie Coffey's call, for government to deliver on the lessons from that project. I referred earlier to the opportunities of job creation, and we see the potential for this in so many aspects of the fight against climate change. It will take time, of course, to build and adapt our workforce to meet the challenging demands, but people are raring to go, looking for opportunities and the right signals and support from government. The oil and gas sector is brimful of people with invaluable knowledge, skills and expertise. Many recognise the need to transition to sustainable alternatives. Indeed, Friends of the Earth found that 81% said they would consider switching to another sector. But as the Energy Committee heard in evidence, the experience of just transition hasn't been much felt on the ground to date. Job losses at key sites mean that, and I quote, the experience to date demonstrates that promises of green jobs and positive outcomes are easily broken without the concrete policy action to deliver. It shows the importance of having a climate change plan able to turn fine words into meaningful action. We need a route map for every sector and every area, costed, funded and realistic, not another list of excuses as to why work went elsewhere. And Deputy Presiding Officer, we can't start soon enough. Again, I welcome today's debate, thank the committees for their hard work and hope to be in a position to continue contributing to efforts to turn these aspirations into action. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Mark Ruskell, after which we will move to the open debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I start by joining other members in wishing Cabinet Secretary Rosanna Cunningham all the very best. I hope that she makes a speedy recovery and that she's able to join us again for the final days of this session of Parliament. And I'd also like to thank all of those who've given evidence throughout these inquiries on the Climate Change Plan update during what I think has been quite challenging times. And I'd also personally like to thank the clerks of the Aclara Committee and SPICE for their support given to myself and other colleagues over the last 5 years. There will not be a single legislature or government anywhere in the world that can say that they've done enough to tackle the climate emergency. And it is our moral duty to go faster and further, especially for the sake of those who will suffer the most but have contributed the least to causing this crisis. And in that context, Parliament was right to set an ambitious target of at least 75% cut in emissions by 2030, because these next 9 years will make or break the climate. But any idea that we could reach this target by simply creating a more energy-efficient version of 2020 is misguided. Halving emissions over the last 30 years was the start, but halving them again in the next 9 years requires a total change of mindset. It will require system change to tackle climate change, to make choices easier, from leaving the car at home to scrapping a gas boiler or reducing meat consumption. And this updated plan ducks many of those challenges because it is just an update, a stopgap. It doesn't fully answer the question that Parliament asked government about how it could achieve the 2030 target. The additional effort demanded by that target is simply divvied out to all sectors evenly, except farming and industry, who are largely let off. And the Cabinet Secretary admitted in committee that the update is not designed to be encyclopedic, but for the sake of the planet, at this point, it needs to be. And that's why I attempted to amend the bill, the climate bill, to require a full plan to be produced early on. But we'll now have to wait until 2023 for the real deal to hopefully emerge. The only area where the plan takes a leap of faith, and it's a huge leap of faith, is on technologies which could extend the life of the oil and gas sector in its current form. The negative emissions technologies, especially carbon capture and storage, which is so costly and uncertain, is relied on almost unquestioningly in this plan. The government has put all its chips on CCS to deliver a cut of nearly a quarter of Scotland's emissions by 2030. Even waste incinerators are planned to have CCS bolted on. Presiding Officer, this is a fantasy. Neither is it a just transition, because there simply is no transition. It's business as usual for the sector that has been licensed to nearly quadruple oil and gas extraction in the North Sea, a move that is as incompatible with the Paris Agreement today as it will be with the Glasgow Agreement in November. The reality is illustrated by Mossmoran, Scotland's third largest emitter. The operators have no plans for CCS. The plant creaks along, and the promise of a just transition board to plan for the future with the community has been repeatedly sidelined. Even the cross-party meeting promised to me by the First Minister from October last year has been kicked into the long grass. And every time there is delay, we let down the workers and the communities of the future because we risk deferring collapse rather than planning now for a transition that is just and leaves no one behind. So there has to be a plan B on these negative emissions technologies that is not written by the oil and gas sector. And the good news is that we're sitting on the European jackpot of renewable wind and tidal resources. Technologies from heat pumps to pump storage are cost-effective, well understood and deployable now. Green hydrogen will have a strong role to play for heavy industry and transport. And there is a need to double down on the progress Scotland has made with onshore wind, accelerate the rollout of offshore wind and tidal, while treating energy efficiency as the national infrastructure priority of this decade. And on transport, as with so many areas, there's a need for clearer implementation plans which show the reduction in emissions linked to policies and budget. Now, it is welcome that the Scottish Government is now planning for traffic reduction rather than growth, but it will be impossible to achieve this when the infrastructure investment plan is aiming to spend 3 times more on high carbon than low carbon transport. Far better to not build an unnecessary road in the first place than to spend decades wondering what to do with the traffic growth that it has generated. And for those reasons, the decision by Stirling Council to drop the Viewforth Link Road last week was the right one. Every new road capacity project, right up to the A96, now needs to be re-evaluated in the light of the climate emergency. Budgets must be climate-proofed because Parliament can't tell at the moment what the long-term impacts will be of this capital spend. And while some areas such as farm subsidies are locking in the harmful ways of the past, when they should be delivering the solutions to the climate and nature emergencies. Presiding Officer, I hope that this session's last debate on climate change leaves the right questions, the lessons and demands for the next government and Parliament, because our futures depend on it.
Thank you very much, Mr Ruskell. And the open debate, I now call Stuart Stevenson to be followed by Jamie Halcrow-Johnson. Mr Stevenson's final speech in the Chamber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's always as well to get the applause in first because it may not be so enthusiastic at the end. As I prepare for my departure from this place, I wonder in particular what issue I would wish to remain engaged with after I leave Parliament. But before I do that, I want to single out the official report for so masterfully converting some of my more obscure contributions into something approximating to readable English, and for being persuaded to accept the majority of my suggested changes to their drafts, especially accepting a new word created by Bruce Crawford and me, come snuggert. the noun for being overwhelmed by information. Not all my previous 852 speeches have been of equal intelligibility, and the people in the OR are the all but invisible heroes of our institution, and I give them my very heartfelt thanks. Now, clearly, as I've been campaigning for our country's independence since joining the SNP in November 1961, I'll remain on that issue. But independence is not an end in itself. It is about having the power to serve wider purposes. We're not entirely powerless on the subject of climate change, but we're allowed to be at the top table of decision makers only occasionally and at the whim of different ministers of the UK. The signs are good for COP26 in that regard, let me hasten to say. I was privileged to have led the UK team from time to time during international conferences such as the COP14, 15 and 17 that I attended. Colleagues have not always been as fortunate. Now, the update of our climate change plan that is the subject of today's debate is another example of our shared determination to leave the world fit for purpose for those who will live after we do. But the update is, of course, not the last word on the subject. The full plan must arrive in relatively early course. And the needs to describe the means to the end that we all, I believe, share and provide the resources for public agencies' contribution to delivering it. Two foci, I suggest, are particularly important. A just transition for those currently working in industries that contribute to global warming. Very important for the area I represent, where oil and gas is employing perhaps 20% of people who work there. But we have the skills and determination to be part of the vanguard to a new energy. We're already travelling that road as renewable energy has increased in importance. Government policy must support private enterprise to create the new jobs which will supplant the old. Secondly, we must play our part in delivering climate justice. We created the aridity, heat, flooding and storms which affect many who cannot afford to fix the problem. I think of farmers in Africa in particular, and that's a gender issue because many of the farmers most worst affected by that are female. Finally, let me leave this place, as you would expect, by recognising the various contributions of others like myself who plan to leave, and one in particular who plans to stay. In doing so, I recognise that no single person or political party has a monopoly of wisdom. Now, my list is a fairly random list that recognises that everyone who shares our belief in democracy, which is essentially an understanding that we can be dismissed from office or denied office by the decisions of the people we represent, has the opportunity to make a contribution of value. Looking at the Tory benches, I greatly miss Alec Johnson and Alec Ferguson, who departed untimely before their time. Great friends of me and great friends of Parliament. One of my cousins was a Conservative councillor. Yes, it's time for admissions. Dr. Sandy Patterson was his name, and being a GP was his game. To my right, Mary Fee has been both radical in her ideas while being moderate and engaging in her expression of them. I served under her on the subcommittee on policing and admired how she conducted herself in that role. Her colleague David Stewart has distinguished himself to very good effect on the subject of road safety, and I can't imagine an occasion when I disagreed with anything he had to say on that. So thank you to you both. My niece, Morag, a music teacher, is chair of her local Labour Party in Kent. John Finney on the Green benches has been a reasoned and reasonable voice for green issues, and I've rarely disagreed with him on matters of principle. Now, here's the one you don't expect, and I'm sorry it's not you, Liam MacArthur. It is Mike Rumbles. He has contributed much in his time here, and he's a man of focus and principle, and one whose frustration I felt when I gave him a one-word answer on AWPR funding to an exceptionally lengthy question that I was given as Minister from him. Ministers have the occasional licence to misbehave. John Swinney, who was sitting beside me, muttered, "Never do that again, Stuart." My great-uncle, Sir Alexander Stuart Stevenson, was Liberal Lord Provost of Edinburgh and has 6 streets named after him. He was responsible for the erection of the statues to William Wallace and Robert the Bruce that you pass between as you go into Edinburgh Castle, but he had rather more substantial achievements. Now, as a genealogist of some 60 years standing, I frequently referred to my relatives, and why should today be any different? My father's cousin, Lord James Stevenson, was, like me, a politician, a crossbencher in the House of Lords, appointed by Ramsay MacDonald as a reward for delivering the Empire exhibition in 1924, which incidentally provided England with its national football stadium at Wembley. They only got it because of the actions of a Scotsman from Kilmarnock. I reveal that his coat of arms was supported by squirrels rampant and has the motto beneath the shield, "Carry on." Is it the end of my family connection to elected politics? No, we shall carry on. I do, of course, leave a very different Parliament from the one I joined in 2001. I've just looked at my statistics, and I will, by the end of this session, have attended 110 virtual committee meetings. That's how much things have changed. It's now time for me to leave, Presiding Officer, and another MSP and me to come out together. I hand my political baton to my cousin, a person with whom I share 11 centimorgans of DNA, a person who's already a government minister and a respected and energetic local member of Parliament. So good luck in the election, Minister. With a final ping of my galaxies that I know she admires so much, I now hand my share of family responsibility for political service to a fellow admirer of such luridity, my cousin, Jenny Gilruth.
I now call Jamie Halcrow-Johnston to be followed by Angus MacDonald. Mr Halcrow-Johnston, please.
Well, it seems a little unfair to have to follow that, Presiding Officer, but thank you. Can I add my best wishes to all those who are retiring from this place, and particularly to Stuart Stevenson after that fantastic speech. When I made my maiden speech here, he rather, with I think some regret, noted that he thought I'd beaten his record for the quickest maiden speech after being sworn in. But it's always safe to say that we learn something from Stuart Stevenson when he speaks, not always in relation to the subject being debated, but I do remember again as he mentioned Alex Ferguson and Alex Johnston, 2 people that we all miss. He suggested that I had the stature of Alex Johnston. I'm not sure he meant politically or not, but I better move on to the subject. Can I firstly remind members of my register of interests in relation to being a partner in a farming business? And can I also give my thanks to the committees and their teams, particularly the Eclair Committee, for bringing forward today's debate, and the REC Committee, on which I sit, for its own work around the climate change plan. This is a year where, like no other, Scotland's commitments around climate change will have a global stage. The United Kingdom will be hosting the COP26 summit in Glasgow in under just 10 months' time. And it'll be a space for real global work on climate change commitments, bringing the world together to tackle one of the most pressing issues of our time. Sadly, it will be against the backdrop of a coronavirus pandemic that has dominated virtually every part of our politics for the past year. But the coming months and years ahead must be a time for recovery from the pandemic and its unprecedented effect on the global economy. And we must, as I'm sure we all believe, meet the promises of a green recovery head-on. In doing so, we should be looking not only to improve those areas of the economy which will have to be rebuilt, but also to start making real progress in those areas where existing climate change reduction work has not made the impact that it must. The agriculture sector has been forthright in calling for a real future plan for rural Scotland, something that has been kicked down the road. Like most in our sector, I appreciate the need to change and to build a carefully managed transition to a lower carbon rural economy. And that transition will recognise that change cannot come overnight without serious consequences. But equally, we should not hide behind transition to justify painfully slow progress. The government must also recognise that efforts to transition are completely undermined by what the Eclair Committee has cited as substantially lacking absence of detail on how targets will be met, and a future policy direction that is all but blank. What this creates is a credibility gap between targets and achievement, and it doesn't take long to realise that the Scottish Government has form here. Legally binding emissions targets breached, recycling pledges on course to be broken, targets for a low level of renewable heat use missed dramatically, targets for clean air in the cities ignored. Add to all of this cuts in the budget to programmes designed to improve the sustainability of farming and the rural economy, and you end up with an incredibly disappointing ability to grasp the issue. The climate change plan update is at least welcome, but the Scottish Government cannot pretend it contains a viable route map to the sort of transformational change that is required. And in this year where the spotlight is on Scotland, can we really trust that what the Scottish Government continually calls its ambitious targets will be met under the current administration? My region, the Highlands and Islands, faces many challenges in meeting these ambitions. We have greater reliance on cars, we have a greater focus on agriculture. Infrastructure from rail to mains gas touches far fewer of the population than in other parts of Scotland. And in many ways, the impacts of climate change will fall most heavily on regions like mine. And when I see such enthusiasm around my region, from the great renewables project in the islands to the man in Lochaber wanting to change to an electric car but finding the infrastructure lacking, it's frustrating that the Scottish Government simply hasn't addressed how many of these issues will actually be addressed. Sadly, Scotland still has a government that promises big but delivers small. It has in the past served up a policy agenda that takes on the low-hanging fruit, while some of the biggest contributors to carbon emissions in our society are barely touched. It's a government that seems more interested in setting targets than meeting them. And it's a government that constantly tells us where the priorities lie elsewhere, while devoting endless time to its core issue, trying to break up the United Kingdom. A United Kingdom that, through our integrated network, has worked together and supported to the tune of billions of pounds the decarbonisation of our electricity sector, one of the biggest achievements Scotland has made in reducing emissions. Presiding Officer, the ambition and drive for change exist in this chamber. Ministers, however, must start being serious about how this target this chamber has voted for will become reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Halker-Johnson. I now call Angus MacDonald to be followed by Emma Harper. This is Mr MacDonald's final speech to the chamber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to contribute to this debate, serving on both the Eclair and Rec committees. And as you say, it is my final speech, so I would hope with your indulgence to sign off with a few words of thanks and farewell. And of course, I too send my best wishes to the Cabinet Secretary. So, since the 4 committee reports on the CCPU were published, it's been heartening to see the warm welcome they've received, with Fergus Bowden of Friends of the Earth Scotland describing the Eclair report as excellent, and WWF Scotland broadly agreeing with the Eclair committee findings. And while it's fair to say the committee findings and recommendations are tough or blunt, as Liz Smith put it, it's also fair to say that Scotland's net zero climate targets already in place show genuine global leadership in the run-up to the COP26 climate summit in Glasgow in November. So, turning to the reports themselves, there was clearly a bit of crossover between committees. And one example of that was industrial decarbonisation and NETs. Now, Eclair's sister committee, the Economy, Energy and Fair Work Committee, covered that issue in some detail, as we heard from Willie Coffey earlier. However, that aspect was also covered by Eclair. And as I have a constituency interest representing the industrial complex in Grangemouth, I'm keen to touch on that in a little detail. Now, we know that emissions from the industry sector have fallen by 45% since 1990, with much of that drop due to the disappearance of some major polluting industries. And we also know that the draft CCPU aims for a 43% reduction in industrial emissions between 2018 and 2032. which is considerably more than the 21% reduction set out in the 2018 Climate Change Plan. Now, a number of the funds have been announced to support this decarbonisation, as the Minister's alluded to, but it was clear from our evidence taking that the Scottish Government needs to better engage with the sector to ensure that all of the potential benefits are captured. Chris Stark of the CCC warned in evidence to our committee that with regard to negative emissions technologies and industrial decarbonisation, when it came to it, there's only really potential for 2 decarbonised industrial clusters in the UK. Therefore, he said, if Grangemouth wanted to benefit from funding and investment, then it would have to lean in to capture the lion's share of support. So it's clear with regard to Grangemouth, it is vital that the Scottish Government, along with industry and Falkirk Council, work to ensure that the town is recognised as a decarbonised industrial cluster. However, if Grangemouth is to benefit from UK Government funding and investment, then it does need to lean in to capture the lion's share of support to ensure it beats off a very real challenge from Teesside in England, which is the main internal UK competition. Our committee considers Scotland has significant advantage in terms of engineering expertise and geological storage for CCS, but it also has that very real competition from Teesside, which we ignore at our peril. So our committee explored with the Cabinet Secretary how Scotland can capture the economic and just transition benefits, and asked how important is it that Grangemouth sits at the heart of a low-carbon industrial transformation for Scotland, and what is being done to support this. Now, the Cabinet Secretary confirmed that the Acorn project should be seen as an anchor to enable the early establishment of CCS in Scotland, and stated that she considered Grangemouth to be a strategic industrial site that must be harnessed in the energy transition and act as a critical catalyst hub. I was pleased also to hear her acknowledge that that commitment would be required beyond the next parliamentary session, and also that private sector investment is necessary alongside Scottish and UK Government interventions. However, that said, it would be wrong not to acknowledge and highlight the concerns raised by a number of ENGOs who are concerned about the CCPU's over-reliance on NETs. Now, there's much to cover, Presiding Officer, but I'm conscious of time, so as this is my final speech in the Chamber, I'm keen to say a few words of farewell. Many of you will know that I'm heading off to the land of my roots in the Outer Hebrides, and it'll be 29 years this year since I was first elected to the former Falkirk District Council. So clearly it's going to be quite a wrench to leave elected politics in Falkirk District. It's fair to say that for most of my life I've been torn between 2 parts of Scotland, Falkirk District and the Western Isles, and it's probably fair to say I've sacrificed a completely different life in the Hebrides for a life serving the people of Grangemouth initially, and latterly the whole of Falkirk East. But that's been my choice, and it's been an honour and a privilege to represent my electorate at all 3, at 2 councils and the Parliament. But the islands of the Hebrides have a habit of calling their sons and daughters back home, and I've succumbed to that call. My genes go back 1,000 years in the Hebrides, so I guess it was only a matter of time before I did succumb to the call to go home. But I'll never forget the absolute honour and privilege it's been to serve the people of Falkirk East in Parliament for the past 10 years, and the good people of Grangemouth on the council before that. Every day I walked into the Holyrood chamber and the council chamber, it was never a chore, it was always an honour and a privilege. And I've never forgotten the people of the old Shire ward in Grangemouth who put me on that path way back in 1992. So massive thanks go to my wonderful team in the constituency office. They don't call themselves Team Awesome for nothing. My office manager of 9 years, Diane, my caseworker, Lorraine, my press officer, Ian, and the new addition to the team, Kirsten, and of course all the other team members who have moved on to pastures new over the years. I'd also like to, at this point, make a special mention to all the committee clerks who I've worked with, and of course the SPICE team, who are second to none, and of course each and every committee convener who I've worked with, who have been excellent conveners over the years, past and present. So you all know who you are. And of course, this job cannot be done properly without the support of families. So to my long-suffering wife, Linda, a massive thank you. And of course, the unstint support of my mother over the years, who sadly passed away this time last year. But in closing, Presiding Officer, I've been pleased to be associated with and worked behind the scenes on many positive policies and legislation, not least my favourite bills, the land reform and community empowerment bills, the effective ban on fracking, and of course the deposit return scheme, which I've been banging on about to anyone who would listen, since I first saw it operating in Norway in 1985. So there's much to be proud of, and as I head off into the Hebridean sunset, I'll watch with interest from afar as this Parliament continues to grow and becomes fully independent in the not too distant future. Presiding Officer, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr MacDonald. And can I say to members, obviously, when people are doing their last speeches, I'm relaxed about it, it's only fair, but not for the rest of you. So you have to keep to your 6 minutes, as I have no time in hand. And I call Emma Harper to be followed by Richard Leonard. You mustn't take that personally, it's just a fact.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't take anything personally from you. It's always wonderful advice. I welcome the Scottish Government's update to the Climate Change Plan 2018 to 32, and I too wish Cabinet Secretary Rosanna Cunningham all the best of health. At the beginning of this Parliament session, I was a member of the Environment and Climate Change Committee, which I enjoyed very much, including with colleagues Angus MacDonald and Stuart Stevenson, and I enjoyed their final speeches this afternoon. And now, as a member of the Rural Committee, I would like to point to the committee's scrutiny of transport and agriculture in terms of climate change. Finding ways to tackle and address climate change clearly crosses many committees and many ministerial portfolios, as we are hearing this afternoon. And climate change is also an issue which I have been engaging on locally in my own work and as a member of the REC Committee. This update to the 2018 Climate Change Plan sets out bold actions which together chart our pathway to our new emissions reduction targets out to 2032. It sets out plans for a green recovery from the COVID pandemic and includes a number of actions, from expanding walking and cycling paths, which promotes active travel, and to other steps like supporting businesses to continue to support people working from home, which is having an impact on emissions reductions. It would be good to see the measurement of how much emissions have been reduced from people working from home during the pandemic, and also health professionals, which are now engaging in digital technology to do appointments, which also reduce car journeys as well. Our journey to emission reduction targets will not be easy, and it will need to be a truly national endeavour, with businesses, communities and individuals contributing fully. The plan update therefore gives clear signals of where we're going, what the Scottish Government is doing to enable us to get there, and how others can contribute. Presiding Officer, across Dumfries and Galloway in my South Scotland region, South Scotland Enterprise Agency has been pivotal both in supporting businesses and communities to recover from COVID-19. It's also supporting the region to meet climate change targets and to adopt green policies to mitigate impact of climate change. During the process of introducing the South Scotland Enterprise Bill, I was able to propose an amendment, number 25, which revised the language of the bill to incorporate current terminology in environmental legislation, providing better alignment with the Climate Change Scotland Act 2009 and with our government's climate change plan. In the agency's work since it commenced last year, SOCI has directly provided financial and practical support schemes to mitigate the impact of climate change, such as a grant of £1.9 million over 5 years to specifically designated UNESCO Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere. One aim of the biosphere is conserving and sustainably enhancing our southwest natural environment while encouraging sustainable development, outdoor access, hiking, mountain biking and other pursuits, which are also important to support better health while addressing climate change mitigating measures as well. I'd like the Minister to be aware that many constituents are hoping that the biosphere could be expanded to Stranraer and the Rins of Galloway, which could contribute to sustainable economic growth of tourism and a green recovery for the South West. And many constituents are also still interested in the potential of a Galloway National Park, with obvious climate change issues involved. Presiding Officer, Scotland has the most ambitious climate change legislation in the world, and the Climate Change Plan update it does set out the policies that will be introduced, boosted or accelerated to help us meet them and to support our green recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. The Climate Change Plan update makes a number of significant announcements to meeting Scotland's climate change targets, including a truly world-leading new target to reduce kilometres travelled by cars by 20% by 2030. And I know other members have mentioned this. It demonstrates our level of ambition in meeting Scotland's statutory targets. But I am aware of the REC Committee's work that the convener spoke about earlier in his contribution regarding evidence for achieving this 20% reduction. Investing £120 million in zero-emission buses, driving forward a decarbonised future for Scotland's bus fleet and supporting Scottish supply chains, and a new £180 million Emerging Energy Technologies Fund. These are all good goals that we have.
And there, on those good goals, you must conclude. It's 4-minute speeches.
Oh, I apologise. That's not what my understanding was. Presiding Officer, in conclusion,
no, Miss Harper, conclude means that. No wee extra bits. I call Richard Leonard, followed by Claire Adamson, who's the last speaker in the open debate.
Thank you. As these committee reports make clear, and as witness after witness has attested to this Parliament, the Scottish Government's climate change plan lacks clarity, lacks transparency, lacks detail, lacks evidence, lacks a plan B. And in the Cabinet Secretary's absence, and I'm sorry that she's not here and I wish her well, but let me quote her. In her defence, she told the committee that the Scottish Government's climate change plan is not intended to be encyclopedic. Well, people are not expecting a 32-volume encyclopedia, but they are looking for a simple, honest, clear working plan that is credible, intelligible, and that is persuasive. Because in the absence of that, it is as if promises are made by the SNP government to the people with the full and certain knowledge that they will not be kept. It is as if a law enshrining targets, which was passed by this Parliament less than 2 years ago, has no intention of ever being implemented, let alone enforced, whilst the SNP is in office. It is as if these most serious questions of the future of work, the survival of the planet, of international and intergenerational equity, these questions of life and death itself, can be set aside. In its inquiry, the Eclair Committee heard of, and I quote, a significant implementation gap. And nowhere is this gap greater than in the government's lamentable record on jobs. So it's no use the First Minister announcing on the 1st of September a national mission to help create new jobs, good jobs, green jobs, if on the 3rd of December the jobs and communities around the BIFAB yards are abandoned. The latest chapter in a decade of failure which the STUC has rightly characterised as broken promises and offshored jobs. Last year, as Scottish Labour leader, I commissioned a report on green jobs. It showed how we could recover jobs, retrain workers and rebuild businesses by investment in green transport, in renewable energy and energy efficiency, in social and affordable housing, in a Scottish Conservation Corps, in a national care service, in recycling and waste management, in an active industrial and manufacturing strategy. All the evidence before us today, though, is that the current government relies too much on market mechanisms, technical fixes, and far too little on the role of the active state, which is precisely what we need as we recover from COVID. So we need a vision of a different kind of society and a different kind of economy. And for me, that means a fundamental change in the relations of power, the decentralisation of industry, the localisation of economics, the promotion of self-management and self-sufficiency, of cooperation, the humanisation of work, land reform, the creation of an active non-bureaucratic state, popular democratic planning involving businesses, workers and their trade unions with full employment at its heart. And I tell you that these changes are not only visionary, they are urgent. They are not only radical, they are realistic. And most important of all, they are not only necessary, they are possible.
Thank you very much, Mr Lennon. I call Claire Adamson, the last speaker in the open debate. Ms Adamson, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I also express my congratulations to those who have made their final speeches in the Chamber today. Very moving indeed. And send my best wishes to the Cabinet Secretary, who I was hoping would be taking part today. I have been a bit reflective. It's maybe partly to do with some of the wonderful speeches we have seen from people who are leaving. And as we near the end of the Parliament session and pay tribute to those that are retiring or leaving to do other things, I've been thinking about climate change and our knowledge of it. Climate variation has been known about since the 1700s. By the 1950s and 60s, we were aware of the behaviour of humans, fossil fuels, and aerosols were playing a part in this. And by the 1990s, where aerosol pollution had decreased, we knew carbon dioxide levels were showing greenhouse gases, making a global warming through the greenhouse effect a real threat to global future. Gillian Martin mentioned David Attenborough and his extensive career and activism, and he has informed us all of the impending global crisis over many, many decades. And as we move through the 1990s and into the new century, Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth was a seminal moment. And more recently, Greta Thunberg has captured the imagination and fostered activism in our young people who get it and don't accept it, and whose behaviour change has the opportunity to also change all our behaviours. Can I thank Willie Coffey, Gillian Martin, Edward Mountain and I'm missing someone there. Sorry, James Dornan, sorry, for their representation of the committee's work in this area today. It's been very diligent reports and hard work of the committees to respond to this. And it reminds us all that Scotland has the most ambitious climate change legislation in the world. The net zero emissions targets of 2045 and the interim targets of 75% by 2030, brought forward by Claudia Beamish, who I have to commend for her dedication to the environment throughout her parliamentary career and this session. These are world-leading, bold, ambitious and groundbreaking. Strengthened by the committee's hard work, have strengthened the climate change plan, which will see these implemented. The legislation was recognised by the United Nations Climate Summit in New York in 2019, when the Executive Secretary, Patricia Ianosa, said, "Congratulations, Scotland, for demonstrating bold leadership and climate action. This is an inspiring example of the level of ambition we need globally to achieve the Paris Agreement, and we look forward now to welcoming COP26 to our country later this year." I absolutely believe that the climate change legislation and the climate change plan are probably the most important achievements of this session of the Parliament, and they couldn't have been achieved without the leadership and the work of Rosanna Cunningham. And I do think that we will look back on this as a moment where Scotland took the lead and will continue to take the lead in this area as we go forward. And I commend all our young people for their activism, for not letting this go, for reminding us each and every day how important this is for our future, but also for futures of everyone across the world. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms Adams. Closing speeches, I call on Sarah Boyack to close for Labour. Ms Boyack, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. It's great for me to join today's debate as I'm the new Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform spokesperson for Scottish Labour, and I do want to thank my colleague Claudia Beamish for her excellent contribution to this debate today, and also for working with her in the run-up to COP26. I think this has been an excellent debate, and the 4 committees have made important recommendations, and there have been some excellent and passionate speeches today, and I hope the Scottish Government will listen to this debate. We need to meet our climate change targets. It's not enough just to have good targets. And the criticism from the committees is powerful, and it gives cross-party support right across the Parliament for more radical action to tackle our climate emergency, and the case that members have made today for wide-ranging, cross-cutting measures are incredibly powerful. Our local government committee concluded that decarbonising our existing housing stock had to be a key challenge in the update, but it also has to link into tackling fuel poverty. The draft heat and building strategy is an important step, but there are different challenges across Scotland. For example, Councillor Heddle from Orkney argued that we haven't seen support for heat pumps to date, which is a practical solution for rural communities, but it needs to be supported. Whereas in urban areas and cities, the challenge of heat networks means that councils will need support because of the complexity and risk-taking that's going to be required. But in Edinburgh, for example, we're now seeing the second phase of our Edinburgh Solar Co-op, a community-led co-op which uses our schools to create electricity and generate resources which are reinvested locally. But it took the best part of a decade for that co-op to get established, and we don't have that time now, so we need community projects across the whole country to be supported with the knowledge from our local councils. And if we're phasing out gas boilers in new homes in 3 years, then the work really needs to start now, and we need more support for how existing homeowners will be incentivised, especially, as Liam MacArthur said, in relation to tenements. Now, councils are critical in protecting us from the impacts of climate change already happening, such as flooding and the need for new green infrastructure to support adaptation measures. But at our committee, COSLA and individual council witnesses were absolutely clear that they need to be properly resourced and empowered to meet the climate change ambitions they have, with investment beyond national programmes. And they worry that the current levels of funding are not sufficient to meet the challenges that are set out in the targets. Now, in his introductory comments, the Minister mentioned pots of money today, but I think the long-term funding for both revenue and capital will enable councils to plan ahead, and we need a holistic approach right across the country. So we need a change of thought in terms of how funding is delivered. And in our committee session, the Royal Town Planning Institute made the point that we need to put planning at the centre stage in reducing emissions and giving people attractive, low-carbon connections between our homes, our schools, work and our shops. And one of the lessons of the pandemic has been that there's an appetite for safer walking and cycling right across age groups. But if we're going to deliver the aspirations that everybody loves of the 20-minute neighbourhood, that means joined-up planning, investment in new active travel networks, and much more affordable and accessible bus and rail services, and investment in low-carbon vehicles as well. And that point was made very effectively by Emma Harper and Edward Mountain earlier in the debate. I think there's a call for detail echoed right across the reports and for action. And while the update is only an update, it's not meant to be a full plan, I think the Scottish Government needs to listen tonight and to turn the targets into clear action plans. In Scottish Labour, we've been absolutely clear to call for bolder and more clear action from the Scottish Government to tackle the climate emergency. And it needs to be tied into the nature emergency as well. And we need to think about how we rebuild our economy after COVID-19 and think of the opportunities of joining up the different policy initiatives so that we tackle the inequalities the pandemic has exposed in our society. And Claudia Beamish was right to highlight the skills needed to give us an effective green recovery. So we should make sure we don't miss out on those who are unemployed or at risk of unemployment over the next few months as a result of the current crisis. Procurement is going to be absolutely critical. We spend £11 billion of public money in Scotland every year. That money needs to be leveraged to make sure that we purchase climate-friendly goods, and where there's no Scottish supplier, help existing companies diversify or create new supply chains. and link into the real living wage, recognise trade unions and reduce carbon footprint right across that procurement sector. But as Richard Leonard said, we also need to see private sector companies sourcing low carbon materials and prioritise manufacturing in Scotland. There's been a huge missed opportunity in the renewables we've seen across the country, but we're going to see renewables repowering over the next few years. So those new constructions need to see turbines built in Scotland, heat pumps built in Scotland, not just to help in our recovery from COVID, but to help us transition to a low-carbon economy. And that means a just transition. And as Richard Leonard said, involving trade unions in that transition and tackling inequalities. And finally, as Claudia Beamish noted, and I think almost everybody speaker, we're in the run-up to COP26, where we're going to see our climate targets broadcast as being world-leading, and they are world-leading. But we've got to showcase the steps we are taking to implement those targets, because the progress we've made thus far is not going to be fast enough. And as others have said, it's a real shame that Rosanna Cunningham is not able to join us today. But I am sure she will read the official report. And I hope that in our outbox as a minister, she has the recommendations of the 4 committees today and makes the recommendations to the next Parliament, because we need to act on these recommendations urgently if we're going to tackle the climate emergency.
Thank you very much.
Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call Maurice Golden to close for the Conservatives. 6 minutes, Mr Golden.
Always keep the time, Presiding Officer.
Well, you heard it now.
We'll
keep
wait
an eye
and
on the
see.
clock.
We'll wait and see. But I'd like to use some of that time to pay tribute to Angus MacDonald. We set up the Nordic countries CPG together, and I've enjoyed working with him, and I wish him well as he heads off to his Hebridean sunset later. Stuart Stevenson gave a typically entertaining and enlightening speech, his 852nd, if I heard correctly, and of course he's attended 110 virtual committee meetings. Well, I don't know how many I've got, but I knew that Stuart would keep things on track. I'd also like to refer members to my register of interests. I worked my notice period at Zero Waste Scotland almost 5 years ago. It seems strange to keep referring to it, nonetheless. I would also like to wish the Cabinet Secretary well in her retirement. I'm sorry that she cannot be here today. We may not always agree, and she does refer to me as a waste geek. But I can honestly say I've looked forward to our debates and questions, and I wish her all the best. Jamie Halcrow-Johnson outlined the challenges faced in rural areas with a lack of infrastructure, from rail to mains gas to electric vehicle charging points. And Liam MacArthur highlighted the need to improve the energy efficiency of our homes, both in rural and urban areas. Deputy Presiding Officer, my colleague Liz Smith hinted that I would have something to say about the circular economy, and she knows me well. In fact, I've spent the last 5 years in Parliament making the case for the circular economy, and for good reason. It is the mechanism by which we make climate gains permanent, the economy more sustainable, and the lives of our citizens fairer. Amidst the misery of this pandemic, it at least gives us an opportunity to build back better. The committee report contains a number of important recommendations on this front, such as bringing forward the next iteration of Scotland's economic strategy and prioritising a review of the circular economic strategy with a view to embedding it into the economic strategy. On that ground, there are also recommendations to expand the Zero Waste Scotland Circular Economy Investment Fund and invest in skills and training, both practical measures I welcome to spur on a green recovery and help reach net zero. Both goals would be helped by a circular economy bill to set out the framework for transitioning to a low-carbon economy, a view the committee shares, and I hope we see the bill early in the next parliamentary term. Deputy Presiding Officer, much of this work could be set in motion in time for the UK Government bringing COP26 to Scotland, as many speakers have mentioned, showing the assembled world leaders that Scotland can do more than just set targets. Because whilst I've always welcomed the SNP showing ambition to tackle climate change, the fact remains they often fail to deliver. such as their failed 2021 landfill ban. The SNP are burning waste as a stopgap measure until the ban hopefully materialises in 2025. The committee warn about the possibility of a reliance on incineration becoming embedded post-2025. Concerns well-founded, given the SNP are increasing incineration capacity by 400%, turning Scotland into the ashtray of Europe. And I'm delighted at the Labour U-turn announced today on energy from waste, and the fact that they are adopting the Scottish Conservative position announced in 2017 of a moratorium. It was only the Greens and the Scottish Conservatives that voted for my amendment earlier in this parliamentary term, and I'm delighted at that Labour U-turn. Moreover, the landfill ban is not the only one to be missed. Emissions, renewable heat, recycling, all are either set to be missed or set to fail. And of those, recycling is particularly bad. Not only is the current recycling rate of 44.9% far short of the 70% target set for 2025, it is actually going backwards. Scotland now recycles less than in 2016. Making matters worse, the SNP are now shipping 3 tonnes of waste a minute out of Scotland. Clearly, there should be an increased action further up the waste hierarchy with better support for reuse and repair. I agree with the committee there needs to be more details on this and also enhanced producer responsibility, all of which was outlined in my 2017 climate change paper. The lack of detail that permeates the climate change plan was outlined, with the committee warning that concerns have been raised over the credibility and achievability of the updated plan. Presiding officer, it will be the task of the next Parliament to start and sustain a green recovery. Better use of public procurement, a centre for circular economy excellence, a launch of renewable energy bonds, building an electric arc furnace, a new plastic recycling plant to create green jobs, retain waste stream resources and build supply chain resilience. I hope they treat the report's recommendations with the urgency they deserve and start building the circular economy Scotland needs. Thank you.
Well done, well done. You did make it within the time. I knew you would. I now call Ben McPherson to close the Scottish Government. Minister, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you, colleagues, for what has been a very important and interesting debate, and for this opportunity to outline the steps the Scottish Government is taking to meet our emissions reduction targets and respond to some of the points raised. May I welcome Sarah Boyack to her position and commend the speech by Claudia Beamish, which I thought made some very important points. Also, Mark Ruskell will try and come to some of the points he raised shortly, as well as Liam MacArthur. But may I particularly pay tribute to Angus MacDonald in his last speech, and to Stuart Stevenson, who was a mentor to me and many of the new intake in 2016. And we're incredibly grateful for that, and also our admiration for everything you've achieved, but particularly the Climate Change Act 2009, which is behind much of the progress we've made until this point. Presiding Officer, the path ahead may present many uncertainties. The pandemic, technological advances, the limits of devolution, and the need to ensure a just transition. But our destination is clear, and that's come through today. We have a bright future before us in a society and economy that prioritises the environment and well-being of its people. That is the vision. And we will reduce the emissions and in a way that is fair and just to all, involving people and communities so that everyone can benefit from the widespread positive changes that lie ahead. By 2032, through the actions outlined in the Climate Change Plan update, we will witness a profound transformation of our energy system. 100% of Scotland's electricity demand will be met by renewable sources, with the creation of secure and well-paid jobs and exporting surplus renewable electricity. Furthermore, Scotland will have benefited from the development of new pioneering infrastructure used for carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, green hydrogen production, which Mark Ruskell rightly highlighted, tidal and wave energy development and production in due course. through these technologies, we will help us to ensure that we have a managed transition for Scotland's industrial sector. And one of the important points that Mark Ruskell raised in the debate, which he may have wanted to come in on there, is our learning by doing approach, which will be most important in terms of negative technologies. We are confident that it will be technologically possible to deliver large-scale installations by 2030. And as noted by Chris Stark, our statutory advisors, the Climate Change Committee, we know that these technologies will work. The question is how they work and will in reality in Scotland. Yes, Mark Ruskell, I will give way.
Mark Ruskell.
Thank the Minister for giving way. What happens if the negative emission technologies don't work?
Minister.
As I was just going to come on to, the arguments around the Plan B that have been raised, it's been suggested, including from Richard Leonard, that we should have a Plan B. But our process, designed by Parliament, ensures that regular monitoring and reporting means that should the need arise for a Plan B will be produced at the appropriate time. But we should not plan for technological failure now. We should pursue technological achievement. So, the transformation won't be limited to our energy system, though. Over the coming decade, there will be a step change in the way we travel, and our landmark investment in public transport and active travel will support more sustainable transport choices, as well as the £1.6 billion of investment in heat and buildings, which will make homes better insulated, including in tenement housing, and I note the points raised on that, but also remove fuel poverty, increase energy efficiency, and improve the stock of all of our urban environments and rural housing as well. One of the key recommendations of our stakeholders, quite understandably, has been to prioritise nature-based solutions. We have heeded this call with boosted investments of £150 million over 5 years in forestry and a further £250 million in peatland restoration. And by 2032, 21% of the land will be covered by forest and over 250,000 hectares of peatland will have been restored. The agricultural sector, which was referenced by many, will support these and other changes in land use through further integration of woodlands and peatland on farms, while continuing the important role of food production. And farmers and crofters will adopt low-emission technologies and practices, supported with the skills and tools they need to produce more sustainably. And over the period covered by the plan update, we will be well on the way towards a full circular economy, designed to reduce, reuse and repair materials. And we are embedding circular economy principles into our green recovery, prioritising areas with the biggest opportunities: construction, agricultural, food and drink, reduction targets, and giving clear signals of intent to businesses, public bodies and individuals. Yes.
Maurice Golden.
I thank the Minister for giving way. The Minister mentions the circular economy. Can the Minister give his view on the use of biostabilisation as a treatment technique prior to landfill, as opposed to energy from waste?
Minister.
I don't have appropriate time capacity to come back on that point to Mr Golden now, but I will give him an undertaking to write to him in due course. As has been clear today, I've got time, I'm afraid.
The Minister is moving into his last minute.
A truly cross-government coordinated approach will be vital if we are to achieve this shared vision. And the plan update goes further than any of its predecessors in acknowledging that climate action must be embedded in our work across government, including our Climate Skills Action Plan, which is published alongside the plan. And looking ahead, we will also continue to build upon this approach of a whole government approach and ensure that tackling climate change continues to be a core priority for the entirety of the Scottish Government. The Climate Change Plan update is truly world-leading, Presiding Officer, both in terms of the targets it contains and the actions it commits to. We are confident that it provides a credible route map towards emission reduction targets, giving clear signals of intent to business, public bodies and individuals. The plan update demonstrates the pioneering approach to climate change that Scotland is renowned for, and its application is timely as we look to COP26. In my opening statement, I outlined plans to finalise the plan update The global climate emergency requires immediate action, and we want to turn our focus to implementation. And I also outlined additional plans to take into account the further recommendations we have recently received and opportunities to build on our current policies in due course. So I'd like to thank members for the debate today and look forward to continuing to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I call on Finlay Clarkson to close for the Eclair Committee. Deputy Convener, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. As Deputy Convener for the Eclair Committee, I welcome the opportunity to close for the committee's recent report on the updated climate change plan. I'd like to thank the associated committees for their work and conveners for their contribution today, and echo comments of others in the Chamber regarding the huge amount of work carried out by the committee clerks, SPICE and stakeholders. And given this will be the last committee debate for some, I would like to recognise the constructive and mostly consensual outcomes delivered by the Eclair Committee, not only in relation to the climate change, but right across the portfolio over the last 5 years. I wish retiring members well, but I must mention that I did particularly enjoy the drams and banter with Angus MacDonald at the end of the day on our field trips. I do pass on my good wishes for a speedy recovery to our ever-present, until now, Cabinet Secretary Rosanna Cunningham. Indeed, recognise, as others have done, her considerable contribution to addressing the climate emergency. Maybe we should add a middle name, Rosanna Pete Cunningham, in honour of her commendable success in persuading the Finance Secretary to invest record levels of funding in peatland restoration, and I sincerely wish her well in her retirement. This report is not only of importance to our committee, but right across the majority of Cabinet Secretary and committee remits. And it's clear that we need to move forward with clear and decisive actions that need to be set out in the final plan. A plan that every sector and community and individual can trust will deliver outcomes that we so desperately need to reverse the threat that climate change brings to our very existence. It needs to be a climate change plan like no other. And in the words of Jim Skia, the co-chair of the IPCC, message is that, frankly, the scale of changes that will be needed in the emission pathway has no precedent in human history. There is no precedent for the rate of emission reduction and the change in social and technological systems that will be required. That message is stark, but in response, this Parliament put in place a legislative framework with hugely ambitious targets, which can deliver significant emissions pathway changes. And we need to act now, going further and faster. Indeed, the Scottish Government planned to finalise the update before recess, and while swift action to finalise the updated plan is welcomed, the committee would seek assurance that their recommendations will be taken into account in the final updated plan. In her contribution, Liz Smith mentioned Chris Stark of the CCC, who described some of the Scottish Government's ambitions as being on the fringes of credibility. And I also agree that much of the evidence we took as a committee suggested that might well be the case. However, the Scottish Government are not wrong in having highly ambitious targets, but they need to address many of the concerns we've heard over their delivery. The Minister touched on some of the issues set out in her report, but one topic of importance was the negative emissions policy. I would like to ask, are the estimates of the efforts that we can achieve from negative emissions, are they simply there to balance the books in light of other policies not coming up and reaching the targets? Because we don't know that. We need further information on how the figures on negative emission policies have been arrived at. Indeed, concerns were raised about the clarity regarding the modelling and baseline information which underpins how emission envelopes have been determined, and we still question if the Times model is fit for purpose. We need to know how policies and proposals deliver the envelopes presented for each sector, and the rationale for agriculture and industry to be protected from the additional abatements to allow Parliament to scrutinise progress and ensure that all sectors are well positioned for net zero opportunities in the future and not disadvantaged. Land use was a topic which appeared regularly throughout our evidence sessions, and the basis of our recommendation 56 is that we must appreciate that land is a finite resource and the final CCP must take an integrated approach to agriculture and land use change and forestry, recognising the role of farmers and other land managers in delivering emission reductions in both emission envelopes. To achieve that, we must see an accelerated rollout of regional land use partnerships, including the tools and resources available, including, as John Scott raised, knowledge transfer, to ensure that agriculture can continue to play its role in leading the way towards low-carbon land management and at the same time benefiting from the innovation and cost savings it will inevitably bring. There are considerable opportunities for nature-based solutions such as woodland creation, peatland restoration, management of invasive non-species to form part of a green recovery package. And the committee recommends the Scottish Government's economic recovery plan explicitly includes support for a nature-based solution to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee considered there is a significant opportunity in redesigning Pillar 1 agricultural payments to be consistent with objectives supporting a green, just and resilient recovery and reward existing good practice. But there was recognition that the Scottish Government must come forward to these plans far quicker than they have done up to now. The committee supports the inclusion of natural assets and natural capital in Scotland's definition of infrastructure, leading to a fundamental rethink of how decisions are made on capital allocation. We recommend that the Scottish Government fully incorporate natural capital and an understanding of natural assets into the investment decision framework being developed in advance of 2025. There's much work to be done, but we should take comfort in the fact there is cross-party determination to achieve the ambitious targets that the Parliament set. The legacy report from the Clare Committee will set out the hugely important role that the committee, which takes on the responsibility of addressing climate change emergency in the next session of Parliament, whether that's the existing Clare Committee or a new bespoke climate committee, that there is a target to lay the draft fourth CCP in Parliament no later than the end of 2023 to ensure that there's sufficient time for consultation with stakeholders and in Parliament on the draft plan, which takes the views into account and then finalises the plan by the end of 2024. Deputy Presiding Officer, our children and our children's children are putting their trust in us to deliver. We cannot fail them.
Thank you very much, Mr Carson. And that concludes the debate on the climate change plan. And a point of order, Mr Mountain.
I wonder, Presiding Officer, if you could help me how I could correct the official record that I mentioned 6 people on the Rec Committee who were standing down and failed to mention Mike Rumbles, which was an error on my behalf. And I would like to get the record corrected, Presiding Officer.
Yes, it's not a point of order, but your point has been made, and Mr Rumbles, I'm sure, will be eternally grateful. We now have a short pause before we move on to the next item of business.
Thank you, colleagues. The next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings on the Budget Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments members should have with them, the bill is amended, the marshalled list and the grouping of amendments. If there is a division this afternoon, I will suspend proceedings for 5 minutes to call members to the chamber and allow other members to access the voting app. And I would just encourage any member who wishes to speak on any of the amendments to press their request to speak button as soon as I call the first group, which I do now. All the amendments are actually in one group on the Scottish Administration Allocation of Resources. Can I call Amendment 1 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with Amendments 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Cabinet Secretary Kate Forbes to move Amendment 1 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will talk to all the amendments in this group. I'm pleased to advise that all 7 amendments I'm moving today relate to a successful cross-party approach reflecting agreements with both the Scottish Greens and the Scottish Liberal Democrats. Amendment 1 increases the overall cash authorisation for the Scottish Administration by £142 million, reflecting the respective portfolio amendments in this group. Amendment 2 increases the education and skills authorisation by £69.75 million of resource, comprising £49.75 million for the phased rollout of free school meals and £20 million for a pupil equity fund premium for next year. Amendment 3 increases the transport infrastructure and connectivity authorisation by £42.25 million. That's £17.25 million of resource and £25 million of capital, comprising £17.25 million of resource for additional funding to extend the concessionary fares scheme beyond the under-19s to the under-22s, £15 million of capital for active travel, £10 million of capital for energy efficiency. Amendment 4 increases the Environment, Climate Change and Land Reform authorisation by £10 million, capital for a Nature Restoration Fund. Amendment 5 increases the Rural Economy and Tourism authorisation by £5 million of capital for agri-environment support. Amendment 6 increases the Economy, Fair Work and Culture authorisation by £15 million for skills and training, specifically in the North East. Amendment 7 increases the overall total amount of resources for the Scottish Administration by £142 million. That includes £102 million of resource and £40 million of capital, again reflecting the respective portfolio amendments in this group. Presiding Officer, I don't know if you want me to move Amendment 1 now or later.
Now, if possible, Cabinet Secretary. Thank you. I don't believe any other member wishes to speak on these amendments. I think they're saving comments for the debate itself, so we'll go straight to the questions. The question, first of all, is that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Can I call Amendments 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary and all previously debated? Can I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move amendments en bloc?
Moved en bloc.
Thank you very much. Does any member object if I put the questions en bloc? No. No one does. The question is that Amendments 2 to 7 are agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you very much. Now, at this stage in proceedings, members will be aware that under standing orders, I have to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of this bill relates to a protected subject matter. That is, whether it modifies the electoral system or franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of the Budget Scotland Bill, it does no such thing. Therefore, it does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. So at this stage, we will move to the stage 3 debate. So I would ask all members who wish to contribute to the debate to press their request to speak buttons. And I call on Kate Forbes to speak to and move motion 24318 on the Scottish budget.
Officer, it's essential that we come together as a Parliament today to agree next year's budget and deliver the certainty and the stability that Scotland, its people, its businesses and its communities deserve. Throughout this budget, I have worked with all parties across this chamber to build consensus and to deliver a budget which supports Scotland's recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to thank the Finance and Constitution Committee for their Stage 1 report on the budget, which I responded to on the 2nd of March. And in particular, I would like to recognise the outstanding contribution of Bruce Crawford, both as a committee convener and as a member of this Parliament. I am sure that all members across this chamber will join me today to thank Bruce for all his service to this Parliament and to offer our grateful thanks and best wishes for the future. The committee's report recognises that this budget has been published in a period of continued economic and fiscal uncertainty. In a year like no other, the passage of this budget bill will have a profound effect on our economy and our public services. Since I introduced this budget on the 28th of January, I have engaged with members openly and transparently on the funding available and the budget challenges that we face. And I'd like to thank all parties for their constructive contributions to those discussions. I'm pleased that the Scottish Government has reached agreements with both the Scottish Green Party and the Scottish Liberal Democrats, which will secure the passage of this vital budget. In addition to delivering on the spending measures I've previously outlined to Parliament, as part of the agreement with the Scottish Greens, next year's budget will deliver an additional £49.7 million for the phased rollout of free school meals, including from July 2021, the provision of free school meal holiday support to all children and young people currently eligible for free school meals on the basis of low income, and by August 2022, the provision of universal free school meals for all children in primary schools. Further recognition of the remarkable contribution of public sector workers through this pandemic has also been agreed to, with revisions to the 2021-2022 public sector pay policy, and that will increase the cash underpin from £750 to £800 for those earning up to £25,000, matching the cash cap for high earners. And for those earning over £25,000 and up to £40,000, the pay rise will increase from originally 1% to 2%. I'm also committing to fund a greater extension to the concessionary travel scheme, ensuring free travel for those aged up to 21, beyond the previous plan to extend to under 19s. That will include 21-year-olds and costs an additional £17 million next year. We will work to deliver this as quickly as we can in the coming months, subject to the necessary legislative and operational processes, the continued impact of COVID and engagement with key delivery partners. To further help lower-income households, we will also make a targeted pandemic support payment of £130 to households in receipt of council tax reduction and 2 £100 payments for families with children who qualify for free school meals. That means that low-income families receiving reduced council tax bills and qualifying for free school meals will receive support payments worth £330. Presiding Officer, as part of my agreement with the Scottish Liberal Democrats, I have agreed that the Scottish Government will further support education recovery efforts for children and young people from disadvantaged backgrounds with a £20 million pupil equity fund premium next year. And in recognition of the twin impacts of the pandemic and the downturn in the oil and gas sector, I'll provide £15 million of financial support for retraining and reskilling to support the economic recovery in the north east of Scotland, based on the principles of a just transition. I'll also provide certainty to local government for next year's budget by baselining the £90 million provided this year to support a national council tax freeze. That is in addition to the earlier commitments I made to the Lib Dems by providing an additional £120 million for mental health services and £60 million for education recovery next year. Finally, in light of calls for a replacement to the Princess Alexandria Eye Pavilion in Edinburgh, we have asked NHS Lothian to carry out a review of its eye care services and to reconsider how they should be delivered. I can commit to working with the board to implement its recommendations and protect specialised eye services for the city and the wider region. Yes, I will.
Sarah Bark.
As we all understand that, having had several cross-party briefings, the issue is the Scottish Government also withdrew their £45 million for that building. So is the Scottish Government making a commitment to reinstate capital funding for a new eye pavilion in Edinburgh?
Having just said that we have asked NHS Lothian to carry out a review and will work with them to implement the recommendations, obviously the process here is appropriate, and I have committed in terms of a funding perspective to protect specialised eye services, and I'm not going to preempt the outcome of that review and the recommendations. Presiding Officer, understandably, I have focused today on the efforts I've made to reach an agreement to secure passage of the budget bill. These changes are significant and they will help to secure our recovery from COVID-19, but they also build on the firm foundations of a budget that already delivers an £11.6 billion settlement for local government, which is fair and affordable, a settlement that will allow councils to freeze council tax for next year while still providing funding for vital day-to-day services. I will.
Murdo Fraser.
I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. She's mentioned local government. COSLA have said this afternoon that the cost of them meeting the Scottish Government's pay policy for local government workers will be £300 million. What additional resource has she found to support local councils who are now facing that challenge?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the 2 points that I would make is that, firstly, Murdo Fraser knows that local government are the employers in this regard, and it would not be appropriate for the Scottish Government to interfere in those negotiations between trade unions, workforces and local government. But secondly, I've just outlined the settlement that we have provided to local government, which sees an over 3% increase in core settlement alongside additional funding to help with COVID pressures. That's £275 million additional announced on the 16th of February and £259 million for next year. So whilst we will keep all of this under review, and I've said regularly, and I will say it again, I don't necessarily think this is the last budget update for next year. There probably will be more in light of the uncertainties that we're living through, and therefore we'll be revisiting some of those elements over the coming months. Presiding Officer, it also allows for a record funding of £16 billion to our NHS, an increase of over £800 million to the core budget, funding that will support recovery, and that includes an investment in excess of £1.2 billion in mental health, underpinning our continued approach to improving mental health services, and 100% rates relief for retail, hospitality, leisure, aviation and the newspaper industry for the whole of next year, something that has been widely called for and vital to the sector, something which all parties in this chamber agreed to implement, and yet we do not see the same policy being implemented south of the border. Our budget will deliver the lowest poundage rate available anywhere in the UK, saving ratepayers over £120 million compared with previously published plans. We have a tax policy that delivers on our commitment to a fair and progressive tax system. We've got ambitious use of our new welfare powers so that we can help tackle child poverty, including significant investment in our game-changing Scottish Child Payment. We've got almost £1.9 billion for the Scottish Funding Council to fund our university and college sector, £1.3 billion for the Scottish Police Authority, including elimination of the deficit in the police budget, an investment of over £1.6 billion across bus and rail services, ensuring that we keep public transport open and supporting our recovery, and £1.1 billion of total investment in employability and skills support. Presiding Officer, on a final point of substance, I would like to acknowledge the Labour Party's focus on pay for social care workers during our budget discussions. Of course, our public sector pay policy continues our action to address low pay, with a further cash underpin and continuing adherence to the increased real living wage. And whilst the policy is not directly applicable to the social care workforce, it nonetheless sets a benchmark. I'm clear that social care workers should have fair levels of pay for all that they do, and equally clear that I will only promise what can be afforded. Yes, I've got time.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm grateful for the Cabinet Secretary giving me, but would she acknowledge that a 2% pay rise for a care worker just represents 20 pence per hour? Does she really think that's adequate compensation for the work they've been doing through the pandemic?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I don't think Daniel Johnson's characterisation captures the facts, and perhaps if I would come on to the facts now. I've been clear that social care workers should have fair levels of pay. With the limited and the non-recurring funding that has flowed from the UK budget, I've not been able to accede to Labour's position of an initial £12 per hour leading to £15 per hour. An immediate increase to £12 per hour would provide a 26% uplift in pay from the 2021-22 real living wage of £9.50 per hour at an estimated cost of around £470 million. Moving to £15 per hour equates to an increase of 58% and an annual salary of over £29,000 and would cost over £2 billion if the impact on the wider Agenda for Change workforce was taken into account. However, I do believe in the importance of recognising the efforts of our social care workers. We have recognised those efforts already with a £500 thank you and promised to pay the real living wage. That does not, however, mean that this is my final word on the matter. My position is this: we will respect the process and the outcome of collective bargaining. We will look to build on the progress made by the Health Secretary in recent months. We will duly consider the work of the Fair Work and Social Care Group, which is set to report in May, with recommendations on key areas for the social care workforce, including pay and terms and conditions. And I will be very open to discussions on social care pay with any and all interested voices, talking of which, Jackie Bailey.
Jackie Bailey.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Can you tell me then that if they recommend in May that there should be a substantial pay increase, where are you going to get the recurring funding from that you say is not available right now?
That is a challenge which I have to contend with. I have been open and transparent with all parties in terms of the funding available. There's been much talk about additional funding for the Scottish Government. That is non-recurring COVID consequential funding, which may not be guaranteed in future years. So I have committed here and now to implementing the outcome of collective bargaining, and it will be one of my headaches to figure out how you fund these things. But that is the nature of being in government. We have to ensure that what we commit to is affordable. So, Presiding Officer, the ground I have covered today demonstrates how this budget provides stability and certainty for taxpayers and delivers for our economy. These are truly unprecedented times that require an unprecedented response. This budget delivers that. And with cross-party support for it tonight, its passage will help to put Scotland on the road to recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by thanking the Finance Secretary for the constructive engagement we've had throughout the budget process. And whilst we were not in the end able to reach agreement, I think I should put on record my thanks to her for her willingness to discuss what were our very reasonable budget asks, even though I regret that in the end she was not able to meet them. And can I also join her in paying tribute as Deputy Convener of the Finance and Constitution Committee to my friend Bruce Crawford, who is making, I believe, his last speech in the Chamber this afternoon. Bruce has served as the convener of the committee for the last 5 years and has led it with grace and wisdom, as we would expect, which reflects his service to Parliament over many years, and I'm sure we wish him a very happy retirement in a few weeks' time. Now, Presiding Officer, when we had the Stage 1 debate on the budget some weeks ago, I reminded the Chamber that the budget before us would be the largest ever in the history of devolution. In revenue terms, it was up at that point 11% on the budget for the previous year, giving this Finance Secretary an unprecedented level of resource to allocate. And that is, of course, down to the broad shoulders of the British Government, supporting individuals, businesses and public services in Scotland at these times of unprecedented difficulty. And since we had that debate, even more money has been forthcoming. Following the announcements from the UK budget just last week, there is an extra £1.1 billion coming to the Scottish Government from the British Treasury. And we know that when she did her original budget allocations, the Finance Secretary had assumed a £500 million uplift, so that left her with even more cash than she was originally anticipating. And, Presiding Officer, that money is needed. It is needed to support those suffering from the consequences of COVID. It is needed to support the many businesses throughout the country who are currently struggling to survive thanks to COVID restrictions. And in every previous debate in this Chamber on finance, I have raised the need to support businesses who are struggling, and I make no apology for doing so again. Because we hear on, I will in a second, we continue to hear on a daily basis from those who are falling through the net of business support, and we do need to see a renewed focus on providing funding, particularly for those in the category who are not legally obliged to close, but have seen substantial falls in their trade as a result of restrictions elsewhere in the economy. I'll give way to Mr Mason.
John Mason.
Yeah, thank Mr Fraser for giving way. Would you accept that his colleagues having the budget on the 3rd of March was not exactly helpful in all this and made it very difficult for the government to plan ahead?
Murdo Fraser.
Well, unlike Mr Mason, I have confidence in the ability of the Finance Secretary to cope with these late announcements of money. And I think we've just seen from the budget that's been put together today, that didn't seem to be a handicap. And Mr Mason may not have noticed that, in fact, we've had a global pandemic, which of course has had an impact on the ability of governments everywhere in the world to plan their finances. Well done. Now, the major ask we had in terms of the budget was more funding for local government. According to COSLA, the core funding increase delivered this year amounts to just 0.9%, which leaves a gap of around £350 million that councils believe they need just to stand still. That is not to provide any additional services, it is simply to preserve those that are currently there. And the 0.9% increase only goes one half of the way towards funding what was previously the Scottish Government's pay policy of a 1% increase for those earning up to £80,000. Now, we now know, as a result of the deals done by the Finance Secretary, the public pay policy for the government has changed. It is now to pay a 2% increase for those earning up to £40,000. And no thought seems to have been given to the impact this will have on local council budgets. Because if they are to match this pay policy for local government workers, as local government workers will expect, they will wonder where this money is going to come from. COSLA have estimated that this change in pay policy will cost them £300 million in the coming year. And in this revised budget announced this afternoon, the Finance Secretary has produced not one extra penny to support local government. Presiding Officer, once again, local councils are the whipping boy of an SNP budget. While the Scottish Government's budget is increasing by an unprecedented amount, local councils are seeing their resources squeezed and local services will have to be cut as a result. The Scottish Conservatives want to see fair funding for councils, and this budget does not deliver that. Now, Presiding Officer, perhaps we should not be surprised that the Greens are backing a budget that damages local councils, because they have form for that. In fact, we shouldn't be surprised at the Greens backing an SNP budget at all, because as surely as night follows day, the Greens go the SNP way. But I am disappointed in the Liberal Democrats, because I thought they'd have more sense than to be voting for an SNP budget that is damaging local councils in a second. And I look forward to Willie Rennie explaining to the Conservative voters of North East Fife why he's voting for an SNP budget that's going to damage local services. But as I mentioned him, I'll give way.
Willie Rennie.
I thank Murdo Fraser for allowing me to intervene. It's the difference between me and him, not that when the Finance Secretary comes forward with policies that we argued for, that we feel duty-bound to back those proposals. But when he comes forward with proposals that she backs, he doesn't vote for it, like the business rates relief of 100%. Is he not being a little bit disingenuous?
Murdo Fraser.
Well, I look forward to Mr Reddy deploying that argument on the doorsteps in North East Fife to all my Conservative friends, and we'll see how he gets on in the next few weeks. But, Presiding Officer, it was good to see some progress being made on the introduction of free school meals for all primary pupils, although being done over 2 years when it should have been introduced over one. Again, this was a key budget ask of ours, not being delivered. Now, I raised at the Finance Committee yesterday the issue of LBTT. The Finance Secretary is insisting that the threshold for LBTT payments, which was temporarily raised to £250,000, must return to £145,000 next month, despite the fact that the Chancellor has extended an uplift for the equivalent tax in England, as indeed has the Government in Wales, and the block grant adjustment would provide additional resources for the Scottish Government to extend this tax cut if it wanted to do so. So house purchasers in Scotland will be hit from April with a higher tax bill. And yet, as we know, revenue from LBTT in the period from September amounted to £39 million more than was generated in the same period last year. So actually reducing the tax burden delivered a higher revenue, perhaps an illustration of the Laffer curve that Mr McKee is always so glad for me to explain to him. Now, so I hope even now the Finance Secretary can think again about this issue. And she might find herself, she might find she's actually depriving herself of tax revenue, and actually by extending the increase in the threshold, she might actually take in more tax, as we've demonstrated over the last few months. No, thank you. I missed in my last minute. Presiding Officer, for the reasons I've outlined, this is not a budget we can support. Despite unprecedented resources at its disposal, coming from the British Government, the SNP have not delivered on key policies to improve Scotland for all its residents. And in particular, it will once again damage local council services, because councils will be struggling to balance their budgets while this Scottish Government sits on piles of cash. For all these reasons, we would oppose the budget at decision time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Daniel Johnson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I begin by adding my tribute to Bruce Crawford? Now, I have to admit that my tenure and his on the Finance Committee is going to overlap, albeit very briefly. But nonetheless, I would recognise the contribution that he has made to Parliament. I think he's a parliamentarian that has, I think, widespread admiration right across this chamber. So I wish him well with his retirement. We must ensure that we recover and rebuild from this pandemic. That is the imperative for this budget and how it should be judged. The budget lines it prioritises will determine whether we have the capacity to undo the damage done. Additional funds spent on the right things will ensure we build resilience as we learn to cope with the virus. Spent on the wrong things, it will mean we will continue to struggle and fail to cope with the virus as it continues to linger. This budget and the coming Parliament must be focused on recovery. A recovery from a virus that has shattered our public services, our communities and our economy. But as new variants make clear, this virus is persistent. It will not end with the vaccination programme. The vaccination programme will merely stabilise and give us an ability to cope with the virus. So in this context, we must be focused not just on recovery, but also on building resilience. Ongoing infection control and social distancing will have a profound effect on our ability to deliver healthcare and education. It will disrupt businesses that rely on contact with customers and continue to place a strain on social interactions. So therefore, we need strategic measures and bold steps to build and secure that recovery and resilience. We need to move beyond the week-to-week measures necessitated by crisis and learn to cope. On these benches, we are clear that improving the pay of social care workers would have been such a move. Currently, the median pay for social care workers is around £10 per hour across the UK. The critical and vital work that they do, caring for the most vulnerable in our society, has been undervalued and underpaid for far too long. The pandemic has simply underlined and magnified this. That is why Labour has made the call for social care workers to gain an immediate increase of £12 per hour, with a plan to implement £15 per hour, to recognise their work and build a care system that is skilled and is effective and is resilient. Now, I'm only a week into my post as Finance Spokesperson for Scottish Labour, so I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary for already having a number of meetings with me in the previous days. And our priority going into this budget was to correct a key structural failing exposed by this pandemic, that inadequate pay. And I know the Cabinet Secretary agrees with that sentiment. And I know she agrees that these workers have been at the forefront of the response. And I know she accepts that good social care is a preventative spend that can save money and remove pressure on our health service. Because ensuring vulnerable people are healthy at home is better for everyone than fighting to treat and get them well again in hospital. She knows these things, but the government has made different choices. Make no mistake, increasing pay for social care workers would be a financial challenge. I accept that. But the Cabinet Secretary has the financial headroom to deliver it. As confirmed at Finance Committee yesterday, the budget has an additional £1.3 billion of recurring funds within it. But other things have been seemingly prioritised. The recent UK budget delivered another £1.2 billion, albeit in non-recurring funds, but those have been allocated to other things. And there has been over £1 billion in COVID money carried over from the previous financial year, prioritised for other issues. The direct cost across public, voluntary and private sectors would be around £480 million. A large sum, but in the context of these additional funds, one that is not unrealistic nor undeliverable. £480 million to transform the pay of such critical workers and such a critical service. £480 million as compared to the £100 million that the deal the Green Party secured, that amounts to merely 1% above inflation, does not necessarily carry through to NHS workers, nor local authority workers. And bluntly, social care workers deserve more than the 20 pence per hour this budget seems to imply that they're worth. There are, of course, elements of the budget I commend and I welcome. The commitment to £45 million to replace the Eye Pavilion in Edinburgh. I will welcome it, but clearly we need to see the detail, and I'm worried by the caveated words from the Cabinet Secretary in response to Sarah Boyack. Waiting times concerning before COVID are now at very serious level. This budget needs to step up so that we no longer need to make the choice between treating the virus and treating cancer. Money to reduce class sizes and extend free school meals is of course welcome, but £60 million against the £1 billion spent every year on schools will struggle to counteract the gaps in our children's knowledge. And we are yet to see the progress on free school meals promised by previous budgets before we can rush to welcome this latest announcement. Local government has carried the burden of much of the economic response to COVID, yet despite the sums promised in this budget, there remains a COVID funding gap estimated to be £518 million on top of the real terms cuts local government has experienced since 2013 of £937 million. Our economy is shattered. The simple fact is that many consumer-facing businesses will struggle to survive. Despite pledges, guidance remains unclear. Funds remain slow in being delivered to the businesses that need them. I've heard first-hand from B&B owners in my constituency having to cash in their pensions because they've been declined their applications to the discretionary fund. And despite Scottish Government promises, and many funds remain underclaimed, this budget should have been about spending better as well as spending more. These are the choices made by the government, the priorities supported by the Greens and Lib Dems. These concessions certainly improve the budget, and that's why we voted for those amendments. But I fear they are not the bold strategic steps needed to transform social care, nor deliver the recovery and resilience that is required. For these reasons, Scottish Labour cannot support this budget a decision time this evening. That is not something I state with pleasure or relish. The pandemic means no one wants the squabbling over the budget that old politics would expect, but I also strongly feel challenging times requires opposition parties to challenge the government. The budget will undoubtedly pass this evening, but I would ask those that are supporting it whether the budget meets that challenge of building recovery and resilience. And I sincerely hope that this budget has not held money back for electoral gimmicks or flourishes for the SNP in the coming election. If it has, we will look at what is being spent and how that measures up to what could have been paid for in terms of that additional pay to social care workers, pay that they deserve. Care workers will most certainly be comparing their packets to the budget and see if their true worth is being valued. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call on Willie Rennie.
I think Daniel Johnson was right with one of the things that he did say, which was that no one wants to see squabbling in the times of a global pandemic. And it's our quiet work, I have to say, that secured a reprioritisation of £300 million towards mental health support, education bounce back, economy and jobs, support for the North East in terms of just transition and also the environment. Because I think the public expect us at this time to work together because they are exceptional times. We're in the middle of a global pandemic where thousands of people have lost their lives, thousands more have lost their jobs, and people live with restrictions every single day. So we need to put recovery first. We need to have a needle-sharp focus on that, and that is what we've sought to do. We've sought to do that over the last year by working with the government wherever we can. And you know me, I'm Mr. kind of consensual. The only thing it makes me doubt is when Jackie Bailey silently looks across the chamber and gives me that scolding look that I know so many others have felt recently as well. But we have tried to make a difference in this budget. Of course, it's not perfect, but we're pleased, and in fact, we're proud that we've increased the mental health budget by £1.2 million to £1.2 billion, that we've got some steps in the right direction on the eye pavilion, and we'll be watching closely on that. £60 million plus the £20 million for the Pupil Equity Fund premium for the bounce back in education, the £5 million for the agri-environment schemes. We were pleased that the Finance Secretary accepted the Conservative proposals about the 100% business relief on rates. We thought that was a step in the right direction. Also on B&B and self-catering support, which again is a step in the right direction. The money for councils for next year, the £90 million that will make sure that we protect services in future years and make sure we don't have massive council tax increases. All these things are good, and I think the next one, which I'm particularly pleased, and I might call it the Mike Rumbles Fund, which would be the North East Support Fund for Skills and Retraining, which will help with the just transition from oil and gas, another important set of proposals. So all of these things are things that we argued for. And another thing I would agree with Daniel Johnson on is around social care workers and their pay. We do need to make a change. We can't just simply accept superficial changes to create a national care service. We can't just change the name and expect everything to be resolved. We do need to pay them more. And I think the last year has shown that the social care sector in this country is just not robust and strong enough. The high turnover of staff in the social care sector alone should tell us that we need to make substantial changes. So we do need to all work together on this, to re-engineer the budget in a substantial way to make sure we can pay these people more. They sacrificed their own lives over the last year. And I think we need to make a difference in the next Parliament to make sure that we can get a decent rate of pay for them. I want to thank the Finance Secretary for her cooperative approach with this. She's no nonsense. She likes to be straight and honest and upfront with the things that she is proposing. And I appreciated that approach from her. I think as a result, we've got a better budget. We've avoided the squabbling. We've got it going through. We've got money into people's pockets when they need it. And the last thing they would have wanted from this Parliament is for us to continue to argue while people struggle in their daily lives. So £300 million extra for priorities that Liberal Democrats have set out, that's something that we can support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now call on Patrick Harvey.
Thank you, Convener. And can I also thank the Cabinet Secretary for engagement in the budget process, welcome Daniel Johnson to his portfolio. I think it's his first finance debate in that role, so welcome. And go on, one last tribute to Bruce Crawford, our outgoing finance convener. I think we're all going to miss Bruce. He's managed to achieve a collegiate atmosphere on the committee, despite some of my occasional efforts to amend all those committee reports. But my favourite memory will be the look of joy on his face when I shared with him a bottle of Glasgow Megadeth hot sauce. So if this is going to be his final speech, let him use this opportunity to spice up the debate a little bit. Don't hold back, Convener. The Scottish Greens went into this budget process wanting to put forward three key priorities. First, we wanted to recognise that the Scottish Government's pay policy, as published, needed to go further. We wanted to make sure that we recognise the economic impact on some of the most vulnerable households in Scotland and try to support household incomes for those people. And we wanted to sow the seeds for a green recovery. Well, I think we've managed to achieve a significant package on each of those key priorities. On green recovery, we not only see investment increasing into active travel, energy efficiency, agri-environment and more, but it also connects to policies like the expansion of free bus travel, which will be an immediate benefit to those who gain access to it, those aged 21 and under, not just 19-year-olds and unders. They will get that practical and financial benefit, but it will also, as we continue to expand that policy, help to normalise public transport in Scotland and continue the shift that we need to see away from car use and into public transport. On the free school meals issues, we never thought that the Scottish Government needed to wait until the next election, even though it's only in a couple of months' time, to make promises then and then leave the next Parliament to decide what to do. We thought it should have been done now, and I'm pleased that we now have a clear timetable for rolling out free school meals on a universal basis at primary level, and Greens will continue to advocate for further progress there. And the pandemic support payments to households in receipt of council tax reduction and those whose children currently qualify for free school meals will make a significant difference, and anti-poverty organisations have been welcoming this as well. It's not just that universal access to those payments, it's also making sure that they're targeted at those households who need them the most. This will make a difference to those who've suffered most severely from the economic impact of the pandemic. On public sector pay, we were very clear that we wanted a solution that would go further for those at the lowest end of the income scale. We never thought it was justified that high earners, that any high earner, should get a bigger increase in their salary as a result of the pay settlement than the lowest earners. So we've got that progress for the lowest earners. We wanted a progressive approach throughout the income scale, and we've managed to make sure that those up to £40,000 get 2%. But we are absolutely convinced as well, as others have made clear, that this needs to be a benchmark, a baseline for the sectoral negotiations that need to take place. And those who have made the case for further progress on health and social care, for example, make a very strong case, an unanswerable case. But it's that negotiation, that collective bargaining process that needs to continue. We've advanced the baseline, and I'm afraid I don't have time. I'm in my last few seconds. We've advanced the baseline and will continue to make progress. The last point I want to say in the last few seconds, Presiding Officer, is that in the next session, we are going to face very, very deep questions that will require cross-party consensus, regardless of the parliamentary arithmetic. We're going to have to think deeply about the entire tax base that Scotland has. We're going to have to make decisions that will have lasting repercussions, and they have to be decisions that lead us toward a more equal and more sustainable society. Those are challenges which the next Parliament is going to have to grapple with and make decisions on the basis of some degree of consensus, regardless of the parliamentary arithmetic.
Thank you very much. We now move to the open debate. We will begin with Bruce Crawford, to be followed by Annie Wells. I need hardly mention that this is Mr Crawford's final.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I'll begin my speech today with a contribution to the budget for 21-22. However, as this will be my last contribution to the debate here at Holyrood, I'd also like the opportunity to take some time for some thank yous, as well as make some remarks reflecting on my time here as a member of this Parliament of Scotland. On the budget, can I begin by congratulating Kate Forbes, the Finance Secretary, for putting together a well-constructed budget for recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. You know, Kate Forbes entered into the challenge of her post in the most difficult of circumstances, but she's acquitted herself with great aplomb and grown into a Finance Secretary with very real stature. When I compare the approach of the budget of Kate Forbes and the Scottish Government to that of the main opposition and the shape of the Conservatives, the contrast really could not be starker. Simply bears belief that despite the fact that we are now only 3 weeks away from a new budget year and in the midst of the greatest crisis since the Second World War, that the Tories cannot bring themselves to vote for a budget at this time. Consider the Conservatives their stance of opposition for opposition's sake throughout this Parliament, because of their dislike of the SNP will come to be their electoral undoing. Presiding Officer, in my final speech, there are some things I must say. I've frankly been extremely disappointed by some of the commentary I've seen, particularly on social media, where MSP colleagues have made spiteful and sometimes nasty comments about fellow MSPs. Many on the receiving end have been my friends for decades, and I can tell you I find such comments hurtful and distressing. I genuinely hoped that the pandemic would usher in a kinder and more considered type of politics. And I can only hope that after the coming election that the reset button can be pressed and that a greater degree of respect can be found in much the same way as Patrick was suggesting between MSPs and the political parties to enable the job of politics to be done in a way that the citizens of Scotland expect of their elected representatives. Now, some of my friends here at Holyrood will be aware I seriously considered standing down at the last election, and my good friend John Swinney persuaded me not to. A man we are extremely fortunate to have as our Deputy First Minister and our Education Secretary. But on reflection, and despite the very challenging circumstances of the pandemic, I'm glad I made the decision to continue for a further parliamentary session. Well, these are certainly not the circumstances that any of us would have chosen for the last year at Holyrood. I'm pleased to have been able to utilise my experience as an elected representative of 33 years, firstly as a councillor and then as an MSP, to help provide assistance and support to a great many individuals, businesses and organisations in the Stirling constituency who needed my help over the last 12 months. Presiding Officer, there are so many people whom I like to say thank you to. Firstly, a huge thank you to the many wonderful constituents who I've been in contact with over the years. Thank you too to the amazing staff from my constituency office who've supported me marvellously for 2 decades. Thank you to officials and staff here at Holyrood who've always shown me the greatest of respect and provided me with the support whenever it was required. Thank you for the comradeship shown by many MSP colleagues around the Chamber. Thank you to the officials and members of the Scottish Government for their commitment and effort on behalf of the people of Scotland. In concluding, let me give particular thanks and mention to the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, a person who's been my personal friend for over 20 years. You know, no other First Minister in history has had to endure the pressures she's had to be subjected to while holding this office. Her leadership during the pandemic has been truly outstanding, and I want to publicly and sincerely thank her for all the sacrifices she's made on behalf of the nation. Presiding Officer, reflecting on my time as MSP, first let me begin with that wonderful opening day of this Parliament in 1999. The reconvening of Scotland's Parliament after a period of more than 300 years is a memory I will cherish forevermore. So too I'll cherish the memory of winning the Stirling constituency and being part of the first ever SNP government. And as a result, being in a position to do my bit to ensure the minority government stayed the course and delivered for the people of Scotland. It's been an honour and the privilege of my life to be a member of this Parliament and the member for Stirling constituency, as well as to serve in government and be a convener of a number of parliamentary committees, but in particular the convener of the Finance and Constitution Committee, over this session. Presiding Officer, for me, it's always been about service, improving the lot of the people of Scotland and ultimately people of this nation taking full responsibility for their own destiny. And with these comments, I'll sign off with my final contribution to debate here at Holyrood by wishing everyone all the very best. I sincerely hope all of you and your families have a safe and peaceful future as is possible. Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I call Annie Wells to be followed by John Mason.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I also put on record my best wishes to Bruce Crawford for the future. I welcome the opportunity to speak in today's important budget debate, which once again takes place in the backdrop of an immensely difficult 12 months. Presiding Officer, although there are measures in this year's budget which the Scottish Conservatives welcome, the budget represents a failed opportunity to place Scotland's economic recovery at the forefront of our priorities. The bottom line is that despite an unprecedented level of support from the UK Government, this budget lacks the bold action Scotland needs if we are to emerge stronger from these severe economic headwinds, which we are not alone as a nation in facing. The Chamber will not need reminding that, as the Scottish Fiscal Commission have warned, Scotland's economy will, at the earliest, not return to pre-pandemic levels until 2024. This highlights the scale of the monumental challenge before us all. As members on these benches have already spoken to, we had some clear asks of the Government, asks that would have placed Scotland in prime position to meet this challenge head-on. From my perspective, Presiding Officer, there is one aspect of this year's budget which is most disappointing to me, which is the budget fails to deliver the necessary and vital support to Scotland's cash-strapped councils who are facing the economic brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic. With Scotland's councils facing a combined budget shortfall of an eye-watering £511 million, worsened by consistent spending cuts to core funding by the SNP government over several years, they deserve unprecedented financial support to respond to the pandemic. COSLA have also consistently reiterated their concerns in this regard, identifying serious shortcomings in this year's budget. It is grossly unfair that, as the Scottish Government's own budget is going to dramatically increase because of support from the UK Government, the core funding increase to local government will amount to less than 1%. The persistent underfunding of Scotland's local councils by this government is simply no longer acceptable. They provide so much of the local services which Scots rely on, from the disposal of our waste to the upkeep of our leisure facilities, which could be placed in serious risk if we are not funded properly. Murdo Fraser has already spoken of how Scotland's councils have been the whipping boys of this SNP budget, and if this budget is passed, it will demonstrate that most certainly are. To right this wrong, the Scottish Conservatives have called for an introduction of a fair funding deal. This would award local authorities with a set proportion of the Scottish Government's budget each year, mirroring the relationship the Scottish Government has with the UK Government. This new framework would provide our councils with the financial certainty they need to ensure the provision of key local services, some of which I have already mentioned. Presiding Officer, local councils know their residents best. They can play a leading role in both rebuilding and empowering our communities to meet the diverse range of economic challenges and opportunities which lie ahead. However, having been shortchanged for years, the blunt truth is they can't do it on the cheap. We on these benches have made clear that we want to back Scotland's local councils to the hill, and we will make this argument loud and clear as we approach the elections in May. In the meantime, Presiding Officer, we cannot vote for this budget, as among other reasons, it doesn't go far enough to provide Scotland's councils with the level of support they deserve. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, and I remind open debate speakers 4 minutes, please. John Mason to be followed by Colin Smith.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I do congratulate the Cabinet Secretary for reaching agreement with at least 2 other parties this year. It's good that the UK Government is continuing to borrow into 21-22 so that both they and we can continue dealing with COVID itself and hopefully help the economy to recover. I accept that this may not yet be the time to raise taxes, as we want people who have spare cash to be out there spending it as soon as possible to keep businesses and jobs going. But on the other hand, I do not think the public finances can afford tax cuts. The Conservatives have suggested tax cuts, and especially that there should be no LBTT over £145,000. But there are a number of reasons why this is not a good idea. Firstly, the NHS and local government need the money for public services. Secondly, it does not help those in greatest need who do not own their own homes. And thirdly, it does not even help many ordinary folk buying a flat or a house for less than £145,000. For example, flats in the estate where I live go for around about £70,000. And I was intrigued to see that the Conservatives down south are looking at increasing corporation tax in the medium term. Now, that is a bit of a change of tack for them, and I would say is welcome. I hope the Tories in this place too will welcome the need for increased taxation if we are going to protect public services going forward. And on the subject of taxation more generally, as the Cabinet Secretary pointed out in her letter of 2 March to the Finance Committee, we are limited when we do not have full devolution of tax powers. Income tax in particular is a problem, while it is essentially still a reserve tax, with ourselves only having the power to vary rates. The UK income tax system is far too complex to start with, and it is made worse by having national insurance as a separate and highly regressive tax on top. On some of the actual spending provisions, I very much welcome the record spending for the NHS and the focus on mental health. And, of course, the increase of 2% now for pay rise for most public sector workers. I accept that most of us would like to see higher increases for many workers, but we do have to live within our means. The reality is that even with UK borrowing, there are limits to spending. We have increased NHS spending over a number of years now, so if opposition members, as Annie Wells has just done, feel that we have not given enough to local government, that must mean they think we have given too much to the NHS. These are the 2 main parts of our budget, so more for one almost inevitably means less for the other. Moving on to capital spending, I do very much welcome the continued emphasis on housing, and especially social rented and other affordable housing. In recent years, and even right now in Glasgow-Shettleston constituency, we have affordable housing going up in Dalmarnock, Bridgeton, Parkhead, Carlton, Baillieston and Shettleston itself, to name but a few. I don't think we can overemphasise how important such housing is. It means people can have good quality housing which they can afford, it helps them overcome fuel poverty, and as we have seen in recent months, gives young people the space to study effectively, even when it is remotely. I'm always uneasy when we talk about borrowing longer term for revenue costs, be that as an individual or as a country. But one thing we certainly should be borrowing for is capital expenditure, and especially for housing. And it's disappointing that UK government has cut back on our capital spending, and especially financial transaction money. Such housing, such investment gives our communities long-lasting assets at the end of the day and creates jobs and boosts the economy along the way. It should certainly be possible for the Scottish Government to borrow prudently, as local authorities can, rather than having artificial limits placed on it by Westminster. So overall, I'm very pleased to support this budget. It has been a strange year, and it looks like 21-22 will not be normal either. But I think we can have confidence in Scotland, at least, that the public finances are in safe hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colin Smith, to be followed by Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And can I also warmly wish Bruce Crawford well for the future and thank him for the many thoughtful contributions that I've had the privilege of listening to in my short time in Parliament. Presiding Officer, the past year has been tough for everyone. Over 7,000 lives and tens of thousands of livelihoods lost. Families and friends have been separated, and an attainment gap in our schools has become a chasm. To get through that trauma of the COVID pandemic, this national crisis cried out for a national recovery plan. A budget that started to fix the foundations of the economy, protected our NHS, tackled Scotland's plague of inequality and rewarded our key workers. Instead, sadly, we have a budget that has largely papered over the cracks. Now, I know that COVID did not create the inequalities in our society. It did not create the weaknesses in our economy or the utter neglect of our social care system, but it has cruelly exposed them. When more than ever we needed a bold, ambitious budget to take Scotland forward, we have a budget that barely brings us back to where we were before coronavirus, not least when it comes to a group of workers so badly let down during the pandemic, Scotland's social care staff. Let down by a lack of PPE, a lack of testing, a lack of proper guidance that meant COVID-positive patients were transferred into our care homes. Yet those workers looked after our loved ones as if they were their own, often caring for them in their final moments as COVID took its terrible toll in our care homes. And they did so in return for wages that, frankly, we should be ashamed of. We're all quick to clap for those care workers during the first lockdown, but it's not a praise they need, it's a raise in their wages. That's why during this budget process, Labour didn't make unreasonable demands, but we gave our back into the calls by the GMB union for £15 per hour for our care staff. We didn't demand it overnight, but we asked for a first step of £12 per hour in this budget, entirely affordable from just a fraction of the extra funds the government has received since it published its draft budget. Although there is much more we would have liked to have seen in the budget improved, we made it clear that we would back this budget if the government agreed to a fair day's pay for a fair day's work for our social carers. But they have failed to do so. The Cabinet Secretary said she recognised that Labour engaged in good faith to seek a better deal for our care workers. But what we want her to recognise, though, is those care workers themselves. They were there when we needed them most. It's a shame that today the Cabinet Secretary hasn't been there when they need her. And sadly, promises of jam tomorrow just do not go far enough. This was a chance for this Parliament to come together, to unite, to stand with our carers. It was a test of how serious we are about being genuinely building back better. But when it came to social care, this Parliament has failed that test. But Scotland's social care workers can be rest assured of one thing. Labour are on your side and will continue to stand with you until we get that better pay deal that you deserve. In the short time I have, Presiding Officer, I do want to also touch on the fact that it is important to look on this budget in the context of the previous four in this Parliament. If we do that, one thing that does stand out is the single biggest attack on local council services in living memory. Despite having the largest budget in the history of devolution, this year's local government budget is still 2.4% lower in real terms than it was in 2013-14. Well, even before the allocation of the recent additional consequentials, the Scottish Government's budget was 3.1% higher. Since 2013-14, local government has faced a cumulative cut of £4.3 billion and tens of thousands of council jobs have been cut and services have been axed. I have never quite worked out just why the SNP have such disdain for local government, and over the past 4 years, our councillors have seen a determined attack on the very services that the most vulnerable rely on. For 4 years, councillors the length and breadth of Scotland have had to wrestle with painful cuts. At a time, a third of Scotland's school children are leaving school without the expected literacy and numeracy levels. We've seen savage attacks on learning support staff. And a third of Scotland's school children... Can you draw your remarks to
I will do, Presiding Officer. And a third of Scotland's school children are obese. We have seen a record number of leisure centre closures. We really do need, in the next Parliament, to look again at how we fund local government and how we properly support the services that we all rely on. Thank you very much. I call Kenneth Gibson to be followed by Mark MacDonald.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This past year, our public services, businesses and families have faced unprecedented challenges and recovery, which has to be our core focus in the coming financial year. And I'm glad that this is the approach the Scottish Government has taken with this budget, which meets the needs of the nation. First and foremost, I welcome the fact that the health portfolio will receive additional resources, both in terms of core health services as well as for suppressing the spread of COVID-19. With funding a record £16 billion, an increase of over £800 million. And after the UK Government's insult of a public sector pay freeze, most of Scotland's public sector workers will receive either £800 of a pay rise or 2%, which acts as a benchmark for pay deal negotiations between employers, trade unions and the NHS workforce. During the past year, we've all relied on our public sector workers, and they now rely on their elected representatives to pass this budget so they can receive their well-deserved pay rise. At the same time, many families across Scotland will benefit from a council tax freeze, thanks to £90 million being made available to local authorities specifically for that purpose, including £2.182 million for North Ayrshire Council, which covers my own constituency. Thus, local taxpayers will again have a respite from increasing council taxes in 21-22, just as they did for 9 consecutive years from 2008 to 2017. It's no surprise, therefore, that at present an average Band D council tax is £1,338 per year in Scotland, a thumping £480 less than in Tory England. This gulf is set to widen further. Two-thirds of English councils are imposing the maximum 4.9% council tax rise, far in excess of inflation, not to mention the derisory 1% pay rise being offered to nurses in England. Of course, the Tories removed the need to consult on council tax rises. Up until last November, any local authority in England planning a rise of more than 2% had to hold a local referendum. No longer. In Saturday's Telegraph, the Local Government Association said, councils face a tough choice about whether to increase bills to bring in desperately needed funding at a time when we are acutely aware of the significant burden this could place on some households. As I've recounted in detail many times over the years in budget debates, the Tories have eviscerated English council budgets. So for the Tories in this chamber, utterly beholden to their bosses in London, to come here today and pretend to be the defenders of local government in Scotland is an insult to the intelligence of every Scottish voter. To make it the fig leaf behind which they oppose this budget, which they would never support under any circumstances, stretches the credibility of even the most gullible. The Tories should just be honest and say it's an SNP budget, so we won't support it. The council tax freeze is only one part of this budget, which also introduces free school meals for all primary pupils and a £100 million programme of one-off pandemic support payments to help relieve the significant financial stress of families across Scotland. And housing was another Tory gripe, yet in the 4 years to 2020, the SNP government built more than 9 times more social rented homes per head of population in Scotland than England. And under this government, 4,314 new homes have been built in North Ayrshire, including 496 council and 1,022 housing association homes. Funding for North Ayrshire Council to build homes amounts to £67.916 million over the last 5 years alone. And I'm delighted that ferry service resources will increase from £255.1 to £287.6 million, an increase of almost 13%, invaluable to my island constituents. Motorway and trunk road expenditure by more than 10%, from £748.9 to £825.9 million, while rail expenditure will rise by over 4% to £1.3149 billion. Labour. I recall 2009 when Labour set out a list of demands for the Scottish Government. Our Finance Secretary met them all, yet Labour still voted against. In panic at impending electoral defeat, it had no budget been approved a week later, they felt themselves forced to vote for the exact same budget. So it's time for Labour to get behind this budget too and not ask for what they know cannot be delivered without significant increases in taxes or the switching of resources from other portfolios, neither of which they have identified. Equally, I'm delighted that the Cabinet Secretary has listened to businesses in this budget and included their number one demand, their main demand, the extension of 100% rates relief for the retail, hospitality, leisure, newspaper and aviation sectors for a further year. £719 million of support added to £120 million.
Mr Gibson, can you draw your remarks to a close?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will do so, backed by £1.1 billion investment in jobs and skills. So, although this coming year will be difficult, this budget puts it on a clear path to a fairer, greener and more prosperous post-pandemic Scotland.
Thank you. I now call Mark MacDonald to be followed by Bob Doris. This is also Mark MacDonald's final speech, so I'll be a little more generous in the allocation of time than to the last two speakers. Mark MacDonald.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. On the off chance that I lose track and forget to do so, can I just say, having served under Bruce Crawford in the last session of Parliament on the Devolution and Further Powers Committee, which you also served on, he is somebody who I regard as one of the statesmen of Scottish politics, and I think he will be remembered as the best presiding officer this Parliament never had, and I wish him well for his retirement. And not to denigrate your role in the chair, presiding officer, but as you also prepared to step down, can I say that having worked alongside you in the north east of Scotland across a range of issues, while we have seldom agreed, we have always disagreed respectfully, and I also wish you well as you step down from Parliament at the end of this session. I'll back the budget I will back the budget at decision time, presiding officer. I'm grateful the Cabinet Secretary was good enough to meet me and to come back to me on some of the specific points I raised. I recognise she takes a slightly different view than I do around the tax issue, but perhaps the wider debate the Finance and Constitution Committee has sought to encourage will serve as a better way to explore the best way for Scotland to ensure tax in Scotland is both progressive in nature and utility. There's no doubt we face an uncertain future as we emerge from the pandemic, presiding officer, and the last year has given us all pause to reflect on things which truly matter most to us, and so it must also be true of the expenditure priorities of government. That means looking at how finances are allocated in global sums, yes, but crucially it's also about how that funding filters down to the communities we all represent. Take mental health, a topic which has been the centre of much discussion in this chamber and has been brought into even sharper focus by this pandemic. Large-scale expenditure is, of course, to be welcomed, but if that money does not get directed to community-based services, which are there to relieve pressure on the crisis end of the system, then all we do is create and maintain a self-perpetuating cycle of tragedy. And I hope there will be careful reflection on how that money is to be spent. Now, I'll play no part in those future deliberations, though, and it's perhaps appropriate now that I turn to some wider reflections. Now, I've thought long and hard about what to say at this moment, how to find the right words to say, and whether it's even appropriate to talk about the concept of achievements when they will never be the things people think of in relation to my time here. Nevertheless, I remain proud of my work on issues around autism and disabilities. I have tried, where possible, to amplify the voices of those left often heard and to champion causes which matter not just to my own family, but to many others out there across Scotland. There have been many gains in that time, such as the expansion of autism-friendly social experiences, autism accessibility of public buildings, including this very Parliament, on support for carers and on the campaign for Changing Places toilets. And I'll continue to advocate where I can, when I can, after I have left this place, because this is something in which I will have a lifelong interest.
You may, if you wish, Mr MacDonald.
If I'll get some time back, of course.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm grateful. Can I just commend the member for his efforts in terms of his advocacy for those with autism? And can I, along with others who are returned, give him the pledge that we will try to continue raising those issues because they're highly important indeed. So can I thank him for those efforts that he's made?
I'm grateful to Daniel Johnson for that, and can I say I know that there are others who share that passion and who will continue to advance it in the next session of Parliament. I'm also proud to have been able to introduce the baby box to Scotland, something which friends and constituents who have had babies since 2017 have been keen to tell me is something they have been delighted to receive. Its latest iteration, taken forward by my successor Marie Todd, followed the same approach I instigated of having a competition to provide an interactive design to the box. I hope it continues to be a great success for years to come, showcasing ambition for Scotland to be the best place in the world to grow up. I am, however, only too aware that none of those things will be foremost in anyone's mind as I speak in this chamber for the final time. I recognise I have made poor decisions in my life, and while I have never set out to deliberately cause upset to anyone, the fact people felt hurt and upset by my actions causes me immense regret and sorrow. While I have apologised sincerely for those actions, I want to take the opportunity to do so in this chamber. I'm sorry. I have learned a lot about myself over the last few years, and I hope that I have been able to emerge as a better person as a consequence. It's difficult to describe how it feels to have a version of yourself being held up in front of you that you do not recognise as being a true reflection of your character, your values, or your intentions. I can only ever hope that people will take me as the person that I am now, not as the person I perhaps once was, or have been portrayed as being. I'm grateful to the support I've had from friends, many of whom have known me since we were at primary school together, who've stood by me through the best and worst times of my life. I'm grateful for the love of my family, who pulled me back from the edge of darkness on more than one occasion. And I'm grateful for the support and kindness of those in this building who offered it as I found myself in a difficult place. My mantra every day is to try and be a better person today than I was yesterday, and to focus on being a better person still tomorrow. I'm grateful to those who believe that such a journey is possible, and I thank them for holding my hand along the way. It has been the privilege of my life to have been able to represent the people in the communities of Aberdeen Donside, where I live and grew up. I want to put on record my thanks to my dedicated team of staff, Kerry, Anna, Sarah and Rachel, who have delivered an outstanding level of support to constituents during the course of the pandemic. They are fantastic individuals, and they will all go on to bigger and better things, I have no doubt. I hope that the next MSP for the area will get the same level of joy and satisfaction from representing such a diverse range of communities, and while I wish the ending had been a happier one, may I sincerely and universally I wish everyone good luck, good health and goodbye.
Thank you very much. I now call Bob Doris, who will be the final open debate speaker.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And before I get to the substantive contribution in my speech, can I put on record the support Mark MacDonald has given to the two cross-party groups that I chair, really important ones in palliative care and in rare, undiagnosed and genetic conditions in this Parliament. Without his support, we've not been able to progress a lot of very important work. So good wishes for the future, Mark. I want to put that on the record. And to Bruce Crawford also, I suppose what I want to say to Bruce is, as almost every backbench MSP has done from one time to another, we've leaned on you for your support, your advice and your wisdom. So thank you for all the occasions you've done that over the years. And I want to put that on the record here this afternoon. Also, of course, I'm here to speak about the Stage 3 budget bill, and I'll be supporting this bill today. It's proposed by the Scottish Government, but it's shaped by Parliament. Changes to the budget were always likely, but the scope of them were always going to be uncertain, given the wholly unsatisfactory way the UK Government has progressed its own budgetary provisions, completely out of sync with Scotland's budget process. Scotland's draft budget bill was published on the 20th of January, and the Scottish Government are partially flying blind in relation to the sources that they would be able to deploy. But of course, they did move swiftly to allocate additional money for both the current financial year and into the next financial year, the budget we're looking at here this evening, when ballot consequences of £1.1 billion were announced by the UK Government on the 15th of February. Some sought to paint that as the largesse of the UK, but let's be clear and let's put on the record that's borrowed cash. Increases from £50 million to £90 million to help councils introduce mitigations in schools because of COVID, and an initial £25 million to help tackle poverty and inequality. And we've also seen the leverage of additional investment for the budget before us today also. For instance, £120 million into mental health, as we've heard, bringing that up to £1.2 billion, and additional £100 million for low-income households. I also welcome the budget deal with the Greens. Again, this had to wait for last week's UK budget and for unallocated consequentials to be agreed. Much of this spend has allowed us to go further and quicker in areas where we agree. I therefore welcome the extension of free bus travel to all those 21 and under, and agreeing a timetable for our joint commitment to delivering free universal school meals up to primary 7 on a phased basis by August 2022. However, I want to mention some of the other agreed commitments to supporting those most in need. This includes £130 for households receiving council tax reduction and 2 payments of £100 to families of children qualifying for free school meals. As convener of this Parliament's Social Security Committee, our committee has wrestled with how best to get money into the pockets of those most in need more generally, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. I support the payments announced. I warmly welcome them. However, in the new Parliament, we will of course want to take stock of how best we support low-income households going forward. This Parliament must always do everything we can. Now, the Scottish social security system is not there simply to mitigate the impact of a flawed UK welfare system, but whether it's the benefit freeze, the bedroom tax or the rate clause or other provisions that are wholly unsatisfactory. But we must also use the powers that we have in this place to help those most in need. And other provisions within this budget also do that. So provisions that supports the Best Start Grant and Best Start Goods, Carers Allowance Supplement, Young Carers Grant and the Job Start Grant, to mention just a few, and of course the game-changing Scottish Child Payment. Those are all levers by which we can choose to get money quickly to households that are struggling. This budget supports all of these things. Of course, if we had all the levers in this place, we could do more, but that's a debate for another day. Presiding Officer, what I would say is that irrespective of the powers that sit in this place, we must always ensure we use them to help those most in need. In finishing, I have sought to focus on the use of social security powers and the related budget commitments today during my contribution, and that's deliberate, because this budget will increasingly have to be scrutinised very, very carefully, including the budgets that underpin our agreed priorities as a Parliament. In this budget, it increases by 7.1% this evening, and it will reach £4 billion for the first time. And we'll also have to look to see that the fiscal framework can support that.
Mr Doris, you will have to draw your remarks to a close.
Presiding Officer, let me finish off by just saying, as I started, this budget was shaped by Parliament, and I hope Parliament will support this budget this evening.
Thank you very much. We now move to closing speeches, and I call Jackie Bailey. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And can I start by paying tribute to Bruce Crawford and indeed to all those retiring from Parliament. I've served with Bruce, I think, twice on the Finance Committee. I came back for more, but of course I remember his skill as the SNP business manager, and indeed sometimes I thought he was far too skillful for his own good, and indeed for our good. So we will indeed miss him and all the others too. Scottish Labour engaged with the Cabinet Secretary in good faith during the budget process, and I said at stage 1 that although there is much in the budget that we would like to see improved, if the government accepted our proposal of rewarding social care workers and giving them the respect that they deserve, then we would vote for their budget. Nothing could be more straightforward or more clear. So it is with huge disappointment that the SNP have set their face against rewarding our social care staff. We clapped for them. We clapped for them and our healthcare staff every week. They rightly deserve our praise, but they also deserve a raise. These are the people who look after some of the most vulnerable people in our community. These are the people who during the pandemic faced death on a daily basis, putting themselves and their families at risk. These are the people who coped without adequate PPE, a lack of guidance, and the routine discharge of COVID-positive patients from hospital to their care homes. It is therefore simply unacceptable that we should be asking people to do those jobs on poverty pay. This is a low-paid, predominantly female workforce. Many of them work second jobs to make ends meet. If we cannot recognise them now, when will we recognise them and recognise the value of what they do for all of us and for society? The time for warm words, Presiding Officer, has passed. Please don't tell me what you're doing about the gender pay gap when you ignore this game-changing opportunity. Please don't tell me about how grateful the SNP are for health and social care workers when you ignore them when it counts most. And please don't tell me that collective bargaining, which I heartily approve of, will get us there. It required a step change from the Cabinet Secretary. It required a pay rise now. Now, the Scottish Government has received billions of pounds to deal with COVID. I accept a lot of that is non-recurring money. Indeed, the Cabinet Secretary confirmed to me yesterday at the Finance Committee that she is carrying forward 1.1 billion of this into the new financial year. But she also confirmed that over and above that, the Scottish Government has £1.3 billion in recurring funding on top of their existing budget. Now, the cost of providing an immediate wage rise of £12 an hour would have cost £470 million, according to the Cabinet Secretary. I suspect it is less, but let's accept those figures. But what the SNP have said to social care workers is that they are worth 20 pence per hour more. That's all. The Cabinet Secretary says she cannot afford to do anything in this budget because she doesn't have sufficient recurring funding. But she might be able to find the funding in May. Well, Presiding Officer, if she can find it then, she can find it now. It is the same financial year. It is the same budget. And I cannot hide my disappointment that this opportunity has been rejected by the SNP. And I am also disappointed that there is only a 2% rise for NHS staff who were, we would all agree, on the front line of the pandemic. But let me spend my last few minutes on wider issues. We all agree that we need a budget for recovery, a budget that will tackle the mass unemployment that will drive hundreds of thousands of people into poverty, a budget that invests in business, that protects jobs, that boosts economic recovery, a budget that remobilises our NHS for the many people who are waiting too long for diagnosis and too long for treatment. Now, there is much in this budget that I can welcome, but it doesn't go far enough. I welcome free school meals extension. I welcome the extra money for mental health. But, you know, in England and Wales, they spend 11% of their health budget on mental health, but in Scotland, it's only 8% of the health budget. Despite the announcements, very little has changed. The coronavirus crisis might have exposed the deep inequalities in our society, but it did not create them. The truth is, when the pandemic hit, Scotland's economy was struggling. We need a bolder, more ambitious budget that builds the foundations for a better, more prosperous future. This budget doesn't take us far enough down that road.
Thank you very much. And I now call Maurice Golden. 7 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd first of all like to, like many others, pay tribute to Bruce Crawford. As Murdo Fraser said, he spoke with grace and wisdom, but I was trying to think something I could reasonably add. And one anecdote was we once had breakfast together at the Holyrood Hotel, where he kept asking me about Murray and about agriculture. And it was only when he asked me about refereeing I realised that he thought I was Douglas Ross. So, nevertheless, I had to correct him eventually. I also really felt moved by a heartfelt speech from Mark MacDonald, and Mark and I were at university together, and we didn't get on particularly well then, and probably don't do now, but I was moved by his contribution, and I think that people should be treated fairly, and there's always an opportunity for redemption. In terms of the matters at hand today, I recognise Willie Rennie's concession on mental health in the budget, but joining forces with the SNP and Greens is perhaps a big price to pay, but as he says, he is Mr. Consensual. I'd like to congratulate the Cabinet Secretary on securing her budget, and as I said in the debate a fortnight ago, there are many positives to welcome in this budget. The extra funding for the NHS, we are all pleased to see that. Extending 100% rates relief for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses and the newspaper sector. The SNP plan to end all of this support until the Scottish Conservatives forced them to back down. And I'm glad we did, because over 14,000 Scottish businesses will now find it easier to get through this crisis. The freeze on income tax, despite the SNP's natural instinct to raise taxes, thanks to the pressure of the Scottish Conservatives, hard-pressed families are finally getting a break. Of course, as ever, the Greens have voted for, or will vote for, this budget, but it will not address the key environmental failures of the SNP, and there are many, but I'll be as brief as I possibly can. There's the failure to meet the 2013 recycling rate, the failure to meet biodiversity targets, the failure to eradicate fuel poverty as promised, the failure to meet the 11% heat by renewable by 2020, a 400% increase in incineration, making Scotland the ashtray of Europe. I could go on, but I realise time is short. But the point is, if climate change is the greatest challenge we face, then this budget will not go far enough. And it goes to show in some way that the Greens are merely the anarchist wing of the SNP. Presiding Officer, I just wish the SNPs had listened to the Scottish Conservatives some more. Deliver a roadmap to recovery in the short term for opening up businesses, but also in the long term on low-carbon projects such as the electric arc furnace or a plastics recycling plant. As the Cabinet Secretary will be aware, when she assisted in announcing the ban on plastic straws, currently only 2% of plastics collected for recycling in Scotland is actually recycled here in Scotland. That's 98% that is not, for the benefit of the Green Party. Or the Swedish-style Job Security Council we propose to match up those work who need work with new opportunities. Or procurement reform, we suggested to favour local businesses, protect jobs and retain wealth in our communities. Deputy Presiding Officer, all sensible measures to help start and sustain the recovery. But we see no sign of them. Instead, we have a budget that doesn't go far enough, despite our very reasonable requests. Councils face a £500 million black hole because of the pandemic, but the SNP voted against Scottish Conservative plans to guarantee them a proportion of the government's budget instead of the SNP's offer. A point well made by Murdo Fraser, who made it clear that services will be under severe pressure. Annie Wells described the councils as the whipping boys. The housing budget has been slashed by £148 million. Innovation in industry is down £66 million. Rail infrastructure has been cut by £33 million, and I could go on. Do these cuts sound like a government with its eye on recovery? Do I have 7 minutes, Presiding Officer? Yes. So if you contrast that budget with the budget the UK Chancellor has delivered, another £1.2 billion for Scotland, bringing the total to over £13 billion, extending furlough, the British... Happy to take an interview.
Does he think the Chancellor went far enough on non-domestic rates?
Maurice Golden.
I think that if I would, within the Scottish Parliament, I'm delighted that Kate Forbes listened to the Scottish Conservatives on non-domestic rates by extending it by 100%. And I'm very confident that if we had more Scottish Conservatives in Westminster standing up for Scotland, then we would have a far stronger, better push for constituency here in Scotland. But sadly, as according to Pete Wishart, the longest-serving MP in Scotland, the contribution of SNPs, MPs in a generation has been 2 amendments to a finance bill asking for more information. Hardly something for Scotland to be proud of. But we're delighted to have extended furlough, the British Government scheme that has protected 1 million Scottish jobs, or the millions of pounds in low-carbon projects in the North East and the North Sea transition deal, kicking off green efforts on recovery. A British budget on the side of Scotland. But of course, the SNP will oppose it simply because it comes from the Conservatives. And of course, their focus will be focusing on another illegal wildcat referendum this year. What's that about supporting Scotland's recovery? Deputy Presiding Officer, the SNP needs to get its act together, protect jobs, help families, launch a recovery, not a referendum. These should be its priorities.
Thank you very much. I now call on Kate Forbes to wind up the debate. Cabinet Secretary, you have up to 9 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by paying tribute to 3 speeches that had actually nothing to do with the budget that we're debating this afternoon. The first from Willie Rennie, who said that the public didn't want to witness, to watch political squabbling in the midst of a global pandemic. And I agree, and I'm really proud tonight that in a particularly unpleasant political climate, the budget will be supported on a cross-party basis. The second speech was Bruce Crawford. He talked about kindness and respect, and he said that words matter, and they do. We often talk about the rise of abuse and vitriol in Scottish political discourse, and of course it starts with us, and hopefully that challenge that he's laid down for the next Parliament will be one that we all rise to. And lastly, I think politics would be all the better and all the kinder if we saw more of the humility and the humanity shared in Mark MacDonald's contribution, and less of the arrogance and the self-righteousness so often associated with politicians. Self-evidently, nobody, including myself, in this chamber is perfect, and I commend Mark MacDonald for his comments, and I also commend him for his representation of the North East in meetings with me and in correspondence with me, and for his service to his constituents over those years. And I hope the ring-fenced £15 million of funding for the North East economy will serve his constituents well. Presiding Officer, every member in this chamber, I think, has welcomed elements of the budget in their contribution. But of course, the funding, the initiatives that they have welcomed can only be delivered if this budget passes, and the certainty and the stability that our constituents are wanting can only be delivered if this budget passes. A number of speakers have made comments about pay and public sector pay policy, and the Labour Party have gone on record in terms of their interest in securing a fair deal for social care workers. And as Kenny Gibson said, I refute and dispute the position taken by the UK Government in their approach to public sector pay and NHS pay. The approach in England is simply not fair for frontline staff who have worked so hard during the pandemic. We have recognised that with giving our NHS staff a £500 thank you bonus. We still hope the UK Government will follow our lead and do likewise for vital health and care staff in England. We have already given a 1%, backdated to December, uplift as a floor in NHS pay negotiations. We're negotiating with staff representatives, including unions, on going further to deliver a fair pay deal. Clearly, the wider public sector pay policy, which has been amended today, does not apply directly to NHS staff, as their pay is negotiated separately. It does, though, indicate that we are taking a different approach here in Scotland, with a guaranteed pay rise of at least 3.2% for those earning less than £25,000 and 2% for those up to £40,000. And our pay policy not only reflects the huge contribution that public sector workers have made in tackling the pandemic, but does so in a progressive way, prioritising pay rises for lower earners. Presiding Officer, the Tories themselves welcomed a number of initiatives. They called for non-domestic rates being extended. We delivered it. They called for free school meals to be extended and expanded. We've delivered. They called for additional funding for local government, and I delivered that on the 16th of February. But they can call for everything and anything they want, but the people of Scotland will see them tonight voting against all the initiatives that they called for and all the representations that they made on behalf of Scottish businesses, Scottish families and Scottish taxpayers. They talk about the broad shoulders of the union while seeming to forget that people in Scotland happen to pay taxes to UK Government coffers as well. And the UK Government has engineered our reliance on them by denying us and depriving us of very basic fiscal powers that would allow us to borrow, like every other normal government around the world, to deal with the pandemic. Presiding Officer, Willie Rennie talked about what the Liberal Democrats have secured in this budget. And after 5 years of minority government, where either I or my predecessor has had to negotiate with other parties, you can see the difference that other parties can make in terms of securing their key initiatives if they engage rather than carping from the sidelines. Patrick Harvey talked about some of the big questions that are facing this Parliament and elected politicians in the future. He talked about questions about the tax base. That's one question. There are others too. The fiscal framework will come under review next year. The Cross-Party Finance Committee has indicated where the fiscal framework should go. I have suggested a broad review of the fiscal framework, which has been found wanting through the pandemic. The other big question is how we reshape our economy, and the budget today sets the groundwork for reshaping our economy by investing in retraining, reskilling and a future growth of our tech sector and low-carbon initiatives. John Mason talked about the need to use our funding wisely. He talked about having to live within our means. And of course, for the Scottish Government, we do have to balance our budget. I am sure all of us could write lists of priorities of things that we want to do and additional funding that we want to secure. That is all true. But as John Mason says, that within a balanced budget, to increase funding in one area, for example, local government, would require an honest and transparent discussion about where that funding is coming from. And if it is to increase funding to local government, which is a perfectly reasonable request to make, then it has to be accepted that that funding will need to come from elsewhere. You cannot ask for increases in every funding, in every budget line, without agreeing where it is going to come from. One of the comments that didn't get as much attention today was the need for capital infrastructure, the need for additional investment in our infrastructure. And we have seen significant increases in capital investment, not just over the next year, but indeed over the next 5 years to provide that certainty and to inject confidence in our economy. That is, of course, despite a 5% cut to the Scottish Government's capital budget, which wasn't reversed at the most recent UK budget. Instead, what we saw was some strange and unpublished approach to levelling up, where it seems that certain seats in Scotland got more in the way of levelling up funding, or at least the commitment to more in the way of levelling up funding than elsewhere. And the challenge facing the Welsh Government, the Northern Irish Executive and indeed ourselves is if the UK Government cuts our capital budget and then decides themselves how to spend it purely to put a Union Jack on it, then I think the people of Scotland will have serious questions around their priorities. Presiding Officer, I reiterate my appreciation of the cross-party discussions that we've had around this budget, the constructive nature of them. And this is a budget that ultimately delivers for the nation. It delivers for the business community, it delivers for households, and it delivers for our public services. It's a budget that deals with the issues of today, but also sets the groundwork for recovery. It will help create and protect jobs, support a sustainable recovery and respond to the pandemic, whilst delivering the certainty that businesses and people need. And with that in mind, I urge all members to support this budget today, and I commend it to the Chamber.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate on the Budget Scotland No. 5 bill, and we will move on in a moment to the next item of business.
Thank you. The next item of business is an announcement by the Education and Skills Committee on Disabled Children and Young People Transitions to Adulthood Scotland Bill. Could I call on the convener, Claire Adamson, to make the announcement?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Unusually, I rise on behalf of the Education and Skills Committee, not to inform of our work undertaken, but to explain why we are not taking forward, with regret, the deliberations on the Disabled Children and Young People Transitions to Adulthood Bill. So I beg the forbearance of the Chamber and so late in the evening, and trust you will understand. Lodged by Joanne Lamont last year, the bill would require Scottish ministers to introduce and implement a national transition strategy to improve the outcomes for children and young people with disability in the transition to adulthood. Councils would also have to introduce transitions plans for each child and young person with a disability, and these should receive appropriate care and support before, after and during transition to adulthood. We received 75 responses to our calls for views on the bill and took evidence from Joanne Lamont and her bill team on the 23rd of February. Given the nature of the proposals, it's vital for the committee to hear from those with lived experience, third sector organisations, local authorities and the Scottish Government itself before reporting at stage 1. And unfortunately, we do not have time left in this session to take this evidence. Certainly will. Thank you, Ms Lamont.
Joanne Lamont.
Express how grateful I am that the committee has taken the bill as seriously as they have done, and regret that we have run out of road. Very significantly, I'm sure you'll agree that there was support of more than half of those MSPs who could support the bill did so, and there's overwhelming support with people of lived experience, families and young disabled people, about the challenges they face at the time of transition from childhood to adulthood. I'm sure you will agree with me how important those voices are. Can I urge those who may be returning to the Parliament to think about whether they wish to pursue this bill, whether the committee might wish to support it, or perhaps whoever forms the government recognise how fundamental these rights are to young disabled people in order for them to access adulthood if we want to call ourselves a fair and equal society. But I just wanted to thank the committee for its consideration and urge people to recognise just how significant these measures are to young people in our communities.
Claire Adamson.
Thank you, Ms Lamont. I agree with everything you have said. I would also like to thank you again and Bill Scott of Inclusion Scotland, Robert McGeechy of Camp Hill Scotland for their session with the committee, and to apologise to the young people who desperately wanted to be able to give their own evidence. I trust that their voices will be heard in this place in the not too distant future. It's clear from the response to our call for views that these proposals deserve further scrutiny in the future, and I know that we cannot hold committees and the government to what will happen in session 6, but we trust that our views from the committee will be heard this afternoon. And in summary, Presiding Officer, I would like to thank Joanne Lamont for raising this really important issue with the committee, and I hope the next Parliament finds a way to improve the outcomes and the transitions to adulthood for our disabled young people. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much, Ms Adamson. We move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of business motion 24331 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting out a revised business programme for this week. Could I call on Graham Day to move the motion?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you very much. No members indicated they wish to speak. The question, therefore, is that motion 24331 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. Thank you. So we're turning now to decision time. The first question this evening is that motion 24300 in the name of Gillian Martin on climate change plan be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. The next question is that motion 24318 in the name of Kate Forbes on the Budget Scotland No. 5 bill at stage 3 be agreed. Now, because this is an Act of Parliament, we're going to have to suspend for a few moments to allow members both in the chamber and online to access the voting app. So Parliament is suspended for a few moments.
Yes, say yes. Holly says yes.
Thank you, colleagues. We are now back in session. So the question is that motion 243... No, it's not. The question is that motion 24318, in the name of Kate Forbes, on the Budget Scotland Bill at stage 3 be agreed. Members may press their voting buttons now. This will be a 1-minute division. 1-minute division on the budget. That vote is now closed. Please let me know if you were not able to vote. The result of the vote on motion 24318 in the name of Kate Forbes is yes 70, no 53. There were no abstentions. The motion is agreed and the Budget Scotland Bill is passed. Thank you very much, colleagues. That concludes decision time. We're going to move on shortly to a members' business debate in the name of Beatrice Wishart. We'll just take a few moments' pause before we do. I would urge members who do need to move to other business just to wear their masks, follow the one-way system and keep 2 metres distance throughout the campus. Thank you.
What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.